Hey Wolfpack, and welcome back. I hope all is well, and I hope you had a good week. I know you guys have probably missed me throughout the time we're gone. Well, I'm still gone for about another month and a half. However, I'm still uploading a compilation video every once in a while, and I'll be live streaming tomorrow at 8 PM EST. So with that said, whether you're sitting around a campfire, on the night shift, or even laying in bed, let my voice soothe your nightmares. In retrospect, it's kind of ironic that my love for science I chose would be my predicament. I mean, it looks unfair that my curiosity and thirst for knowledge would lead me in such a shady path. Only thing I ever wanted was to be better at my job. I am a medicine student. For as long as I can remember myself, I was fascinated by the human body. No matter how bad we treat it sometimes, it is nothing sort of perfection. The structure and function of the organs, the delicate high-functioning brain, the blue snake-like veins carrying the blood into the heart to be cleaned and recycled, simply magnificent. It was a simple choice for me. I wanted to study more about the body, learn all the details it hides, and sometimes rectify it. Now, don't get me wrong, I didn't really enjoy studying to get to the medicine school. Most of the time, it was a tedious process of learning about irrelevant topics that I really don't care about. But I managed to pull through and get into the university. There, I developed very mixed feelings. Although, some lectures were diving into the secrets of what we were supposed to be learning about. Most were simple stuff read from a PDF presentation by a semi-bored professor. The kind of knowledge you could acquire by reading some science magazines. Magazines I had already read. So, most of the times I went to the campus feeling indifferent, secretly hoping that I could get to learn something amazing, like perhaps a new fun fact in the anatomy class, but that was rare. I can't say I have many friends. Come to think of it, I don't think I have any. I am friendly with all my classmates and peers, but we really don't have anything else in common, other than we study the same subject. They didn't study the way I did. Most of them valued the prestige and paycheck that comes from being a doctor. Some truly wanted to help others in times of sickness, but no one actually wanted to learn. Not the way I did. They consumed themselves in parties, drugs, and sex with each other, while I went the extra mile and studied something more than a given material every night, just to tame my lust for knowledge. I remember the day Jonathan approached me in the campus cafeteria. It was in a break between some classes we both participated in. He sat opposite to me and asked me how I was doing. We chatted a bit about everything and nothing, mostly regarding some projects we were working on as homework at the time. I liked this guy. Jonathan wasn't the best student or the most intriguing person, but I knew he also truly loved medicine and tried his best to learn more. I liked this guy. Jonathan wasn't the best student or the most intriguing person, but I knew he also truly loved medicine and tried his best to learn more than what the university spoon-fed us. I respected him for that. So, it came as a pleasant surprise when he introduced me to a new idea. "Hey man," he said, "I know that you feel bored here. I sorta get it sometimes too." Boy, was he right. "I have found a man that really knows his stuff," he continued, and then, more hesitantly, "There's a link to the dark web of a very good doctor. His methods are a bit unconventional, so he can't broadcast for the normies, but he is really skillful. I mean, at least his teaching has helped me a lot with my exams." He laughed at this. I thought about it for a while before answering. "Sure," I said. "Let's see what this mysterious doctor has to offer." By then, I had read many books and articles already, and I would give anything to see something fresh. Jonathan smiled and gave me a note with the alleged link. "Nice, bro. If you need any help with this dark web thing, give me a call. My phone is also on that note. Would be cool to chill out in this doctor's chat room and learn from him." I didn't have to call him. I politely said goodbye as he left and resumed with my lunch. But I was curious now. I am by no means a computer guy, but I can work my way through some stuff. so I won't bore you with the details of how I got to the site. Most of you here are familiar with this kind of story anyways. The path is simple. You get the appropriate software to enable you to go into the dark web, and then you start searching. You have to be very specific for what you are looking for, otherwise you'll get lost on a mountain of cyber junk, and specific I was. I got to the link I wanted relatively fast. It was a site called Anatomy 102. It had a plain gray template, and the classical ancient Greek symbol of medicine as a logo, a snake wrapping itself around a rod. Although it was a little different than the usual one, the snake looked like it was biting on something, and that something sort of resembled a human skull. That looked a little peculiar. There was a camera focused on an empty white room, and also a chat room. The chat room had around 50 active people casually talking about various medicine specializations, speculating what they would learn about today. Around 10 minutes later, 2 people appeared in the room, both wearing the typical Operation ROM uniforms, dragging a big table of surgery tools with them. One of them disappeared from the scene, and the other stood in front of the camera still wearing his mask. Hello, my dear audience. It brings me great pleasure to see so many of you here today. This is a place of learning and understanding, so I would advise all of you to pay attention and observe all the details. I liked this intro, a true professor. For all of those who happen to be new here, let me introduce myself. I'm going by the name Dr. Manson here, but you can just address me as Doctor in the chat. Every 2 weeks, we gather around here to discuss something about anatomy and how it works in practical ways. As he finished his words, the second guy got in the frame again, this time pushing a surgery table before him. The table was full. I guessed it had a dead body or a sleeping person on it. By that time, the count in the chat room read 250 online. The other guy, also wearing a mask, took the sheet that was covering the body on the bed to reveal something I was not prepared for. A living human, fully awake, muffled and tied on the bed with leather straps. He was middle-aged with brown hair and a very scared look in his eyes. The man was sweaty and in obvious distress, but couldn't do much, tied like a piece of meat as he was. As you may know, the doctor continued, the digestive system is one of the most important systems in the human body. It is the source of all the energy input and output of animals. Today, we'll give it a closer look. The chat box was filled with lots of expressions of happiness, as people seemed to be content with the idea of lesson. I, for once, felt nervous. I could never expect what followed next. The doctor started operating on the man on the bed, without using any anesthesia. He cut open an incision in his belly, while the man's screams were drowned behind the muffler. After that, he started taking parts of the victim's intestines out and showing them on the camera, talking in detail about everything, and also applied pressure at certain points to demonstrate what he was talking about, generating huge amounts of pain for the helpless victim. During the whole process, he shown no hint of emotion. The chat was filled with questions, most of which he replied to, same way our professors talk to us in uni. He paid extra attention to those who wanted him to experiment on the limitations of the victim. He noted that the people asking those questions had true motivation to learn and will progress in their career. After that statement, he followed through with the suggestions given to him. Blood had started to make a puddle on the floor. Every now and then, the victim would faint by the sheer pain he felt, but the doctor's helper would make him wake up every time. The doctor insisted that it is important for the patient to have his senses in order for us to take notes of his reactions. I was shocked, but I couldn't look away. Same thing when you see a gruesome accident on the street, and you know that if you check to see what happened, you'll feel an urge to throw up, but you still turn your head and look, your eyes thirsty for the odd and the gore. The procedure was getting more and more extreme. The incision was even bigger now, and the doctor was explaining the reflexes of the stomach while holding the actual man's organs in his hand. He applied pressure to it, and the wave of gastric fluids went through the now crying man's esophagus, choking him as he was lying face up. It didn't last much longer after this. The victim went unconscious, and it seems that even the helper couldn't bring him up anymore. After a few tries, the helper looked at the doctor and nodded. The doctor then returned his face to the camera. "Alright, class. That's all I had to talk about today. Any questions?" A few messages appeared on the chat box, and he selectively answered some of them. "Unfortunately, that's all the time we had for today's class," he said, and then continued. "Okay, who would like to volunteer for the next lesson?" The chat was suddenly silent. "Oh, come on, such a shy audience. You'll never become true scientists if you are afraid to take risks. But anyhow, most of you know the procedure. If no one volunteers, I will randomly choose someone from the chat, and by next lecture in 2 weeks' time, he will be the person in this bed, leading all of you guys into enlightenment. To be honest, the patient's job is more important than mine. I am just explaining things, so he should be very proud and cherish the fact that he's actually the real teacher." Still silence. "Alright then, but I'm not happy about that," he went on. "Let me find someone myself." He appeared to be searching for someone on his monitor. "Username HealthyRaven96 will be with us the next lesson. I'll see you all then." HealthyRaven96 got instantly disconnected. The others started to log out too. While some stayed to discuss the lesson, I turned off my PC. What had I just watched? This was more like a cult than a classroom. It was natural to use a human guinea pig for teaching, but still, I learned so much. This person talked with so much passion for science and had a strange charisma, you may even call it charm. But no matter what, I decided to never open this site again. I was not going to be participating in this illegal situation. I knew how wrong this was, but deep inside me, my everlasting thirst was still demanding more. I broke my promise 2 weeks later. It was the day of the supposed lecture, and I just couldn't take it out of my mind. I logged in for Anatomy 102 once again. This time, a young woman was on the bed. The process was similar. Dr. Manson introduced himself and started his lesson, this time focused on the nervous system. I was hooked before I even knew it, and watched the entire talk without even flinching this time, until the moment that the unlucky girl was dead. I hadn't even moved from my chair. And this became part of my life. I was following every lecture showing 100% attendance. I watched as men, women, and some rare times even underage people were brought into the untimely death for their shake of science. I started participating actively, asking questions about amputations and tissue damage, and sometimes I was even the one who suggested the craziest experiments. I was addicted to the gore in particular, but it was a small price to pay for the knowledge. I learned so much, for example, that the pain threshold we are taught that the human body can withstand is bullcrap. I saw with my very own eyes how much the human organism can suffer before giving up for good. That, and many other things that are not to be told in this post. The months went by fast. I kept watching the lectures. Some rare times, there was someone aspired so much from the doctor's words that he or she would volunteer for the lesson, making all of us sigh in relief. But those times were rare. It was mostly Russian roulette every week. I was scared, of course, but the risk was well worth the reward. At the same time, I studied even harder, completely locking myself out of the real world. I wanted to learn even more now. So much was I inspired by this masked man. Then a day came, which I never expected to come. The doctor had finished a lecture slowly turning a man's brains into mashed potatoes, and as always, was looking for a volunteer. After the usual awkward silence, I heard something truly terrifying. "Okay, students, next to come with us will be Lotus Eclipse." My username. My stupid username, made as a pun for my favorite car. I had thought that this might happen, but never actually thought it would. The chances were always pretty low, and I was enjoying the classes way too much to stop. For the first time since that fateful day that I had learned about this damn site, I called the only man that could understand me, Jonathan. He picked up the phone. We talked for a long time, and in the end, we managed to formulate a solution. We spent the rest of the time until my lecture in my house. We were together all the time in order to succeed what we planned. 3 days before the lesson was to happen, we were attacked while we were in the house. I didn't know how they found us, but truth be told, the doctor had never failed to locate his forced volunteer. He was with his helper as I had predicted. Jonathan had a flash earlier this week as he had bought us gas masks as a precaution. I don't know how we foresaw that, but we were prepared for the gas that our stalkers used that night. I guess that's how the doctor managed to get his victims in the operating room in one piece every time. Perhaps people were prepared for an assault, but very few had thought of it. I was lucky to have access to a gun, heirloom of my early past father, and managed to shoot the knee of the doctor before he could attack. The helper was not much of this ice-cold man I had thought of. When I watched the live streams, he was still very willing to help us with whatever he wanted. He was very willing to help us with whatever we wanted in exchange for his life. After I got all the information I wanted, I shot him in the head just to take his annoying whining out of my ears. And here we are today. As I'm typing this, I hear the muffled voice of a man behind me. It was easy to get the codes for the streaming and the doctor's username and password from the crying helper pleading for his life so that I could continue the job and the idea he had started. I felt that he had helped me a lot during this time, and it was time for me to help others myself. With Jonathan at my side, we would venture to experiments which no one had even dared to conduct. We would take science and medicine many steps ahead, through our will to try new things. But it just felt right that I would give Dr. Manson a great gift. He always believes that the man in the bed was doing the greater sacrifice, and I wanted him to have his honor. For his last appearance in the classroom, his screams and violent shaking on the bed, though, gave a different suggestion. I guess he wasn't such a believer and pioneer as he always thought. But no matter what, the time is now for someone new to take his place. Someone with vision, skill, and cunningness. Someone like me to continue his work. So friends, I invite you all to join us. We will learn together and find answers to all the questions we still have for the human body, so that in time we can have perfect knowledge of medicine and its practices. Come to the stream and be part of the class, as we will examine all that there is to the human organism, and feel free to ask any questions like you. My helper will be happy to answer them, or show some real-life examples to help you understand better. Now, if you'll excuse me, the lesson is about to start, and I have planned a very special lecture. As a parting gift for Dr. Manson, I will see you all in class. July 1st, 2018. A face is staring into the camera. Sandy hair, mid-20s. Male, somewhat reminiscent of a squirrel in his rabid mannerisms. The big day is finally here. This is our first time testing our new spider bot on the dark web, and we're both pretty excited. We've only got a week left to iron out all the bugs before Kevin has to defend his thesis, but I won't anticipate any problems. Kevin is nervous as hell, but the kid is an absolute genius. He's still configuring his Tor network and VPN, so I'm going to catch everyone up who are just joining the stream now. Typical web crawlers haven't been able to explore the dark web because they can't index specific inputs like forms or authentication passphrases. I'm mostly here for moral support and don't understand it completely, but Kevin's spiderbot has machine learning algorithms, which have been training the last few weeks to learn a new adaptive method of keyword selection. You hear that diversive snort at my oversimplification. Yeah, that's Kevin. Say hello, Kevin. The streamer looks off camera. Off camera voice. Shut up, Brian. Whatever, screw you too, man. Based on the training results, we should be able to index a couple thousand pages a day. Google only reaches 16% of all available web pages, So that means it's going to take us approximately forever to get through it all with our current computing power. This is just proof of concept though. All we're using at the moment is Kevin's old laptop that his dog Crinkles practically smashed. The power cord was stretched across the room, and this little bulldog came barreling right through. Indistinct grunt off camera. Hold on, it looks like we're good to go. If all goes well, then in a couple of months you're going to start reading about how the dark web ceased to exist because of our little spider. I'm going to end the stream now to get it started, but join us again tomorrow to explore the cool stuff we found. July 3rd, 2018. The sandied hair man is back. There are bags under his eyes, but he's enthusiastic as ever. Hey guys, it's me again. Sorry for the delay, but we hit an unexpected bump. Spider was doing great and had already logged a few hundred sites when it abruptly stopped with this weird error. It keeps telling us that it had already indexed everything. Kevin is able to manually direct it to keep finding new sites, but as soon as it's automated, it just says it's finished again. Kevin is practically ripping his hair out, but it's not like this has ever been a complete waste of time. We did discover a brand new, never before seen cover that I'm pretty sure didn't used to exist. All Kevin had to do was put it on a white t-shirt a week ago, then eat nothing but barbecue, chicken wings, and sweet and sour sauce. The camera starts to pan to the left. An unseen hand shoves it back into place. Anyway, Brian rambles. It looks like we might still be a while, so, off voice camera. We got it. I don't understand, but I've got it. Well, whip me red and call me applesauce, because it looks like we're back in business. Off voice camera. What? That's not a saying. Nobody says that. Kevin. You have got to get out more. People are saying that all the time. So what's the holdup? Off voice camera. It's all linked. Look at this. A drug marketplace, an anime forum, a counterfeit producer, some dungeon stuff. You have my attention. Off voice camera. It's all referencing the same destination. Spider stops indexing because it thinks the whole dark web is just one site. I'm gonna try to get in. That relates to a joke I know. So a drug lord, a weeboo, a con man, and a porn star all walk into a bar. Off voice camera. This isn't a real joke. Just shut up. I'm trying to concentrate. And the barman says, "What are you guys doing together?" So the drug lord says, off voice camera, "They've all got something to hide." Off voice camera. It's gotta be the blackmail thing. These guys must be tunneling into other websites to get info or hold them ransom, but there's no way they can be everywhere. Every single site Spider finds. Crap. Oh, like that's a real saying. Off voice camera. They're on my computer. I have no idea how they trace Spider back, but the mouse is moving on its own. It's typing an address into Tor. What are you doing? Popping out the battery. The power button isn't working. No, don't. The streamer dives off camera, bumping noises. Dude, give that back. The streamer returns in front of the camera, holding a battered old laptop. Nah man, this is what the people are here to see. Let's find out where these hackers are trying to take us. I swear to God, Brian. An overweight torpedo wearing a blotchy shirt of unclassifiable color hurtles across the screen. The streamer's chair tips over, and then both men go down. The laptop is left in front of the camera, where a long line of seemingly random letters and symbols are typing themselves into the address bar of a Tor browser. Indistinct, muffled swearing. The website loads. A countdown timer starts at 15 minutes, begins to tick down. Kevin and Brian stick their heads up over the desk in unison to stare at it. At least shut the damn camera off, Kevin says. Only if you'll let it count down to see what happens, Brian replies, swatting away Kevin's hand which stretches for the laptop. God, you're such an ass. Whatever, fine, just shut it off. The sandy man begins to wave. When the stream turns, the timer reads 15 seconds. The angle is weird, as if the camera is in his lap, hidden beneath a desk. The looming Brian is pacing and muttering to himself in the corner of the screen. Kevin surreptitiously leans over the camera and gives a thumbs up, mouthing the letters OMG. The timer hits 0 and stays there. A dog starts barking in the distance. Are you happy now? Kevin grunts. Give it back, okay? There's a knock on the door. A single knock, loud and deliberate. The barking intensifies. Snarling, growling, all the hell breaks loose in its little world. Not really, Kevin whispers. A second knock. Then a third, each about 3 seconds apart. You get it? Both men say at nearly the same instant. They stare at each other until the next knock. This is your fault. Kevin wheezes in a voice halfway between a whisper and a shout. Yeah, he replies. He approaches the door, the camera angle still at waist height. Then, in a louder voice, who is it? Are you still recording? Kevin hisses. Unbelievable. The screen is filling by the door as Kevin gets closer. He's right up against it, so he's probably looking through the peephole. Crash! A sound loud enough to max out the speaker volume. The door explodes inward in a wave of splinters, the screen shaking erratically, and there's nothing but splinters and lances of light and screaming. A gray-skinned hand streaks across the camera. If you freeze the frame, you'll notice that the skin looks more like coarse cloth, and that there is stitching running up and down the fingers. The stream cuts off. July 10th, the streamer is back. His face seems paler, his skin is breaking out, and his hair hangs in greasy strings around his face. He's sitting at a bare table in a concrete room. The lights are dim, but there's a large man standing in the back of the room. His hands are folded motionlessly in front of him. Yeah, hi guys. This might be my last broadcast for a while. He glances back at the figure in the corner, but there's no movement. Back to the camera. Kevin's okay. I mean, he's different, but he's okay. He glances back to the corner of the room, but the figure still hasn't budged. Brian's shadow shifts with his movement. For a moment, the stitched skin of the person in the corner is visible, running all the way up his arm. I guess they had something like Spider. They were only tunneling into websites on the dark web anyway. I guess those kind of people could disappear without as many questions being asked. They wanted my followers to know though. Brian swallows. He looks behind again. Then, a sudden burst of movement, grabbing the camera and dragging it up to his face. Close your browser now. Shut off your computer. The figure in the back has started to move. Great, lumbering steps charging forward. Brian's words are a breathy rush. It only takes 15 minutes for them to find you once they've established a connection. The cloth hands seize Brian from behind and drag him off camera. Don't do this, Kevin, he shouts. How long has your browser been open already? Just shut the damn thing off. There's a heavy thud. A heavy-set face appears in front of the camera for a movement. The human eyes look strange embedded within the cloth. Stitches run down either side of the face along the jawline. The cloth might just be sewn to the skin, but it fits so closely to the anatomy of Kevin's face that it looks more like cloth has replaced it. The stream cuts to black, replaced by the last few seconds of a depleting timer. Do you know that a person can survive without water for only 3 days? But Gandhi was able to survive as much as 21 days without food. Those were things I used to know as a normal student in a small town. I know none of those things anymore. I just know about rage and feeling constantly hungry. I was in the last year of high school and working a part-time job so I could save money for higher education. Things were dull, but mostly fine until an otherwise normal afternoon after class. It happened in the light of day. I was shoved inside a vehicle with expertise. I never saw the faces of the men that took me. I never saw their vans stinking of old blood and rancid food. I could only see the blackness of my blind and taste the slight sweetness of chloroform before I lost my senses. When I woke up again, I was completely naked in a poorly lit room. The state I was in made me expect the worst, but there was no pain or bleeding indicating that kind of violence. It was cold, and there was a maddening dripping sound. Something was gleaming in the dark. As soon as I adjusted my eyes, I realized it was a knife. Drip, drip, drip. The small room had nothing but an already dirty toilet, the knife, and a crack on the ceiling dripping slimy, slightly green water. The walls and floor were gray and featureless. The very strong light, like a camera flash, popped into my face, blinding all my senses with a shock. It disappeared after a moment, and I heard a voice. "We want to watch your death. Let's see how long it will take." They took someone unremarkable, frail, with nothing to live for. But now, I had a purpose. I had to frustrate my captors. If they wanted to watch my death, I would be the most resilient person in the world. I wouldn't grant their wish. Back then, I didn't know I was being watched by a bunch of sick and twisted people who kept up with my daily misery in the comfort of their house and their anonymousness. I slept on the cold, hard floor. Food never came, and the only source of water was the murky leak on the ceiling. I drank it, humiliated. It tasted worse than crap, and I would know that, since I fed on my own waste during the first few days. The only indication that a day had ended was the blinding flash and the same cold, mocking voice telling me they were surprised I had made it so far. I was so hungry. So very hungry. The room was getting hotter than my breathing every day. There was no proper ventilation. It seemed to just be enough to not let me die from carbon monoxide poisoning. A merciful death compared to the one they planned for me. I didn't know why they chose me. I still don't know. I never wronged anyone. I never excelled at anything to be a target of one's envy. It was just a purposeless act of evil. The fact that it was completely random made my hatred grow, and with it, my determination. My stomach hurt beyond words. I was constantly sick from the putrid smells around me. My body ached all over. My skin was matted and flaky, my hair falling from malnutrition. I grabbed a knife. I felt watched in cruel anticipation. Not today. I chopped off my left pinky and shoved it in my mouth before I could think too much about it. My own blood dripped on my chest as I chewed on my own bones. The crunching sound should be so sickening. My teeth would be hurting so much, or even breaking bone against bone. I should be horrified to phagocyte a part of my own body, but I was just happy to be eating. After that, I felt my body growing stronger every day, like a member of the cannibal tribe on Papua New Guinea after ritualistically feeding on their departed loved ones. I laughed manically for hours at a time and trembled endlessly, but I was more alive than I've ever been in that captivity. I rationed on my food wisely. I needed my right hand, so it was crucial to spare at least 4 fingers on it, but I was free to feed on my left hand. My toes were pretty much useless. I'd been dragging myself on the floor to move around anyway, but I didn't need to feed on myself for long. No more than a week after I first took my bite of myself, the voice after the blinding flash had something else to say. "We are selling you." The official story is that I miraculously escaped my perpetrators during their flawed operation to move me to my new owner, and by the time I had reached a neighbor and the police was called, they had already fled the crime scene. The investigation was kept under extreme secrecy, so I didn't make the world news. Hell, I only made the local news as local teenager mutilated by unknown man. Someone even donated me a prosthetic hand. The police was able to take down the website where my daily torture was being streamed non-stop, and I just then found out that I was a star. I laughed for days because everyone felt so bad for me, not knowing that the torture I endured was way beyond losing a hand and a few toes. I laughed for days because I know the truth, but no one else does. Right when they opened the door to my prison, my body felt like it was possessed by a bestial creature, and before I knew it, I used superhuman strength to crush the bones of 5 men all at once, then eat their flesh corpses whole. I even licked the leftover blood from the walls before I opened the doors and headed to the closest house, dragging my bad foot. In that moment, I felt like I was the co-pilot of my body. The wheelsman was a voice screaming kill and devour. I could never escape if something hadn't taken a hold of me. I'm not strong or even fast. I'd do anything to spend the rest of my life quietly, having my body and mind slowly heal and recover from a devastating trauma. The problem is that eating the raw flesh of my captors was the most pleasant experience I've ever had in my life. And while I've been chasing mercilessly all the monsters that watched my suffering for their own enjoyment, I'm too hungry. Their tainted flesh has not been enough for me. No, for us. Last year, I ordered my first mystery box off the dark web. Basically, what happens is you pay an unknown person somewhere in the world money through a cryptic ordering channel so both parties can remain anonymous, and that person will ship you something based off the amount you send. Boxes typically tend to be between $30 and up to $500 or even more. For my own protection of being a complete noob, I decided to pay middle ground to deter the risk of paying too little or too high and not getting anything of value. After I placed the order, I was a complete wreck from anxiety until the box finally arrived. 1, from fear of the unknown, and 2, because of the real possibility that I could be ripped off, and there would be nothing I could do about it. 2 weeks later, to my surprise, what arrived was a seemingly new MacBook Air, heavily wrapped in bubble plastic and black duct tape, hidden beneath an abundant amount of medium-sized pink shipping peanuts. All in all, the mystery box cost me $113 and some change. So when I finally saw the contents, I considered my first time ordering to be a complete success. Almost 4 months to the day after my first successful deep web order, I decided I wanted to try and order something again. I psyched myself up by telling myself that I would repeat the exact same steps, only this time I would buy a box for $300, since only spending $100 put a MacBook in my hands last time. I wrestled with very two rational thoughts that seemed to keep coming to mind. One of which was, I was extremely lucky it turned out so well the first time, and the other thought was that I needed to keep every step the same, including the price if I was going to attempt this again. The sobering rationality was quickly extinguished as soon as I glanced over the MacBooks lying seductively at the foot of my bed. Thinking back on it now, really my decision came down to good old-fashioned greed, not knowing how to leave the craps table when you've already beat the house. So $300 it is. I'm all in. This time after placing my order, the pseudo-confidence for my first victory squelched any real potential fears I had. Any new anxiety that I tried to gain life was snuffed out from the wildly successful last go-around. 15 days after placing my order, I pulled into the driveway on a Tuesday evening after work to see a medium-sized yellow and white box patiently waiting for me on the front porch. I could literally feel the dopamine rush run down the back of my neck and send a warm burst of energy down through my body. The sudden jolt shot through my limbs, which caused me to grip the steering wheel with white knuckles and bright eyes that were focused on the mystery box to the left of me. I nervously exited the car, moving as slowly as a teenager on his way to the front door of his very first date. Slowly, I climbed the 3 concrete steps to the wooden porch and instantly noticed the box is slightly smaller than the one I ordered last time. It was roughly 8 inches high and 8 inches across. What could it be? I eased down to squat and pick it up, since I have no idea how heavy it is. Instantly, I'm amazed at how much more this one weighs than the last one despite its smaller size. Quickly, I unlock the deadbolt. Out of pure instinct, I glance around for onlookers, and when it's clear, I tuck the box under my arm like a running back and stiff-arm the defending door, slamming it behind me. I gently place the 5-pound box on the coffee table. I use the door key to carefully slice the yellow transparent tape across the top to free the 2 flaps being held captive. Too excited to cut along the edges, I drop the keys and attempt to pull the flaps open with my strength, but proves no match for the well-packaged box. Note to self: calm down, relax, and confidently but calmly, and I do mean calmly, cut the remaining tape and open the box. After cutting through the remaining tape, I made it a point to slowly place the keys back on the coffee table, just to prove that I was back in charge and not the rogue manic who attempted to take over. Very carefully, I open the box and see a very large beige terry cloth. It was folded several times into a rectangle to void the 1-inch dead space that ran along the top inside of the box to protect whatever was under from sliding around. I reached down and poked the cloth a couple of times, as if I was expecting someone or something to suddenly jump out. The terry cloth was surprisingly soft. Not sure why I feel a need to point this out, but even thinking about it now, it amazes me how soft it felt. Inside the box, there was an old handcrafted wooden box with intricate floral details and a single black round button on top that extended about 1 3/4 inches. Taped to the button was a note that read, "You will be paid $1 million in the event you decide to push the button. If you in fact do push the button, a single life will unexpectedly be taken and no trace or repercussion will be tied to you. You will be given 24 hours to decide, at which time my confidant will return to retrieve the box and or hand you your payment." Pondering on until the 23rd hour, I reluctantly decided to push the button. I felt horrible knowing I selfishly took the love of money over a person's life. For the next 30 minutes, I wept and pleaded for forgiveness, praying for the person selected for my soulless personal gain was somehow a murderer, rapist, or someone deserving of having their fate in my hands. My anguish and grief were finally sidetracked as the doorbell rang. Standing at the door was a youthful-looking older man, whom I would guess to be in his mid-60s, a very slender man, straight up and down wearing a black fedora and a black pinstripe suit that was just too big for his small frame. The old man wasted no time in directly asking me for the box. "I believe you have something of ours, young fella." As I handed him the wooden box wrapped in the terry cloth, he pulled a large box into his chest, as if carrying a delicate newborn wrapped in a hospital blanket. At this point, the old man noticeably makes a point to stand up straight. "Now, I've got something for you," he says in an almost sarcastic tone. He extends his arm as if to shake my hand, and in his grip he is holding what clearly appears to be a check. I see the $1 million written on the check, and my head once again falls in shame. I can taste the saltwater-like tears as they run down my face. Somehow, I manage to grab the check without even looking at it. Startling me, the old man raises his thumb and first finger. He holds the pose for a second longer than he actually should. He then winks, clicks his teeth, and shoots me the "Get 'em, Tiger" imaginary gun all in the same motion, spins on his heels, and just like that, he was gone. 2 minutes felt like hours as I stood in the doorway in disbelief, the whole time analyzing how the last 24 hours were even possible. In the total disbelief, trying to connect the unconnectable dots of how a check was made out to me with my first and last name. The pair name was a Solomon King. The check header displayed the same bank name I currently have an account with. Is this some sort of sick joke? I needed to sit down and think. Almost as soon as the door shut, my phone buzzed with an incoming text message from a 0000 number. I opened the text and all it was a single website link. I nervously pressed the link. Links from unknown sources can be harmful and can be potentially damaging to your phone with unwanted viruses. Do you wish to continue? I pressed the continue button. Agreeing to follow the link, my screen navigated to a website that showed a video of a man sitting in a chair with a black knapsack over his head. He was tied with his hands behind his back in what appeared to be an unfinished basement, or some type of garage with cinder block walls. You could hear his muffled cries echoing off the cement walls. He had no shoes or socks, just soiled blue jeans and a white t-shirt with new and old bloodstains from his collar to the top of his chest. From the left of the screen, an arm with a wristwatch came into the view, holding a silver revolver which was pointed inches from the middle of the knapsack. Involuntarily, I yell a warning for the man to watch out. It's no use. The man can't hear me. Unable to turn away, I watched in horror as this muscular hand slowly tensed and squeezed, sending a single bullet directly into his knapsack. The body of the man clenched so tight, he appeared to sit straight up in his seat. His feet and toes curled into tiny fists as his right shoulder twitched and moved several times. The camera then focused in on his wristwatch of the shooter's arms, which was still raised. The time on the watch showed 4:39, which was 33 minutes ago. I instantly realized this was an approximate time. I had pressed the button on the box. The video then stopped. In horror, I clear my web history and erase the text message, assuming this is the death that I caused. With all the energy I could muster up, I bravely get into my Ford Focus and drive to the bank. I pulled up just past the ATM and opened my door. You see, my damn window no longer goes down ever since I left my window cracked last August during that wicked downpour that swept through the valley. Anyways, I enter my card and PIN, then select deposit to deposit the check. If you're wondering why I would use an ATM, it's a must. I know Alice is the only teller who works on Wednesdays, and she's going to make a rise about how I came across $1 million check, and ask more questions than the check is worth. This is my only choice. That night, I couldn't sleep. Remorse and anticipation of my new wealth knocked on my eyelids every time I attempted to close them. The next day, I received a call from the bank. Too scared to answer it, I let it go to voicemail. 2 minutes later, my phone chirped, letting me know of the new voicemail. I call my own number, listen to the automated message, and hit pound. Please enter your password, 0814. You have 1 unheard message and 2 saved messages. To listen to the unheard message, not letting her finish, I press 1. First unheard message. A curious but confident male voice begins to speak. Mister, this is Thomas, the branch manager down at the Community Financial. We received your deposit and have a few questions for you. I guess the first thing is, a deposit of that amount would always need to be made in person. With that being said, we also began to process your deposit request, and I'm not sure if you were attempting to deposit and cash the funds. Well, regardless, there would have been, I instantly noticed this emphasis on the word been, a mandatory hold on any deposit of that amount. It seems that the account of Solomon King, who also holds the account with the institution, has insufficient funds. We need to have a word with you about this matter, mister. Please call me at once. Click. Message sent today at 9:35 a.m. To delete message, press 7. To save message, press 9. I know you're frowning. The title is weird. I know. But if you could just give me a moment, I'll explain. I'll have to be fast though. I don't know how close they are. Essentially, I ordered myself on the dark web. I'm a drug user, I'll admit it. Weed is my usual go-to, but I buy that off my friend. If, however, I want to get something a little heavier, like acid or coke, I'll just order it off the dark web. It's surprisingly simple. A few clicks, some Bitcoin transfers, and then boom, I'll have acid in my P.O. box. But I'm also a curious guy. The dark web has always intrigued me. Up until a few days ago, I had only been on there to buy drugs off sites some of my friends gave to me. But late one night, I was sober and at home, which was a rare thing for me. So, since I was bored, I decided to boot up my Tor browser and try and see what sort of screwed up crap I could find in the dark web. If you've ever been on the dark web, you'll know that you can't just search up Red Rooms or Hitman for Hire and get results. No, you have to find links for these websites first. So, I hopped back onto Google again and tried to find some links to a messed up website. I know it's weird that I was actively searching for the worst, but as soon as I got on the dark web that night, I had a sense of morbid curiosity overcome me. Anyways, I spent a little while trying to find some links. Anything I found though was either too tame for me, or links that didn't work. At this point, I was about ready to give up, and I wish I had. But in one final attempt, I clicked on Reddit, hopping into r/deepweb. I didn't think I would find anything. So, I just scrolled through HOT for about half an hour, before sorting by new. Then, I found it. One simple text post titled, Slayer's Assassination and Life Ruining Services. In the text box in the post was what seemed to be just a random assortment of numbers and letters. It took my tired brain a second to figure out what it was, but I realized pretty quickly. It was a link, presumably to a Hitman website. So, I decided to paste the link into my dark web browser, and what do you know, it worked. But before I decided to go any further, I figured I should go back into the OP's profile to see if they had posted any other dark web links. However, when I went back to the post in question, OP's profile was deleted. Anyways, I reopened my dark web tab and hopped onto the site. Up along the top of the website was its name, Slayer's Assassination and Life Ruining Services, and next to it what looked to be a skull inside a crosshair. I chuckled when I saw that. The site must be fake. Upon scrolling down, however, I was not disappointed. There was a paragraph of white text on a black background, and a small box to the right of the text that just said, "Place an order." The text was the main part though. As it took up most of the page, it read, Slayer's Assassinations and Life-Ruining Services offers everything from acid attack, crippling, blinding, castration, torture, beatings, and good old death. We have the lowest prices out of any company running similar services, and we are worldwide. We have a dedicated and experienced group of staff based all over the world. If you need someone to be assassinated, or maybe you just want them scarred for life, don't hesitate to contact us. Again, I laughed. This had to be satire, right? Hell, I was even tempted to order it on someone just to see what would happen. Ironically, I actually have a half-decent job so I can afford to. Better not to risk it though, I thought to myself. I was about to close my computer and call it for a night when I heard a knock at the door. I live alone, so it was unusual to get visitors, especially so late at night. But when I opened my door, it was just my good buddy Mark, who also happened to be my weed plug. As I opened the door, he didn't hesitate to let himself in and shove a big baggie full of pot in my face. This dude is the best crap I've had in a minute. We gotta try some. I couldn't say no. Cut to a couple hours later. It's early morning and Mark and I are chilling on the couch, both blazed as hell. He suddenly decides to get up, and I assume he's going to get some leftover pizza, but he walks over to my desk and computer. Slayer's Assassinations. Are you gonna kill someone or something? He mutters. What? I reply. Your computer, dude. It's got some hacker crap on it. It's the dark web, man. Don't screw with it. At this point, I'm still on my couch, half asleep and not paying full attention. However, I sat up pretty fast when he said the words, Hey man, let's order a hitman on you. I hopped up and walked over to my PC. Part of my brain was screaming no. What the hell are you doing? But the majority of my brain, which was also the high part, was thinking about how funny it would be to order a hitman on myself. So I agree. I do make him get out of the chair though, because I didn't want him seeing what my credit card numbers were, as I transferred some Bitcoin. At the end, after I wrote all my personal details, like my address, age, and even a photo, I had to select what I wanted to happen to me. I just selected plain old assassination, as it was actually cheaper than some of the other things. I could have paid an extra couple of grand to be beaten before my death, but even my high brain didn't want to splash the cash too much on my own death. God, this is ridiculous. Anyways, I placed the order and then replied to my confirmation email, and boom, it was done. A couple of clicks and I had ordered myself on the dark web. Mark and I laughed about it for a while, but then he left about an hour later and I fell asleep not too long after. I woke up around 9 AM, which meant I got at least 6 hours of sleep, even if it felt like I got 3. I got up and out of the bed, threw on some track pants and a cotton shirt, and brewed myself a coffee before sitting down to play some games and just enjoy my Sunday. Can you imagine how shocked I was when I saw that I had ordered my death the previous night? Even though I still thought the site was bullcrap, I still felt a pit open up in my stomach. Even when I'm high, I usually can make sensible decisions. I chuckled. Not like I could remember it anyway, but I guess Mark's new crap was really good. I would assume a normal human being would be able to do something else, but I was still kind of out of it from the night before, so I just carried on with my day. I was a little more paranoid, sure, but as I said, I just assumed it was BS. I even laughed at the email I got from the website, saying that their hitman has been dispatched and was on its way. It was like ordering a package off of Amazon. I was tempted to email back and ask for same-day delivery. But I didn't need to ask, because that's exactly what I got. I didn't see it arrive. But around the time I started to cook myself a crappy dinner, I noticed a blacked-out sedan parked on the other side of the road from my house. I didn't live in a rural area, but there is a lot of trees and bushes between each of the houses on my street. So, I would be surprised if any other house saw the car except for mine. At this point, I was freaking out. What if this site was real? I don't own any weapons, aside from a slightly larger than average kitchen knife. Screw it. I'm confronting it, I decided. I put on a hoodie and slid the knife into my front pocket before waltzing out of my own house and walking right up to the driver's side window of the vehicle. Even I was astonished at my own courage. Knocking on the window, nothing happened. It was rather anticlimactic. I was fully prepared to have a fight for my life, all because I did something really dumb while I was baked. But like I said, nothing happened. I even put my head right up to the window, as if there was a reflection, to try and get a better look to see what's inside. I could barely see what was inside of the car, but all I could make out were 2 empty seats. No one was even inside. I got all hyped up for nothing. I decided to wait out by the car for a bit, but after half an hour or so, I was hungry and I had to go back inside to take my dinner out of the oven. I swear, it was only a minute between me going inside to take my dinner out of the oven and looking back out of the window and the car being gone. I didn't even hear it go. Guess I'm eating my dinner with all my curtains closed and doors locked, I muttered to myself. I had just started to calm down when the power shut off. It was sunny outside, and coupled with the car, I now knew that this was the real deal. I had signed my own death warrant. I ran into my upstairs bedroom and locked the door, and then hid under the bed. I couldn't call the cops. What would I say? Oh yes, hello sir. Turns out, while super high, I paid $5,000 for some anonymous hitman to kill me, and now he's arrived. Send an officer ASAP, please and thank you. So, I just stayed hidden under my bed, and still am now. I've been here for an hour now writing this. Think of this as my epitaph. I know I'm scared. Just a minute ago, I heard my back door slowly creak open. This piece of writing may seem humorous to you, the reader, but in reality as you read this, I'm under my bed praying to God that lost all faith in me years ago to spare me, to let me go. But I know that won't happen. My bedroom door just opened, and I can see a big pair of black boots. So I'm assuming you guys have heard of these online recipe box services. Companies like HelloFresh or Blue Apron that deliver high quality ingredients and cooking guides so that customers can create restaurant-style meals in the comfort of their own kitchens. Well, my girlfriend and I adore them. One of the highlights of our week is opening the packages to discover which delicious, healthy meal we'll be making together. It's not only brought us closer together as a couple, it's actually helped us lose a couple of pounds, since we've opted for the low-fat menus. Now, I use Tor browsers to access the dark web. Not for anything weird. I don't buy drugs or stolen electronics, nor do I venture into the seedier parts of the internet's underground. I know it's there. I just don't care to see it. But on one little browsing session, I came across a recipe box service that appeared to be exclusive to the dark web. It was called You Go Cook. It only accepted Bitcoin payments, but it promised to be the most exciting, adventurous meal delivery service available. I signed up without a second thought. My girlfriend would be in for a delectable surprise. The first recipe box arrived exactly on schedule. We were already making awkward jokes about the probability of being tricked into consuming human flesh sent by some dark web psychopath. Yet, as we popped open the box and saw that the ingredients were indeed of the highest quality, all our fears dissipated. That doesn't mean it wasn't an unusual meal plan. The fillet of Guy came with a large, bright white slab of meat, along with little baggies of potent-smelling herbs. Galangal from Southeast Asia, Pandanus from the South Pacific, along with all manner of seasoning that neither of us ever heard of. I admit, we were both a little apprehensive to sample such adventurous cuisine, but once the divine smells of the meat and spices in our skillet had begun to waft around the kitchen, we were sold. It was without doubt the most delicious meal either of us ever had tasted in our lives. Rich, exotic flavors that seemed to effortlessly complete each other, along with the most tender, mouth-watering meat I've ever purchased. But something was wrong. The next morning, both of us had to call into work. My girlfriend wouldn't stop puking into the bathroom sink, while I had diarrhea so bad that it left me painfully dehydrated. I emailed the customer complaints department of You Go Cook, pretty angry that their meal had gotten us so goddamn sick. The reply came back almost instantly. Apparently, they were inundated with complaints since one of the ingredients in the last batch had not been sourced properly. I had no idea what that meant, but I found their offer of a full refund and a free meal kit to be very reasonable. There was, however, a caveat. The meat we'd been sourced was from a very rare sea creature, one on the endangered species list, and therefore highly illegal to purchase or consume. We were instructed not to contact any local emergency services, since this could result in our arrest and detainment. We've waited days now, and nothing has arrived. Each of us have been too sick to leave our apartment, but we're not yet desperate enough to call 911. We just don't have the cash to spare for something like that, and I'm terrified we'll be arrested if the authorities discover what we've eaten. My girlfriend has been sleeping for almost 24 hours now, and she's very weak. Her skin has turned from healthy pink to a sickly pale. Last time I checked on her, she actually looked kind of gray. She was wheezing too, her mouth gaping as she gasps for fresh air. Almost like a fish when it's trapped out of water. I'm really worried about her, and I'm scared she's dying. I really feel woozy, but I think the meal delivery guy has arrived. He's been wandering around the hallway outside for a while now. I'm not sure how long. I'm losing track of time, but it must be them. I hope it is, anyway. I checked the peephole on our front door. The guy wears a weird-looking rubber uniform and a small face mask with ventilators on it. I call out to him, but he won't reply. He just stares back at the peephole with that dark visor covering his eyes. He's been watching, waiting, taking notes while the other men in rubber uniforms and face masks arrive. I don't recognize the symbols on their clothing or equipment. They carry a lot of equipment, medical-looking stuff, but something tells me they're not here to help. My name is Scott. I was recently diagnosed with depression, so my life has really been bad recently. I still can't explain what happened to me yesterday. I don't think I'm safe right now, so I'm just gonna get this out now. Hopefully, people will learn from this Reddit post to never go on the dark web. So it was Sunday, May 12th, 2019, Mother's Day. Sadly, my mother passed away 7 years ago. Since I have nothing to do, I invite some friends over. Let me tell you that this friend was a ghost hunter. He basically loved all things scary. Fast forward 2 hours and me and that friend are sitting at a computer, contemplating what we should do. My friend, being the bold man he is, gives the genius idea to go on the dark web. Now, this is where I should have shut it down. But I was pretty drunk and bored, so screw it. We go on some video chatting website on the dark web with a random person with the username Dead in Decay. Stupid, I know. The user seems to be a male of the age between 20 and 25. He is out in the pitch black, walking to what seems to be his home. The odd thing that I noticed was that he was holding something on his shoulder. "Hey, can you keep a secret?" he says. Sure man. What's up?" my friend says. "I just killed someone." He said some pretty graphic stuff after this. I'll spare you the details of what he said. My friend isn't fazed by this comment. I, however, am pretty spooked by this. Mostly by the bag that he's carrying. He then comes to a sudden stop and drops the bag in what seems to be like a backyard. This looks very similar to my backyard. I know this because there's a very big hole with a patch of dirt, which is where I buried my dog last year. Out of curiosity, I got up out of my chair and went downstairs out the back door. Me, being the drunken idiot that I was, didn't bring a knife or my friend, just a dusty flashlight. What I saw when I walked outside still haunts me. I was hit with a rotten smell. I saw a skinny man digging out a hole where my dog was and taking his decaying body out of his resting place and putting another body in there, I tried to chase after him, but it was no use. I called the police, but nobody believed me. It is now 9 a.m. and I didn't go to work today. I'm writing this now because I think he's coming back to finish the job. It's now 3:30 and I've seen the same white van pass my house around 5 times. It seems as if the driver is scoping out my house. These may be my last minutes. If I don't make it, spread the word. The van is parked outside my door, and a man is walking out of it, coming up to my door. I have my .44 caliber gun at my hip while typing this. The man is fiddling with my front doorknob. I feel as if they are my final breaths. I feel like ending it now and jumping out the window. So, I was doing what I do best the other day. By that, I mean sifting through the depraved cesspool of the internet known as the dark web, and just generally being a lazy person. I spend a lot of time doing that, just randomly clicking links to things I probably shouldn't, and then being horrified by what lies on the other side. I've seen a lot of stuff on there. Gore boards, dock spins, torture sites, animal cruelty. You get the picture. You've all heard the stories. Everything wrong with the human species can be found somewhere in the dark web, or so they say. I find it all fascinating to glimpse people when anonymity takes a hold and see what monstrous things people are capable of behind closed doors. It's like peeling back the curtain on a Sesame Street play and finding the showrunners having a satanic orgy backstage. You see people for what they really are, monsters. So I began my voyage, monster in hand and freshly stoned mind, ready to be mortified. From my closet, the inflatable erotic doll I had been given as a gag Christmas present looked on in a disapproving manner with a lifeless, open-mouthed stare. Don't judge me, Miley. I performed the usual diagnostics and booted up Tor. I found myself on the hidden wiki soon after, staring at dozens of links available for the taking. I saw little of interest there, so quickly I switched over to DuckDuckGo. I pondered upon what to type in the search for a little bit. You have to be careful how you go about browsing Tor, and randomly entering murder or torture into a search bar could get you into a world of trouble. You never know who's lurking. I finally ended up typing in one word: sick. That ought to get some interesting results. The results were initially less than stellar, but soon I did find myself on an apparent blog of some sort. Darkness of the soul. Edginess, level maximum. I glanced through the blog and found dozens of entries ranging from paranormal, conspiracy theories, short stories, and real-life crime essays. It was actually pretty interesting, and the guy who wrote it was indeed pretty gifted in the vernacular department. I spent some time glancing through them until one entry caught my eye. It was titled, Dark Sites on the Dark Web. Are they real? I found my interest piqued, and so I clicked it. The article listed several relatively prominent and notoriously vile sites like Cannibal Cafe, Cruel Onion Wiki, Violent Fantasies, and Playpen, none of which were what I was really looking for. But then, one caught my eye that I didn't recognize. It was listed only as the site with no name. The author was even kind enough to provide a link, to which I clicked without a moment's hesitation. This hidden site has been seized as part of a joint law enforcement operation. I groaned while reclining in my swivel chair and downing the remainder of my monster. They always have to take away the fun. Just as I was about to click back through, I noticed a small detail which drew my attention back. In the lower left-hand quadrant of the page, there was a slight discoloration that caught my eye. I've seen that same message hundreds of times, but this one looked different. On a whim, I highlighted the section with my mouse. Just as I had suspected, a series of texts lit up with the strands of numbers. The numbers just looked like gibberish at first, but on closer inspection, I noticed a single Russian word. The translation was enter. Luckily for me, I speak a bit of Russian, so I recognized the phrase right away. I hovered the cursor over the word and watched as the pointer shifted to indicate a hidden link. Clever. Hiding behind a smokescreen like that. That's a first for me. I clicked it. The page loaded for a while before finally opening to a new page. It was black with red font, and much as the article suggested, had no title on the top of the page. It appeared to be just another catalog site. There was actually very little of substance anywhere on the page, just random links with no indication as to where they may lead. I clicked several of the links, but all of them turned out to be dead. Well, except for one, that is, which opened to a disgusting image of someone pooping on a guy's face. I nearly vomited at the sight of it. I have a pretty strong stomach when it comes to gore and violence, but poop is my kryptonite. When someone would allow someone else to defecate on them, I will never understand it. But then again, there's a lot of things I'll never understand, especially regarding the dark web. I knew it was a troll on their end, and I'll admit, they got me pretty good. I knew they were hiding something though. I mean, why go the trouble of constructing an elaborate decoy if there wasn't anything illegal going on? Sure, creating the backdrop of the infamous government agency message wouldn't be too difficult. But if nothing illegal was going on then, why bother doing it all? Mimicking my efforts from earlier, I highlighted the page once again. Sure enough, there was something at the bottom of the page which had been all but invisible beforehand. It was a series of numbers, spaced out horizontally. I thought at first it was another address, but there was no .onion at the end. The numbers were organized as followed: 4, 9, 11, 6, 2, 7, 12, 1, 3, 8, 10, 5. I thought maybe it was some sort of password at first glance, but to what? All of the links were dead, except for the one with that nasty image, and I was not about to click on that again. I pondered over the image for a moment, before noticing another detail. I counted the links, and noticed that there were 12 in total, that had to be related to the numbers. I thought maybe clicking each link in that order, correlating to the strand of numbers, would unlock something, so I tried that. After clicking the last one, nothing had changed. I sat back and again studied the chain of numbers. There had to be a pattern or method to how they were organized. I pulled my phone out and punched the numbers into Google, but found nothing but tips for calculating fractions. In no mood for math, I put my phone away and again stared at my screen. What if the numbers weren't related to the links? What if this was simply a clue to another site of some kind? I scoured all over the page, clicking every square inch to try and find something. I don't know why, I had become so infatuated with discovering the answer, but boredom can be a deadly motivator. Suddenly, I was struck with an epiphany while staring at the top link. It had 12 digits in it. In fact, most, if not all, .onion addresses had 12 digits in them. What if the numbers were clues to an entirely new address? I counted the links and, lo and behold, there was a grand total of 12. Each with 12 digits. Maybe each number was in relation to the link in the sequence. Maybe they were dead links, because they were never designed to lead anywhere. They were only designed to be clues. On a new hunch, I wrote down the 4th digit on the top link, the 9th on the 2nd, the 11th on the 3rd, so on and so forth, until I had an entirely new web address. I typed what I had written into the search bar and hit enter. My eyes widened as another web page began to load. I gave myself a metaphoric pat on the back for unraveling the mystery, but I had no idea what I was about to stumble into. The page finally loaded, and I was given a new name at the top of the page, Happy Fun Time. There were dozens of pictures and videos organized all over the page, none of which I would ever describe in the words of happy or fun. It was a gore forum. My heart pulsated in my chest as I looked upon the first image. It was a picture of a guy who had his skull crushed beneath a tire of a truck. Blood and gray matter had been scattered everywhere as several onlookers stood about gawking at the scene. The second was an image of another man who had been decapitated and has had his genitals placed in his mouth. Probably a victim of the cartels if I had to guess. The third was a video, a very depraved video. It was grainy quality and terribly shaky, but after a few seconds, it showed what appeared to be a lone woman walking down the street at night. The person filming was obscured a couple dozen yards away in some alley. Suddenly, 2 other men emerged further down the street and bum-rushed the woman. They were on her in an instant, before she even had the time to scream. They grabbed her, and the cameraman sprung up to join the action. All the while, he chuckled quietly in the most unsettling tone I have ever heard anyone utter. It was giddy, and a juvenile giggle, the likes of which could only be produced by a severely deranged individual. The woman attempted to scream, but the 2 men held her mouth firmly, preventing her from doing so. They dragged her back into the alley, as the giggling cameraman followed. I turned it off then, knowing exactly where it was headed. A reasonable person would have just exited the site by that point, but morbid curiosity is a powerful narcotic. The next entry on the list, though, ensured that any doubts I had of authenticity of the site would no longer stand. It was a series of pictures, this time involving a little girl who couldn't have been more than 5 years old. She had sandy blonde hair and royal blue eyes. The pictures were innocuous at first, or at least they would have been if not for the site which they were posted on. It started as just pictures that looked to be taken straight from someone's Facebook profile. A deep pit formed in my stomach as I sifted through them. The pictures began to grow ever more disturbing as they went on. At first, it was the little girl with her family and dogs, but soon, the pictures began to look as though someone was taking them without her knowledge. There was one where she was swinging at the park with several other children, another where she was playing with toys in the backyard, and the picture looking like it was taken from over the fence. I felt a cold chill creep down my spine as I anticipated where these pictures were headed. One picture stood out immediately. It was of a house at night, illuminated only by the flash of the camera. The next picture showed 2 people, a man and a woman lying in a bed. Their throats were both open, and their bed was soiled with the dark crimson. The next picture showed the little girl, clearly distressed with a black swollen eye. The remainder of the pictures went on to show the unknown cameraman taking her and doing terrible things to her. I won't even dignify his actions by putting them to paper. Some things are just better off forgotten entirely. Needless to say, it was the most disgusting thing I had ever seen. As horrible as the images were, the comments may have been almost on par. They were a mix of English and Russian. There were dozens of them, with almost all lobbing heaps of praise under the vile cameraman and expressing their own sexual gratification with his actions. God is dead, and the dark web is proof of that. How in the world did we get to the point in which human beings like this can exist? I felt sorrow rise within me for the innocent young girl who had been so violently violated and torn from the world. Normally, I feel nothing for random people on the internet, but the tragedy that befell her reminded me of things done to me in my own past. Maybe that's why I'm so screwed up. More than sorrow, though, I felt anger. That was when I made my first mistake. Congratulations, fellas. You are without a doubt the most disgusting sacks of crap in this entire world. Cops have been notified, so have fun jerking each other off in the time you have left. Might as well do the world a favor and just leave it. I couldn't stop my hands from typing out the message, and before I knew it, my comment was inscribed just below all the others. I sat upon the screen for a moment, before others began to appear, all of them insulting me and making fun of my empathy for the girl. Me and the other users fired back and forth for a while, before a familiar user posted. It was the same profile which had first posted the images to begin with. His first post confused me, as it was only a set of numbers with intermittent periods. I glanced at the comments before a horrible realization took hold. It was an IP address. My IP address. Before I could react, he followed up with my full name, address, and social security number. I froze, unable to figure out how he had tracked me. It was then that I discovered my second mistake. Like an idiot, I had neglected to activate Tails. They had traced me. Thanks for stopping by, friend. I'll see you soon. Then you will get a whole episode on this site starring you. His words sent chills down my spine. I stared at the screen, dumbfounded and without a clue how to proceed. Not content with 2 mistakes, and apparently with secret lust for self-endangerment and masochism. I made a third one. Screw off. I posted the comment and quickly shut down the Tor browser and closed my laptop. I thought about the events that had just been transcripted and somehow just ended up laughing them off. After all, there was no way that bastard is going to go through the trouble of tracking me down. People say crap online all the time, but they never act on it. It's all just empty threats. Either way though, I had some preparation to take care of. I called the police and the non-emergency hotline and informed them of the events. I gave them the web address I had gotten, and they told me they would investigate it. After that, I called my insurance company to alert them about someone finding my social, and proceeded to drink myself stupid, hoping liquor would drown the memories. Days went by, and nothing had changed. That is, until the end of the week. I had just returned from work, when I saw an unfamiliar black Astro van sitting down the block from my house. I paid it little mind at the time, and to be honest, only realized the implications after the event. I had since forgotten my careless spree into the deep web from days earlier, and thought nothing of the van. I got inside and again booted up my computer for some mindless browsing. As I did, I heard a noise outside. It sounded like someone climbing the fence outside. I live alone and have no pets, so I knew whatever it wasn't from my house. I thought about investigating it, but quickly the shattering of glass made it clear that it wasn't a good idea. I heard footsteps emanate from down below, giving the distinct sound of boots on hardwood floor. They grew nearer and nearer, and I found myself frozen with terror. It was like my body just refused to accept the situation and would not respond no matter what I did. That would have been a most astute time for me to have gotten my gun. Problem was, I didn't have one. The footsteps got louder and louder, all the way up the stairs with booming stomps of feet. I heard them trudge towards my bedroom door and linger just outside. My heart was in my throat, and sweat had begun to drip from every square inch of my body. The door slowly creaked open, and in stepped a man with dark clothing and a simplistic porcelain mask. He walked inside, brandishing a suppressed pistol in his right hand. He grew closer and closer, and then he walked right past me. I didn't know why they never bothered to check the closet. It's always the first place I look. I guess maybe he was too distracted by the doll that sat on my desk. Hood up with headphones on to complete the decoy, and a lull in the approaching predator. I guess the inflatable sex doll came in handy after all. He stepped towards the dummy, and I emerged from behind like a tiger from the jungle, silent and with ravenous hunger. I could feel the saliva begin to pool within my mouth as he reached the prop. He put a hand on the dummy, and I put my hand on his throat. He struggled, like they all do, but I quickly had stripped the firearm from his grip. A simple incision underneath the arm with the blade does wonders in demanding obedience. All it takes is a slit underneath the ulnar nerve, and the arm becomes essentially useless. The unbearable pain it causes is also a bonus. He dropped the gun, and I slammed him to the ground face first. With one motion, I put my foot on his left eyebrow and grabbed his wrist with my hand while the other held the blade to his throat. I then leered close behind him and whispered to him, "What time does my episode air? I don't want to miss it." Before he could respond, I yanked his arm backwards while pushing my boot firmly on his elbow. His bone cracked and then popped from his hinge as his arm went backwards into the opposite direction it was meant to. The man cried out in agonizing screams, but I quickly silenced him. He writhed upon the ground and moaned pitifully as the blood began to drip from his mangled arm. His eyes looked back at me, and I could see that oh-so-sweet luster of panic-stricken prey glisten in his dark, drooling eyes. The hunter had become the hunted, and I could not stop the diabolic grin from slithering its way onto my face. It's time to feed. It's a weird feeling when you first kill someone. Most start as a crime of passion, anger, which boils over and leads to an act of violence. You learn a lot about people in their last seconds of life, their secrets, their faiths, their fear. You learn a lot about yourself too, like how you, a normal dude, could so easily swipe the life of another. There is a raw primal satisfaction in that feeling, knowing that you yourself hold dominion over death. The feeling is addictive. Once is never enough though, and as soon as you feel that urge to repeat your actions, the dopamine rush, the burst of euphoria, it's as sweet as honey to the mind. I was more careful from then on, picking targets with no relation to me, and no reason to suspect my intent. After a time though, I grew tired of targeting the usual populace. It just didn't thrill me in the way it used to. You can only shoot fish in a barrel so many times before you want to dive into the ocean. What I needed was a new challenge, a new prey to rekindle the flame beneath me. I don't want the sheep anymore. What I need now is the wolf. Do you have any idea how satisfying it is to see the eyes of a predator turn into a helpless little lamb? To know that the terror they once instilled in others is now force-fed down their own throat. They never expect it, and there is no feeling so delicious. It is the ultimate poetic justice, monstrous actions done to monstrous people. The flood of adrenaline through their system also gives the meat a wonderful flavor. My real name is irrelevant, for the annuals of history will forget, but I have become known in certain circles by my adopted moniker, Sig Sepsis. You can find my advertisements all over the web in one form or another. My skills are taboo, but refined, my clientele willing, and their taste insatiable. To hunt a monster, you must know how to find a monster. You must become a monster. So to all the friends upon the forum known as Happy Funtime, and the rest of the world at large, I see you. If any of you gentlemen would like to retrieve the remains of your fallen comrades, then you know where to find me. And if you, dear reader, happen to partake in the odious fantasies of the repugnant underworld as well, then perhaps I will see you one day too. In order to give context to this post, let me explain who I am and why I'm bothering to share this information. I'm 22 years old, just finished my master's at university. I was about 12 when I was given permission to start using my dad's spare laptop, since his work gave him a new one every couple of years and he thought I could use the experience of getting used to tech early on. When I got into high school, I got word from a group of stoners that people were accessing restricted parts of the internet which held everyone's information. I went ahead and did some more digging online and found out about the dark web, finding proxy sites as well as hacks that you could use via command prompts to mask your IP address and basically walk through a lot of locked doors. I spent the better part of my late teens doing this kind of stuff online, using a few online forums like Raddot most of the time, to talk with people who were basically doing the same stuff as me. I didn't have many friends offline, so yeah, online was the place for me and I got pretty good at blending in. I had 3 aliases, which I used, but only a close online friend of mine knew that they were all me. Nathan was my main link to the dark web, since he somehow spent more time on it than I did, even when the only thing I did other than ghosting with him was playing Halo with him on my friends list. What I liked about him is that neither of us mentioned our last names or any real information, even though we both could have looked it up at any time and found pretty much whatever we wanted about the other person. That being said, I trusted Nathan more than almost anyone, and he knows more about this story than I'll be willing to admit on here. During uni, I roomed with a local dealer who, unknown to the education board that expelled him, worked for me. It was easy to order narcotics online like MDMA and X if you knew where to look. I even had them shipped to my dorm room's local P.O. box at one time without anyone being none the wiser. I'd get the drugs online. My former friend would then use his real-life connections to sell them since I didn't really have any of my own. This was around the time I felt like I held all the cards and no one could touch me if they couldn't track my IP. I was in the second year of my biomed course when I got into that stupid stuff. Scumbags would share snuff videos online that were absolutely horrible. This was why I only used links that I either found myself or more often the ones that Nathan gave me. We would spend days, literally days, just marveling at all the crazy stuff which people could get away with. Yeah, the government had shut down the main sites like Silk Road and Mad Onion, but those are all like the only ones the idiots online seem to ever take notice of. Other hackers would message me on forums asking for sites to get weed and other drugs from, which was as simple as pointing in a direction. The university claimed to monitor the internet traffic to stop people from doing freaky stuff online after they heard that people were hacking student accounts and ruining online schedules. But I guarantee you that they absolutely did nothing to people who were actually doing it. Note, I'm not confessing to have done these acts. I just know exactly which individuals did. By third year, I had made enough money to have a long screen setup of my own, which made decrypting site details a lot quicker for me. And I had eventually gotten pretty good at it. I'd been delving around some messed up sites, and to be honest, I'd even talk in chat rooms to some of the admins in charge of them. You'd be surprised how normal a CP site owner would seem if you didn't know that he also had a day job. I got more curious though, and it was pretty stupid of me. After nearly 10 years of seamlessly making my way around the dark web, I joined Nathan as well as a few others in the chat room, just screwing about and sharing some screwed up sites. It might sound weird, but for me, it's a pretty everyday thing to do. Nathan and another friend were talking about some site that no one had managed to get past the encryption to apart from one another person, who's even more of a no-life than me. The rest of us are pretty sure he's autistic or something, because the site he shared with us was pretty arguably the most vile thing I'd ever laid eyes upon. For those of you still with me, this is why I'm posting this here. This site is the most cancerous and revolting sector from the darkest part of the dark web. It is a scar that I bear to this day, and it is one that I will never, ever forget. I'll warn readers again, this is not for the faint-hearted, and something that even the most emotionally numb people will be able to deal with. I won't share the site URL since I don't want this post being taken down. Nor do I want anyone even giving the slightest bit of publicity aside what I have to say here. That being said, it did have a subheading in the HTML that I'll leave other people like me to have a look at if they want to. Most people referred to it as cold body. The autistic dude who was in the chat room earlier gave Nathan and I an encrypted URL for us, but he was too giddy about getting through the site himself and sent us the encryption, so Nathan and I manually had to go through the whole process ourselves. We tried for hours. Nathan and I had been doing this for an entirety of our adult lives, yet we'd never seen code like this before. Come to think of it, I doubt that the other guy in that chat cracked this by himself. Nathan and I both called it a night, so I left the command prompt open and went outside to smoke a joint. Nathan remained in the chat so we could play Anvil, a Russian crack version of Halo for PC. But when I got back, his microphone was muted for some reason. For people like us who had nothing to hide from each other, we almost never muted our mics. I waited a few minutes, thinking maybe he's jacking off and maybe gone to get something. Nothing. I don't think much of it, my brain too occupied by the cannabinoids flowing through my bloodstream. I sat down and took another look through the code, thinking there was something I missed. I did. The code was completely different, completely unencrypted. I simply launched the URL in my PC Word for a while, until finally, it opened up about 20 windows across my 2 monitors, all of them scrambling code through a debugger that I had installed. Even with 32 gigabytes of RAM, my computer was making more noise than it ever did with this kind of stuff. I thought to myself, crap, I'm gonna have to OC my stuff in the BIOS if I was going to get a shot of getting through this. And I wasn't feeling up for it after smoking too much. I get ready to hard restart before my monitors turn off and back on one at a time. This is when I started getting a bit paranoid and was thinking of just letting it go. I wish that was what I did. The windows were almost gone. Only 4 were still there, and 2 of them were normal deep websites that the admin probably used to relay IP addresses through. First site that I'd seen do that. All of the text was a dark red and extremely primitive for a site that I thought would be at least a little bit more impressive considering its security. The main center window had only a small amount of text on the screen. If you had made it this far, you know what you are in for. If you still don't, you don't belong here. Even though I was feeling mellow, the text in sheer awe of what I was getting myself into pierced me with fear. A simple yes, no prompt popped up in the window. I accepted, ready for whatever awaited me on the other side. A chat room window came to life in the second remaining window. I was wondering what it was for. Perhaps another IP relay, or a shadow app that hid the true nature of the site behind it. It simply stated, insert name, as well as an optional password that I'm still not sure what was for. The fact that people might have accounts to this kind of site, looking back on it, is screwed up. I used my most recent alias, Diablo _ hashtag 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 hashtag. The hashtags are censored for obvious reasons. A couple more scrolls of a red text flew up in the window, and then it opened up into an actual sort of chat room like you'd see on Omegle or something else, except with no ads or color or anything besides the dark red text. The chat was a bit more advanced than the first window, which was now frozen and wasn't responding to any console commands I was using on it. I have to say, the feeling of finding the site in the first place felt pretty awesome. I couldn't wait to tell Nathan. That was until the chat window popped up with the names. One that I recognized was his, using one of his aliases as well. I'd say about 3 dozen people were in the chat room. No names that I can remember, and even if I did, I wouldn't dare reveal them, not after this. I tried calling Nathan on my phone, but he obviously wasn't picking up. We were so screwed. It was stupid of us to delve this deep without even knowing what we were getting ourselves into. Users definitely had met before, as they immediately started posting messages to the window as me and Nathan remained silent. As they were casually talking about stuff, I was starting to calm down a bit. Maybe this was just a stupid exclusive cult website that talked about organizing deals or other dumb stuff that I've found in the past. It all seemed so normal. So why all the obscurity? The first window, still blank and unresponsive, suddenly began loading up a video file of some sort. A snuff video, perhaps. It would make sense to hide one, but not this extensively, and the room didn't make much sense. I wish this stuff had been going through my head at the time, if I wasn't stupid enough to get stoned before going through with this stuff. I felt tempted to ask the other users what the video was about, but I was too afraid that might give me away as someone who's not supposed to be there. Nathan hadn't said anything either, so I wasn't gonna risk doing something suspicious like that. I got the guts to ask, what are we all here for? trying to sound as eccentric and dim-witted as I could. I didn't get a response from them. As a matter of fact, no one said another word. Nathan stayed quiet, but I assumed that he had noticed me in the chat as well, now that I had posted. The video had stopped loading and had begun playing. Some more messages from the other users sharing their anticipation, as footage of a dark gray basement somewhere took shape on the screen. The resolution for the video was pretty awful at first, but rendered pretty well after about 30 seconds. I was scared. No one else was in the house that I share with my roommates. Most had left for summer vacation, and I didn't head home for another 2 weeks. I was alone in the dark with little else but the ambient sound of whatever was happening behind the camera in the video. It stays like this for about 4 to 5 minutes. I spent every second of it staring at the screen, waiting for something to happen. Finally, a dude steps onto the screen holding up a whiteboard with foreign letters on it, as well as words, "cold body" underneath. The guy was ominous to look at, pretty overweight, and what only could be described as motorbiker's beard. The man spoke. I had no idea what he was saying at first. He was speaking in Chinese, I think, but I don't really know. Luckily for Nathan and I, the man had another person beside him who spoke some broken English. "Hello, users. Welcome to the Cold Body Show," I think he said. I was honestly more interested than scared at this point. This video looked like it could be something worth showing to the others. That thought never crossed my mind again. The man with the broken English burst into tears and sobs out of nowhere. He sobs in front of the camera and jerks around in what I can only guess was desperation. The man holding the sign yells at the guy in Chinese before another man enters the frame and puts a gun to his head. Before I could even realize it was a gun, the man fired. He didn't stop there. Pressing the barrel of the gun against the dead man's temple, he fired, again and again, each shot spraying blood, and what I guess were pieces of the man's skull all over the place. Okay, so a shock video. Not much out of the ordinary here. That was when I stared at the chat window again. The users were talking about what they should do next. Users were typing in all different languages, but almost all the English ones that I read said shoot him again. I realized then that I wasn't watching some shock video or stupid snuff film that the admins had hid behind a wall of proxies. This was a live stream. I was watching a live stream of people being murdered in front of me. We all were. I typed into the chat, "You sick people," and "What the hell are you doing?" But the texts weren't responded to because so many people were spamming the chat with foreign text I couldn't read. Another person is brought out in front of the camera, this time already sobbing and trying to break free of the ropes that had been bound around her ankles and wrists. She was bare naked and covered in bruises and cuts. I didn't do anything but wait for the inevitable. The man shot her in the head and watched her body fall limp to the floor. People in chat cheered and asked for more. Someone picks up the camera and positions it in a different direction towards the metal table, covered with some sort of bin liner. The woman's body was dragged by her hair into the frame and placed onto the table. What happened next? I don't think the world should know. I'm not kidding. This is your final warning. The body was slumped on the table like a surgeon would do before operating on a person. Some more people, wearing red and black ski masks, went up to the body holding items varying from kitchen knives to cordless drills. I couldn't watch without feeling physically sick to my stomach. The men tore her apart, limb from limb, stabbing at her torso and cutting her open. I took another glance to see one of the men having sex with mutilated corpses. I almost immediately retched and almost vomit over my keyboard, but I gained control of myself before that happens. My heart was beating like crazy. The whole situation was screwed up, and I was in way over my head. By the time the men were finished, there was a literal stump of a human being left. Not that you could call that human anymore. Her head was literally torn off her neck and stuffed into her body cavity along with one of her arms. If it weren't for the other weird sights that I had been seeing before this, I might have not stayed as long as I did. 3 more people were brought into the screen, all of them screaming for their lives and trying to escape. One of them is shot in the leg, and others stand there shaking in place, trying not to scream again. The man holding the sign walks up to the lens of the camera and stares into it. I see his black eyes, blood splattered across his face. I breathe faster, and I actually had to look away. It was like he was staring right at me. He says something else in a foreign language, probably the same one as before. When he stops speaking, the chat window does the same. Hardly a single other post, just a chat window awaiting some response. About 20 seconds pass of him just staring into the camera after speaking. Nothing happens at first. The chat then mentioned me and Nathan by our usernames. More of them spam our names into posts that take over the scrolling message board. As soon as they mentioned our aliases, I started freaking out. I try to close the black windows, but every time that I try, the window says that the application isn't responding. The live stream continues. The man staring at me, and the messages prompting me to say something. One of the few comments in proper English pops up. He asks us to choose which one to kill first. I freeze for about 5 seconds before unplugging my computer from the wall. I didn't care about anything anymore. I just wanted to leave the site and never come back. I sat there with the blank screen in front of me for a bit before pacing around the kitchen. I was done with it. I didn't sleep at all. I was too traumatized to even think about resting after what I had seen. At the time of this happening, I was thinking about reporting the site to the police, but I, of all people, know that they can't do anything to stop this. To think that more of these sites could exist, the more people are getting gunned down and mutilated for entertainment, it's still something that I can't think about. I spent 2 days talking to some close friends about this stuff, though I left out all the details and just said I'd seen something disturbing online. They all know what I do in my free time, so they didn't think much of it, since I mentioned snuff films and messed up sites before. They didn't know what Nathan and I had seen. I mustered up the courage to turn on my PC again, and I was relieved to see no sign of any viruses, and most of all, no black windows scattered on my desktop. I immediately go to check if Nathan had left me any messages on Raddot. I had several messages from him, with a few files attached to the second. I was hoping to talk this whole ordeal through with him, but the files immediately caught my eye. The attachments were pictures of me, stolen from my Facebook and email. Pictures of my old school, university, and even my friends here. The messages after were my addresses, emails, online aliases, and even the names of my family members. My IP address was posted at the bottom, and I realized how screwed I was. The last picture of me and my old girlfriend, with her IP address and details posted at the top of the picture. There was no way that they tracked me down. I'd take a few minutes to pull myself together before writing, "What happened and who are you?" I didn't even get a response, and I still haven't to this day. He has all my details. He knows everything about me and my family, and I don't even know what else. I still don't know what happened to him since I left the live stream. I can only pray that the information he has doesn't fall into the hands of those murderous, insane people who killed and desecrated dozens of people on the darkest part of the internet. I can't let them find me, or those who I care about. I will never go back to that part of the internet ever again. It's not safe for me, or you, or anyone. The police can't find them, but they can find you. Don't try to find the site. Don't try and report the site. They will do to you what they did to me, and if you think they won't find you, then remember that I was invisible. The dark web ruined my life. I only went on because I knew my uncle used to. He's really good with computers, so I guess I got my skill with technology from him. I'm not gonna say how I got on there because I don't want to make it easier for others to make the same mistake I did. Anyways, after a little while of looking around, I found a link titled Hypnotizing Scenery. I don't know what compelled me to click on it. I hadn't planned to click on anything at all. I just wanted to look around a bit to soothe my curiosity, I suppose. When I clicked on it though, well, it was weird. At first, it was a bunch of normal scenery. Pictures of mountains, old castles, oceans, normal stuff. Then the pictures started changing faster and faster. I couldn't even really make out what the pictures were of anymore. I saw a lot of red, like maybe blood, on clothes, maybe a mattress. I'm not sure, but it also looked like there were words over the pictures. I couldn't read what they said in time before it switched pictures again. Suddenly, it ended with a blank screen, with white text that read, "Good luck." I feel like I should mention that this was all about 30 seconds. After it ended, I shut down everything and got into bed. The next morning when I woke up, I had this horrible migraine. It just wouldn't go away. When I went to school, everyone seemed so loud and annoying. This one kid, Anthony in particular, was driving me insane. He kept poking me with his pencil, as he did every day. I'd tell him to stop, but he would just laugh. As he did this, I kept thinking how great it would be to rip his arm out of its socket. Maybe poke him with the pencil in the throat, see how he likes it. I had decided, the next time he poked me, I would kill him. 1, 2, 3, 4, poke. I snapped my head around, got up, and ripped the pencil from his hand so hard he fell out of his chair. I got on top of him and held the pencil to his throat, pressing harder and harder. He was grasping at my arms trying to get me off of him, but I felt stronger than ever. He couldn't manage to push me off as a trickle of blood began to run down the side of his neck. That's when the principal, vice principal, and 3 janitors managed to pull me off. Suddenly, I heard all the screaming and commotion. All 35 students crowded against the wall in the corner, with the teacher gasping for air, crying and backing up against her desk. My parents came and got me about 20 minutes later. The cops were never called, and I guess the kids' parents decided not to call them and press charges. I'm not sure why. I would've. I was expelled from school, however, and my parents were pretty angry. I don't know what came over me, but as I had the pencil against his throat, all I could think about was how great I felt. Invincible. Free. Powerful. Now, I just felt like the same 16-year-old. 5 foot 3 inch, 120 pounds small girl I was the day before, and my migraine was back. I remembered that it had started to fade away as I tackled Anthony. I tried to get to sleep, but all I could think about was how he got away. I wanted him dead, bloody on the ground and gasping for breath. I wanted to kill him. I wanted to be the last thing he saw before he died. I couldn't believe I was thinking this way. I've never been a violent person, but now that I was thinking about it, I didn't care who it was. I just wanted to kill someone. Not just kill them, but torture them. I decided to go back to that page to see if I could find some answers. It was that link that did this to me. Turned me into some kind of monster. There it was. Hypnotizing scenery. This time when I clicked on it though, it was a list. A set of rules. Number 1. Always finish the kill. If you don't, the migraine will worsen quickly, and you'll be dead within 4 months. Number 2. Take it slow. Don't finish it off too soon, or the migraine will return faster. Number 3. Don't be stupid. Don't get caught. Number 4. Leave the mark. Something for them to remember me. A small J carved into their forehead. Number 5. You are my creation. I made you to continue my legacy. Don't fight it. It's not worth it. I'm now 26 years old and I've killed a countless number of people. Anthony was my first official kill. Only 3 months after the incident, when I couldn't handle the migraine anymore. I don't think that I'm me anymore. My creator will probably see this and might end me, but I wanted to write this as a warning before the monster takes over again. Don't go on the dark web. It's not worth it. Just some insight about me. I'm a 19-year-old male with a decent body build from Florida. I live in a rural area where my house is surrounded by trees, and it's a long way from here to a bus stop. I usually jog on my way there and take a bus to my university, which I didn't have enough to afford housing there. I was late to class by about 5 minutes. I took my seat and started to prepare my notes and listen to the professor. I was opening a book when I hear a group of students by me talking about how there are some horrible stuff on the internet, and that he ordered some weed and LSD. I was interested in what they were saying, but not about the weed. And about how there are other stuff that cannot be found with your typical search engine. Class was just about to end, and I heard one of them saying that his buddy should download the search engine called Tor. I finally finished my classes for the day and started to head home. I'd take my usual route, jog to the bus stop, take the bus to the closest station to my house, and I'd jog the rest of the way back. I entered the house and ran to my room curious on what they were talking about. I turned on my computer and directly searched Tor browser and installed it. Before I went on it, I did some research about it, and that it's best if I install a VPN to keep my IP hidden. I also stumbled upon how that's where the deep web lies, and that it's a place no one should visit. My curiosity got the best of me and decided to proceed. I turned on the VPN and launched Tor and found some links. I went to each of them, and they were the typical drugstore, government secrets, and your average firearm dealer. But that's when I opened the next link, which led me to a blank site. There was nothing in the page until the words popped up.
If you're not familiar with this site, leave. If you were led here, please proceed.
And the buttons leave and proceed popped up on the screen. I thought to myself, what could go wrong? And curiosity once again got the best of me. I clicked on proceed and a small chat box popped up. There was a single admin and about 11 other viewers. I decided not to type and wait and watch what all this is about. And just as I looked away, a video popped up. It was a man whose arms and legs were nailed all the way through to keep him in place. There was blood pouring from the places he was nailed. I felt a bit sick and thought this was just some cleverly edited video. The man's face was completely blank. Suddenly, a door in the background opened slowly. What popped up was a man with a mask that left me speechless. It was the exact same face of a guy nailed to the chair, expressionless and blank. I felt sick and decided to leave, but the exit button was nowhere to be found. These freaks disabled my close button. Then, what I saw next in the chat made my stomach drop. Wanting to leave so soon? I thought to myself, how did he know I wanted to leave? He posted a picture of me in the chat. I immediately threatened to call the cops, and that was the worst decision of my life. He then threatened to come over to my house and kidnap me, or that he would slit my throat if I tried to resist. He then proceeded to type my full name, address, where I'm studying, and where my other family members live. The chat then told the man in the mask to show me what he would do to me if he came to my house. He started to run his knife through the helpless man's neck and began to remove body parts just like a butcher cutting up some meat. I quickly removed the power cable of the computer and took it out and destroyed the computer so he couldn't reach me. I thought to myself, how on earth was he able to find my name and where I lived if I had a VPN on? I then felt a buzz in my pocket. My phone was ringing. I pulled my phone out of my pocket and saw a blank caller ID. I immediately hung up, and what came next was gut-wrenching. He sent me a text saying, "You're next." And I thought this was just some bullshit. I kept a 9mm handgun concealed in my house just in case of a robbery. I couldn't sleep through the night, thinking that someone was watching me, ready to make their move. Luckily, I fell asleep and nothing much happened that night. I woke up, took my typical routine, and headed to university. I always lock all the doors and windows in my house, and I don't usually forget to do so. It was just a regular day. I took my courses for that day, and heard those other boys from yesterday saying the shit they did in the deep web. I went home exhausted, since I barely got enough sleep because of what happened that same night. Walking to the doorstep, I felt something was off, and just decided to shrug it off. I tried unlocking the door, but it wouldn't budge. That's when I realized the door wouldn't unlock because it was already unlocked. I shrugged it off, thinking I just forgot to lock it, since I didn't get any sleep. I walked in, then locked the door behind me. I felt like something was watching me. You know, when you can sometimes feel someone stare. Yeah, that's exactly what I felt. I go around the house looking in closets, corners, you name it. But nothing was there. I thought to myself that it was just due to the lack of sleep. I go to take a quick shower and get to bed. Once I doze off, I was awoken 6 hours later to the sound of a crack and a bump. It came from the bathroom, thinking that it could be that weirdo from the deep web. But I thought to myself, no way. I locked all the doors and windows, and if someone opened the door or window, I would have instantly woken up to it since they are loud, and I'm a light sleeper. I went to check on it, and it was written on the mirror. Large capital letters with a deep red color, and had the texture like that of blood. It said, "Look outside." I immediately looked through my window, and saw a large, dark figure standing by a tree. That's when it hit me. 2 other shadowy figures pop out from the tree. I grabbed my phone and dialed 911. As fast as I can whilst running down, making sure every door was locked. I look outside when I see another 4 dark figures pop up from the tree. There was a total of 7 men outside hiding within the trees. The 911 emergency operator finally picked up and obviously asked what my emergency was. This is how it went. 911, what's your emergency? Get the cops over here. There's 7 men outside my house, walking closer every second. And what is so suspicious of these men? They're holding butcher knives. Okay, what's your address? 17 Lafayette Road. I stumbled in the house, running like a maniac, remembering that I kept a 9mm. I go and grab the gun, and I hear an extremely loud bang outside my door. I go to look through the peephole, and it was just one of them. He shouted with his deep voice, "Open up." I told him that I had already called the cops, and that I was armed. That's when I lost all hope of security and safety. I heard 6 windows being smashed in, and the men jumping through making a loud thud after hopping in. I instantly thought that my best chance of survival was to run to the bathroom and lock myself in it. I heard the men slowly walking upstairs, making a creaking sound after every step. That's when it all went down. I thought that if I were to go, I wouldn't go without a fight. I started screaming once more that I was armed, and if they came to the door, I would open fire. That's when relief struck me as hard as a rock. I saw the blue and red lights outside the bathroom window, with their sirens blasting as loud as it could. The men instantly ran downstairs and jumped out of the window they broke in, running straight for the woods behind the house. The police saw the men running into the woods and sent a couple of officers with canines chasing the men. The rest came in the house looking for me and concerned for my safety. Luckily, I was still alive. Just a few scratches and bruises from clumsily running around the house looking for a stop to increase my chance of survival. After that, the cops offered me a place to stay in some crappy motel, just so I wouldn't have to stay in my house. Immediately after that day, I got rid of all my belongings and moved out of state. I now live in California, basically a new life, I would say. And I never had to go through what happened again. I never saw the men or anyone stalking me since I left Florida. I hope we never meet again. Let me tell you from experience that the dark web is a disgusting human cesspit. You don't know what lies in the darkest recesses of the human psyche until you go on there. I learned that the hard way. I got suckered in by the crazy stories and hype my friends gave it. I wanted to see it for myself. So last week, I downloaded Tor and started browsing. I didn't feel the need for any extra protection. Being completely new to the entire concept, in retrospect, I wish I had. I spent hours clicking link after link after link, and I was starting to get bored and a little freaked out. I found a whole host of your typical crackheads searching for drugs, sites with hitmen for hire, and a shit ton of other military-grade weaponry. At one point, I found myself scrolling through post after post of vivid descriptions of animal abuse and how the sick people who committed those atrocities get off to them every night. I wish I had closed my computer right then and there, but something kept my curiosity alight. Honestly, I think some part of me just wanted to see how screwed up the human mind truly could be. After a few more links to CP, and a couple drug markets, I had had enough. This is it, I sighed to myself. One more link, and I swear I'm getting out of this hellhole. I clicked the link, going blindly into what, unbeknownst to me, would alter my already cynical views on humanity. I mean, honestly, when you hear a guy go on and on about lighting his dog on fire and watching it writhe, you tend not to think the best of people, but this was a whole new level of twisted. The first thing that caught my eye was the curly pink font that served at the title of the opening page. It read, "Peace and Love." I remember it all too clearly, as it seemed so out of place in that slum of human refuse formerly known as the dark web. I scrolled down to find an image album and a simple chat box. No one was online at the moment, so I went ahead and clicked the first set of pictures. I was not ready for what I was about to see. The very first picture was that of a young pregnant woman, bawling her eyes out. She looked scrawny and thin, with cuts and bruises marring her pale skin. She looked scared and malnourished, like she was begging for her life. I clicked on the next photo and nearly vomited. The young woman from before now sat in a chair, facing the camera, her dead, dull eyes boring into me. She was covered in blood and her abdomen had been torn open. In her cold, unfeeling arms she held the child, still attached at the umbilical cord. Its half-formed, lifeless body was a deep crimson with blood, and one can tell it had been forcefully ripped from the womb. On the wall just behind them, written in their blood, were the words, "I gave them peace," in harsh, hasty letters. I don't know what possessed me to keep scrolling through the photos. It was if I couldn't control my own facilities. The images only got more and more grotesque as I looked further. The following images seemed to be a time-lapse of the decomposition of the body. I watched them rot, sitting there together. I watched the face of the mother, which could have once been considered beautiful, wither and collapse in on itself as a fetid mound of flesh. By the end of the series of images, there were nothing but desiccated skeletons. I would have noped it the hell out of there, had it have not been for a message that popped up on my screen. It was from the website chat. It read exactly as follows.
Hello there. Do you like what you see? Do you want more? Do you want to attain true peace?
I didn't know how to respond. I was rooted to my chair with fear. Then the sicko spoke again.
You don't have to be scared, Zachary. I love you. I want to help you. Let me help you.
I managed to type a simple question. How in the name of hell do you know my name? Almost immediately, I got a response.
I know everything about you. You know, you shouldn't really leave your curtains open like that. You'll get a draft. You see, I just want to help you. Please, just let me save you.
My eyes flashed to the uncovered window behind me to the light of my webcam. My heart skipped a beat when I realized it was on. That sicko was watching me. I made a move to pull the plug on this sick son of a bitch, when another message popped up.
Don't try to shut me out. I'll bring you peace. I swear, Zachary Tanner. It's the only real bliss in this world.
That was the last message I got, but before I could finally shut it off. Needless to say, I stayed off the internet a long while after that. Just today, I got back on, praying it would have all been blown over. Oh, how I was wrong. I logged into my email only to find it spammed with emails from an account named I'll Show You Peace. Each one had the same message. I want to save you. I want to love you. I want to bring you peace. In all caps. But that wasn't even the worst of it. Each and every message had a candid photo of me, taken within the last week. I tried to involve the police, but they hadn't been much help. What do I do? The dark web is not good. Here is my story. I'm currently a college student. All of my friends were talking about the dark web. I decided it was about time I check it out. So my friend came over to my dorm and he set me up with the Tor browser and gave me some cool links to places I should check out. I decided after checking them out, I wanted to dig deeper. I came across a site called Bloody Murder. It was a forum where people would post stories about their killings. One guy with the username Red Devil was telling people about his recent crime. He kidnapped a girl on the way to school and locked her in his basement. He abused her 2 times a day and eventually stabbed her to death, cut open her body, and spread the different parts around different mountain ranges. He posted pictures of her held captive, being killed and cut open. It was disgusting. So I commented that, bad mistake. He replied,
Who the hell are you? How did you find my site?
I replied, it doesn't matter how. I'm calling the cops and I hope you get arrested. A video of me appeared on the screen. Live.
You do that, and I will kill you. Get off this site and never come back.
He told me to change settings so I couldn't find the site ever again. At this point, I didn't care because I didn't want to find it again. After this, I quit the Tor browser, and I didn't go back on. I told my friends about the site, and they tried finding it, but when they came close, they just got an alert saying the server won't respond. Nothing happened for the next couple of days, until today. I got a text from unknown. It said,
"I thought I told you to stay off the site."
I replied back, "Who are you? I haven't done anything." He replied,
"You don't get to know who I am. I saw attempts from your IP address to access the site."
I replied back, "That wasn't me." He replied,
"Don't screw with me. I know what college you go to, dorm room 15, and your name is Ren. See you soon, pal."
Shit. I'm typing this now, waiting for him to arrive. I called the cops and they cloned my cell and my laptop so I could keep it. To be safe, they told me to reformat my computer and restore my phone. My phone erased with no hassle, but for some reason, something is blocking my reformat attempt on my computer, and it won't erase. I think he could be interfering with the program. I got a Snapchat from the Red Devil. He took a picture of the entry gates to my college. He's here. I called my friend, and he told me to come to his dorm. I shut my laptop and went to his room, locking the door first. I got another Snapchat, a picture of the dorm building. He could get inside any second, and I have 3 floors to get up. I got to his dorm and we shut and locked the door. I got another snap, a picture of the dorm to my room. I called the cops again, and I'm waiting for them now. My computer was tampered. Let me explain. So I got to my friend's dorm, and I received another snap from the dark web guy showing a picture of my dorm room. The cops were 3 minutes away, and I heard sirens. I received another snap, a picture of my computer, and big white words. Big mistake. I used a program to turn on my computer's camera, and all I saw was the police in my room. So I went back. They told me that the guy was halfway out the window, but he escaped before they could grab him. He ran into a black car with no plates and drove off. They never found him. They said they would keep an eye on the place all night. I thanked them and shut, locked, and barricaded the doors. I switched on my computer and heard the startup sign, but I didn't see an Apple logo. Instead, I saw a program of a skull with a snake going through its eyes. The desktop was different. There were no apps except for something called Livestream. I didn't want to open it, so I didn't. I used the file browser, but found nothing else wrong. But there was no way in hell I was still using it. So I shut the top of it and stuck it onto my desk. The next day was uneventful until that night. I got home and the computer was sitting open on the desk. Had he come back, or had someone else come in? I opened it and the live streaming app was open. It looked like a live feed of some girl sitting at her computer, unaware that her webcam was being hacked. The count said 600 people were watching it. It had the same UI as Periscope. As the girl was singing along to Rebel by The Unknown, some guy in a hockey mask and a knife was waiting behind her, tapping the machete softly in his hands. In the bottom right-hand corner, the number was increasing, and people were sending thousands of hearts. What the hell? Are these people actually crazy? I got a text from a few friends saying, "What the hell is this? Why did you send us this link?" I looked back at the app and the girl started screaming. This guy had started stabbing her with the machete, killing her. More hearts. Eventually, He threw the knife into both of her eyes, and then into her neck. He then made his way down, cutting off her fingers, attempting to cut her head off. Thousands of more hearts. I pressed Command Q to close the app, but I got the same stupid alert. Error. Computer not responding. The girl was completely covered in blood, obviously dead. Fingers and toes separated from her body. The guy looked at the camera and started cheering. Other people commented yes, this was awesome, and more stuff like great killing. He turned the camera to face her body. It's at this point I wanted to throw up. You could hardly recognize the body anymore. The screen went black and it read signal lost. But then another message appeared.
Thanks for joining us, Ren.
My phone blew up with more texts. You're sick. Why did you send me that stream? I started a group with everyone. Please know that my phone was hacked and the police are working on finding him. They all replied in confusion as to what exactly has been happening. I called the cops and they discovered the username of the leader, the captain, his accomplice, site admin, and their 4 friends. They tracked down the IP of the captain because he had disabled his IP blocker when he hacked into my phone, and after arresting him, he led them to the others, and they were all arrested. I haven't heard anything else about this case, and I hope I never have to. Although, today, I did get a text from an unknown number.
Revenge is a dish best served alive.
This story happened to me when I was 14 years old. I'm 22 now. Back then, the dark web was a big thing at my school. Everyone talked about it. Drugs, hitman, and illegal porn. I eventually decided to check it out for myself to see what the huge deal was. When I got home, I immediately went onto my laptop and downloaded the Tor browser. I was then directed to a wiki page. This is what takes you to the dark web, so I clicked on it. Nothing too interesting going on. Just some stuff like the Silk Road and Hitman. Then, I stumbled across this website. It was called Hell's Bitches. When I clicked on it, I was taken to a video. The video's thumbnail had some kind of basement that was only lit up by a light bulb dangling from the ceiling, with some old wooden chair under it. I clicked play, and what happened next will probably stay with me for the rest of my life. The video began with a figure dressed in all black, with a ski mask dragging a bound, naked woman with duct tape on her mouth into the scene and tying her up to the chair. The woman looked like she was in her early 20s. She was very voluptuous, wavy blonde hair, and bright blue eyes that were extremely bloodshot, as if she had been crying a lot. She was covered in bruises and scratch marks from head to toe. It was as if she had been here for a long time. The man then disappeared from camera's view for a few seconds before coming back with a table containing old, rusty surgical tools. I wanted to click off so badly, but I sat there frozen like a statue. The masked man stood beside her with a knife in his hand, and the woman's crying was muffled by the duct tape. The man then slowly turned and looked at the camera. It was almost as if he was looking right at me. Just then, a chat box appeared. A guy with the username XXXSatan1854 typed,
Rip out her toenails.
The man slowly nodded his head and made his way over to the surgical table. The woman's bloodshot eyes widened in horror as the man grabbed a pair of pliers. I finally came out of my frozen state of mind and was frantically clicking the X button as the woman's muffled screams got louder, and I could hear the faint sound of flesh violently ripping as the nails departed from their beds. Suddenly, another message popped up from the same person. Leaving so soon? The show has barely started. I sat there, frozen with fear, debating on whether or not I should reply to this sick person. How the hell did he know what I was doing? Finally, I responded, and that was the worst mistake I've ever made. You sick people. You better let her go or I'm calling the police. It went silent for a few moments aside from the woman wailing from the pain that was just inflicted on her. The man just stood there and stared at the camera with a blank expression. Then, another message popped up from the same person.
I don't think that would be a good idea, Robert.
I typed back asking how he knew my name.
I have all your info. You're 14 years old. You live at 23 Dairy Lane.
I froze again. Then a picture popped up in the chat box. It was a screenshot of me. This guy knows where I live and who I am. I held down the power button in hopes of restarting the computer, but nothing worked.
That isn't going to work, Robert.
Finally, I took the batteries out of my laptop and it finally shut down. I still haven't used it to this day. A piece of advice: never go on the dark web. There are way too many weirdos on there who will hunt you down. Always enter the dark web at your own risk. There's always something that can get the jump on you. For example, I was browsing the dark web late at night when I came across this post for storytellers and heavy creepypasta readers. I like reading, so in my own curiosity I ventured forth into what seemed to be something I would rather enjoy. I was wrong. Dead wrong. The website contained a few boxes with descriptions in each and a list of stories written by others. The boxes had basic information regarding that the stories are for entertainment purposes only, and that they should regard as fiction. I scrolled through to find an intriguing title. When I found one called The Note, I began reading the creepypasta, and it didn't seem half bad. It began reading things like, there was a nightgown in the middle of the road, and I heard creaking. I found this especially strange because I had these exact same experiences in the same week. I thought nothing of it and kept reading. I began to feel uncomfortable as every event that happened in the story was basically ticking off the past 5 days of my life. I got to a point where it was talking about the day I was in, but what really got my attention was the line, I could see something outside. And at that moment, I heard branches cracking outside. I jolted my head to my window and quickly closed my curtains. I'm just paranoid, I kept telling myself. It's okay. I read further and the character in the story did the same thing. It's as if someone was replacing text as this was all happening. I read on. More sounds came from outside, until I heard knocking on my door. My eyes widened as I could see what was coming next. The loud knocks came for a few seconds, then stopped. At this point, I could care less about the website, so I turned off my computer and turned out the lights as I slid under my bed with my trusty baseball bat ready. I waited for what seemed like hours, but nothing came. Eventually, I drifted off to sleep as I had had a long day and was extremely tired. As I slowly came to, I saw my room was dimly lit from the little sunlight coming through the seams of the curtains. I crawled out from under the blankets, feeling awful and having very little memory of the night before. I went to make my cup of coffee and noticed nothing was out of place to where it normally is. I just had a nightmare, I thought to myself. I came back to my desk as I turned on the machine. to find a Buddha message from what looked like a piece of paper. It had much resemblance for that of a note to self, and there was a great deal of text, so I began reading it cautiously, wondering, if this is important, why would I put this in a command prompt? I read through it, but shortly after beginning I noticed it was trying to tell me something. Remember, fight back. Don't let it take you too. Then it hit me. I began to remember what had happened. I quickly opened my curtains and made a thorough scan of my garden and front porch. There wasn't a soul in sight, so I continued reading, and it started to take shape of the creepypasta I had read that night before. I should recall every bit of text, but I saw a line of text that horrified me. He had what appeared to be a large butcher knife in his hand. I could not make out the figure, or what gender it was, but I knew one thing. If I move or make any sound, I'm dead. I could only imagine what happened after, as I ripped out the power cord and threw the cinder block outside. I ran through the entire house to make sure everything was locked tight. Not 5 minutes had passed and I put my shoes on to go destroy the devil of a machine. I ran outside right where I threw it to find nothing. It wasn't there. I was shocked. Caught up in the moment, I ran inside and called the police. They arrived and didn't find a single trace of anyone getting in. I told them how in just a few minutes in broad daylight, someone or something managed to grab my computer and take off with it, or worse. Once they left, I went to buy a new laptop and a firearm. I haven't seen anything suspicious or heard anything, but I can never forget what happened that night. To think someone could be outside my window, staring at me intently. I haven't visited that godforsaken place since, and never will. If you've opened this, it's already too late. First of all, please don't blame me. It said it'd go easier on me if I can find more hosts. And trust me, you'll soon understand why even some leniency means everything. It all started when I found myself on the dark web. My older sister showed me how to get on it, and I was pretty addicted straight away. I came across your usual shocking stuff, including gore and paraphernalia, but I didn't take too many risks on the engine. Until one day, a link popped up. Do not open. I was definitely wary of clicking it, but I hadn't run into any issues so far, and my curiosity got the best of me. Looking back now, I felt so dumb. The link almost absorbed my screen and revealed a black page. It was a type of black I've never seen before. So black, it almost seemed infinite. I can't explain it. But it's not your usual black. It was darker. Almost incomprehensible. As quickly as the link opened, it was gone. I was just confused, but I shook it off. About 6 months passed by, and I completely forgot about this link. Until it showed up again. I was sitting at home watching some YouTube video when my doorbell rang. It was about 3 a.m. So, instead of going to get the door, I just ignored it. I thought it was probably some drunk university student who got lost trying to find their way home. Then it rang again. But it was somehow louder. I didn't realize that my doorbell could ring louder. This time, I looked out my blinds, but I couldn't see anything. Literally, anything. It was just black. Infinite black. That's when I remembered the link. I hadn't seen anything that dark since the link. But why? Why was it so dark that night? And that's when the doorbell rang so loud that it sounded like it was inside my head. I tried to ignore it, but it was incessant that I ran to the door and ripped it open. Big mistake. The black surrounded me. I felt substantially more ill, anxious, and depressed than I ever have experienced in my entire life. And I am diagnosed with some severe stuff. I threw up and started to weep instantly. It was as if every awful thing that has happened to me, or will happen, was inside me. The memories and emotions of all the awful things in the world, eating at my insides like a parasite. I screamed and sprinted to my neighbor's house. The weight of all the misery inside me caused me to move slower than a turtle. When I finally reached his house and I smashed my heavy, hate-filled hands on his door, my neighbor Bill answered it. "Peter, it's like 3:30 a.m. What do you want?" I was baffled. Although my lungs were bleeding and pus-filled from screaming uncontrollably, and I was covered in vomit. He just seemed sleepy and a tad bit confused I was there so late. I was mouthing for help, but he seemed clueless as to what was wrong. That's when I heard it. Its sickening voice, like 1,000 needles piercing my eardrums.
"He can't see what you see, Peter. To him, you are your normal self. No one will ever see this terror that is now your life. You will never be able to ask for help."
Okay then, I'm going back to bed. Have a good night, you drunk, Bill said as he shut the door in my face. I've now been its sole host for 3 long months, which feels like an eternity in the black. It calls itself a smotherer and feeds all of the evil in the world to me. It told me it laced itself in the link I clicked, and that's how it transferred to our world. I let it in. It has been trying to get me to help it get new hosts from the beginning, but I never gave in until now. Enjoy your free life while it lasts. It stalks its prey and only reveals itself when memory has faded. But it will come. Please forgive me. I just want to feel anguish of a little less intensity for once. I've laced it in this post. I already feel a tiny bit lighter, as if light exists in this black, infinite black hole. When I was 12, I got into hacking and I loved it, and I had gotten quite good at it, but my arrogance caused my unbecoming. You see, I was browsing some forum, and I came across something labeled the dark web. I was overcome with curiosity, so I clicked on it. The post covered everything from what it is and how to access it. I, arrogant enough to think I won't get caught, proceeded to download Tor browser with no extra precautions and started browsing. All of a sudden, my laptop crashed and it froze. I got hundreds of pop-ups warning me of a virus. Then, it shut off. I stared in awe as it turned back on with a green light turned on where my camera is. Someone was watching me. I got an anonymous message on Skype that read,
"You just made the biggest mistake of your life."
"Who are you?" I responded while panicking and covering my camera with my thumb.
"Your new friend."
And then, the chat just suddenly disappeared. I formatted my laptop and made sure there was no remaining malware or viruses, and had a quiet couple of days after that, and was pretty relieved. I thought I had defeated him. But sadly, I would come to know that wasn't the case. A week later, I was getting dressed in my room and was completely naked when I got a text on my phone that had no caller ID, and it said,
"Come closer."
"Who's this?" The text didn't faze me yet. I thought it was a wrong number or one of my friends pranking me.
Come closer.
I was sure it was my friend messing with me at this point. Which camera? Okay, which one of you is this? I was confused, but I had told my friends about the incident a couple days ago, so other than the anxiety growing within me, I was consciously trying to convince myself that this was a prank.
Laptop.
I walked to my laptop still naked, and the light by my camera wasn't on. I know you're either Joe or you're Zach. I put down my phone and got dressed. My phone started vibrating uncontrollably, and I had received 16 pictures. All of me. All naked. I screamed and threw my phone, ultimately breaking my screen. I went off the grid completely after that. No social media, no internet for a solid year. It was mortifying, especially for a 12-year-old girl. When I got back on, I had no issues and no warning signs. I was quite relieved until almost 4 years later, 16 at the time. I had gotten a new laptop and was at my boyfriend's house. We were studying together when it turned into a makeout session. I heard my laptop ding multiple times and had gotten annoyed and turned around to see what it was. I guess I must have looked like I had seen a ghost because my boyfriend started panicking and shaking me. It was him. He's back. Or maybe he's never left. I started rewinding memories of all the times I've been undressing with my laptop on every time I've shared something private during a Skype call. And I started having a panic attack. His message read, "Don't forget to use protection." As if I couldn't smell the irony in that. He then continued to harass me for the next 2 years. But it's been quiet for a year now. Until about 4 hours ago, I got a text that read,
Let me in.
And then I heard a knock at my door. My door was locked and deadbolted, so there's no way I'm leaving my apartment. It's safe in here. I called the police 3 hours ago and no one has shown up. I called again 30 minutes ago, and still nothing. I called my boyfriend hours ago as well. He said he's on his way, but he's not answering his phone. I'm an 18-year-old man, and I find myself fascinated with the dark web stories and facts. It's really scary and mysterious to think that there are creepy things lying down there. Like these hitmen, real killers, and murderers talking to each other. And peds live streaming illegal videos. But what if there is something scarier than these? I wasn't the only one who thought the dark web is actually an interesting thing. My friend, Darius, also loves the dark web. In fact, he even enters it almost every day and enjoys it somehow. Even though I'm reading facts and creepy stories about the dark web and find them interesting, I've never entered it because I always find these stories that tell if you want to enter the dark web, be very careful because... And it continues with people being killed because they entered but one wrong site, and these always get me. Darius didn't seem to care though, and I'll tell you now the full story of what happened to him. A week ago, I left outside biking with him, and he always told me the stories about these Red Room websites. I never really believed this, because it's really screwed up for someone to livestream someone else being slaughtered, tortured, and other things done to them. Darius never believed me that I said it's fake, and he always wanted to see if these Red Room websites were actually true or not. So, he made a bet with me that if he finds a Red Room website, I would give him $100. I accepted, because I will not give him $100 anyways, because these websites don't exist. They are but a myth. After we biked around our small village, he invited me to his house to search the Red Room websites. We stood at his computer on Tor browser for 5 hours straight, and we found nothing related to Red Rooms. He almost gave up, but he didn't, and I said, I will find it, you'll see. I was really bored, because the dark web not only includes creepy sites, but also boring information that makes no sense at all. So I went back home, made my homework, and finally slept. Of course, Darius was still on his computer, searching for Red Rooms, and I'm sure he won't find one. But he did. Next day was a weekday, and I went to school. I realized Darius wasn't here, and it got me worried, since he never was absent from school, only when he gets sick, but he always tells me when he's sick or not. When I got home, I still thought of why Darius wasn't at school, so I made my homework really quick, grabbed my bike, and went to his house. Once I got there, I rang the doorbell, and his younger 12-year-old sister answered. I asked, "Where's Darius? He was absent from school." She said, "Wait, he wasn't in there? Last time I saw him was this morning, where he wanted to buy some sandwiches before going to school. And since you said Darius was absent," I said, "Let me inside. I want to search his room real quick. I think I know what got him missing." Darius' sister let me inside the room, and what I found was shocking. His computer, still open just like yesterday when I was searching for Red Rooms, had multiple programs on his desktop, each with the same name, Scheduling, and after opening it, it will have led you to a website on Tor, which includes but a black screen and a red message that reads, "Congratulations, Darius. You are scheduled for today on our website, RED, at 9 a.m. See you soon." Below the message was a countdown which, when I arrived, only had 5 minutes and 29 seconds left. I waited all those minutes, not only for curiosity, but I was really worried about Darius' disappearance. The countdown ended, and it led to a website, similar to Twitch, which had a live stream. It showed that it had 12,000 viewers in it, and on chat, all I saw things like, "I'm so excited, let the fun begin," and "I've waited so long for this." The live stream then began with a presentation, and a woman saying, "Hello, and welcome to our brand new RED live stream. Today, our guest is a 17-year-old boy with the name of Darius. There have always been misconceptions about nerds, that much is known. Films like The Matrix and war games always earn a subtle eye roll from people who are more well entrenched in tech culture than your average Hollywood writer. They just don't know, and they never will. It's not their fault, of course. It's complicated business, and it looks boring on the screen. I get it. The stories are cool though. I've always liked creepypastas about the dark web, or whatever these other people choose to call it to that day. The reality is far from what gets written, however, and if you're in it, you can always spot an ambitious writer who's out of their depth. They use terms like ghost IPs and shadow servers and backdoors and other weirdly underhanded, almost sinister terms to sell their world. Here's a pro tip. When a writer treats the digital world like a physical place that you can move around in, I was followed to this site, etc. It's a dead giveaway. Look, let me stop rambling and get right to the point. I'm a few drinks down at this point, and it's been over 3 years since this has happened. But I don't think I can keep going like this, not talking about the things I saw. There's one story in particular that I think needs to be shared, so that hopefully whoever responsible can one day own up to what they did. I can't go public on my own. I've been a nerd for my entire life, but without boring you with a lot of backstory, let me just say this. It was March 2015, and I was home alone. It was a Friday, and I had no plans. I was in my final year of college, studying IT, with a major in network penetration, and the stack was one of the core topics. Any layman will tell you that they know that the internet is much more than what we can get to via a search bar. But it takes someone in the know to tell you that it's not as simple as visible and hidden. It was that night that I booted up Tor in a Backtrack Linux VM to do some exploring. At first, it was business as usual. Slow websites that looked like they belonged in 1996. Various markets, hackers for hire, and video live cams. Here's the next little tidbit I'll impart. If you want to go beyond the homepage of an onion, you better come correct. I had a USB drive filled with scripts and small programs for navigating the internet while keeping safe. There's software you can get to simulate network environments so you can practice. Packet Tracer is a good starter if you're interested. Anyway, that's when I encountered something that's not too uncommon when you're snooping around these places. I got a pop-up with a chat message. Another pro tip. You never, ever reply to a message like this. Like, say you're on a video site, and you see those fake, "Hi, wanna meet" ads. You don't just click it. I let it be, but it kinda kicked me into gear. As I was clicking around, chilling out. Basically, the power nerd version of refreshing Facebook. When I took a second to go back a couple of pages, and took a closer look at a couple seemingly more boring pages. I can't confirm if the pop-up was related to what I found, just that I found something rough. It was a black background with white text, and a simple HTML table in the center of the screen. No title, no telling information, and a nonsense domain. The table had 5 unnamed columns with numbers in every row, and about 30 rows. The far right-hand column, though, was the same for every row. A plain blue hyperlink, labeled link. My first move was to execute trace.sh reflexively, just to be sure. Nothing to jump out at, just redirects from a custom VPN I'd made with a friend of mine. So I clicked one of the links. What I saw was a JPEG riddled with artifacts showing the face of young Asian women, maybe in her early teens. That's when I took another look at the other columns of the table in that row. 13, 149, 49, 21500, link. The pop-up sprang forward and a new message appeared.
Feel free to browse. New auras arrive every Sunday, 1200 GMT.
So, it's a shop bot. I guessed, not connecting the dots. Tonight's the first time I've drank vodka since. Maybe that's what brought this all back. I ran unpack.sh and open.sh to see what else there was to the page. And suddenly, the source exploded with thousands of lines of text. If you'd like a guess at what I saw in the code, head to google.com, go to View, Source. No leads there. But then, my terminal window, with Trace running suddenly, dumped half a dozen new IPs. Again, on reflex, I bailed out. I shut it all down, wiped my PC, and switched to a live USB with a cut-down version of Backtrack I'd compiled myself. Then I went back to the page. It was exactly the same, and I even clicked the link on the same row as before. On a whim, I ran unpack.sh and open.sh to see what else was going on with the JPEG, and found a link in the source to a WMV. Not useful to me, using Linux, but after I got VLC, it opened fine. What I saw was this: a room with no visible door. The walls appeared to be metallic. There was a drain in the floor, but that's not what I noticed first. In the center of the room was a stretcher on wheels, with an undressed Asian woman shackled to it with leather bindings. Above her was a surgical lamp. She didn't seem conscious though. A tall man entered the frame in the full surgical garb, complete with hairnet, gloves, slippers, and a face mask. He sends a look to the camera, and I notice that in his left hand, the hand obscured by his body, was a circular saw like you'd cut concrete with. One by one, he cut the woman at each shoulder, and then diagonally at the top of each leg, working around the shape of the pelvis. The woman shook slightly. I'm guessing from the vibration of the saw, but she didn't wake. Once her limbs were completely severed, he produced a portable drill from out of frame and fixed a hole bit to it, like you'd use to drill large holes in timber. With this, he drove 2 holes into her chest, one above each breast. I barely made it to my toilet to unload dinner. When I got back, he was carefully inserting some shining metallic tube into each hole. I was at my limit. I must have been pale and sweating bullets at the time. I remember a lot of sleepless nights after that. I failed my midterms and didn't look back. But, sadly, this isn't where it ended for me. The last thing I saw, the last moments of that WMV, was the man in the surgical gear approaching the camera and holding a photograph right up to the lens. Then I knew why he'd done what he did, and also what the numbers meant. The photograph was of another Asian woman, also with no arms or legs, and clearly in extreme pain, being suspended against a wall by similar shoulder holes to the ones he drilled through his latest victim. He gave an OK sign with one hand, his index finger and thumb making an O while his fingers were outstretched, and then the video ended. As for the numbers, I can't confirm this, and I don't want to, but there were consistencies between each row. Then it hit me. Age, height, weight, and price. In 2004, a video was found on the dark web, which caused quite a stir on various user forums at the time. The website itself took an incredibly long time to load, as many sites accessed through Tor notoriously did, and still do. The background of the site was simply white, and there were 4 video titles listed one beneath the other without any thumbnails. These videos were downloadable, and were simply titled Farm 1, Farm 2, Farm 3, and Farm 4.avi. The videos were said to contain malicious software that would make it impossible to close the program used to open the file. It was reported that the video would continue to loop without stopping if opened. There are various reports about each of the different videos, but amidst the different reports, there was a universal agreement that the videos were very disturbing. The first video, titled Farm1.avi, had an old camera placed in the corner of what appeared to be some kind of factory farm with a dimly lit interior. The video was 3 minutes long and of very poor quality. It just showed pigs wandering around in the dark. In the background, there appeared to be several people standing against the furthest wall of the large enclosure, but due to the poor quality of the video, it was different to make out any defining features. There was no audio in the video. In Farm2.avi, a South African flag is visibly hung from one of the walls. The quality was marginally better this time, with some limited audio that consisted of a loud humming sound. Pigs were reportedly wandering around in circles within their pens. The video lasted for about 4 minutes this time, and during the last 30 seconds of it, the pigs appeared to panic and swarm in a circle as if something had startled them. A large object could be faintly seen landing in the pen, but was nearly impossible to identify. Farm3.avi and Farm4.avi were the most disturbing of the videos. Farm 3 lasted for about 4 minutes, and Farm 4 lasted for around 10. The camera seemed to have been moved into a smaller tiled area that resembled a public restroom, with various brown stains on the walls and floors. In the room, there were 3 slaughtered pigs that were spread across the floor, with their heads dismembered. The camera was placed at foot level for this video. Someone in Wellington boots can be seen walking in front of the camera, encircling the 3 corpses. It appeared at first that these pigs were dead. However, the corpses appeared to have been sewn shut along each of their underbellies, with visible stitching, although the audio was obscured by the humming sound from the previous video. Muffled noises could be heard along the visible twitching from within the bellies of the pigs. Towards the end of the video, there appeared to be something resembling the foot of a child stepping into the room. But again, this is difficult to see, and the video stops as the man kicks the underbelly of one of the twitching pigs. The final video, Farm4.avi, was the most disturbing in the series. There are several naked figures lined across the wall, with dismembered pig heads forced over their own. These were presumably from the bodies of the pigs in Farm3.avi. It was claimed that 2 men and 1 woman were chained to the far wall from the first room. They were described as visibly shaking and appeared to be frantically moving their heads from side to side, as if trying to remove the animals' heads from their own. Again, there are muffled noises allegedly coming from behind the pigs' heads, and the victims are described as having various cuts and bruises across their arms, thighs, and even some form of a brand on each of their chests. In the case of the woman, it appeared to have been directly placed at the center of her right breast. The scene cuts out for a brief moment, and the camera has been moved to foot height once more at the entrance to one of the pens. The captives are on their hands and knees looking towards the camera. They remain still until prompted to move by the man who wore the Wellington boots. He appears to be yelling at them and violently pointing towards the adjacent room from Farm 3, but there was no audio in this segment of the video. His face is impossible to see due to the poor quality of the video and the cap over his head. The camera cuts out for a brief moment, and the victims are now stood in a pig pen and appear to be dancing and waving their arms in the air whilst directly looking down at the camera. The camera cuts out again, and the victims are said to have been continuously crawling around in a circle on their hands and knees, similar to the pigs in Farm2.avi. There's another cut, and the two men are now standing in the pen, whilst the woman remains on her hands and knees looking towards the floor. The man from Farm3.avi then appears to be pointing at the two men, and the woman with frenzied motions. The two men appear reluctant to comply with the man until he starts pointing at the adjoining room once more. The men then reluctantly begin to touch their privates, and one can only speculate what happened next. The video cuts for the final time, and the trio are crawling in a circle once more. Eventually, the woman stops and appears to break down crying. The two men also stop and appear to try and comfort her by patting her on the back and attempting to whisper, although all that can be seen are the pig heads moving closer towards hers. The man from Farm 3 then comes over and starts frantically pointing at the adjoining room once more. The victims seem to panic and start moving with urgency and desperation. The man again disappears into the adjoining room for a moment and brings out the headless corpse of one of the pigs. He takes out a butcher's knife and begins to repeatedly stab the underbelly of the pig. A muffled scream can be clearly heard over the humming audio. This came directly from the female victim, as she and the other two men desperately try to climb over the pen towards the man. The video then abruptly ends before repeating itself once more. Allegedly, the SAPs were informed of the videos, and many different farms across the region were checked for any possible evidence of the activity shown in the videos. There were no special characteristics which could point to the buildings, as the architecture was commonplace. Due to the annual number of missing people in the region and limited resources, the case was essentially closed and labeled as an elaborate hoax. The videos and Onion link are rumored to still be around to this day. I shouldn't have clicked it. I don't know what I was even thinking. Part of it was desperation. I had just lost my job and money was tight. But I could draw unemployment, but it hardly covered my bills. And any cent I earned picking up temp work threatened to erase my benefits entirely. I was unemployed longer than I'd anticipated. And like an idiot, I lived on credit cards and watched helplessly as the debts mounted up, and getting out seemed more impossible. That was the desperation that drove me to the dark web. A need for income that was untraceable under the table, and even to settle my considerable debt. But as I said, only part of my motive was desperation. The other part is harder to explain. I guess you'd call it morbid curiosity, a certain fascination. I had heard stories about the dark web, and I wanted to see it for myself. I wanted to see if it was really as strange and frightening as the stories make it seem. Here's what you really need to realize about the dark web. It's not easy to find what you're looking for. Things aren't at your fingertips. At first, there hardly seems to be anything at all. When I first logged in, I honestly thought it was a joke. I couldn't find anything that was not easily seen in 2 seconds of Googling. But eventually, you'll stumble across a site that leads to something a little deeper, and you follow those links further and further down the rabbit hole, and that's when you start to find the really weird stuff. The dark web has layers to it. In the surface, the easiest to find, you've got your run-of-the-mill illegal stuff. Drugs, prostitutes, money laundering. Lots of people trading Bitcoin and more questionable currency for equal questionable services. Hitmen, terrorist groups, fetishes, dealing in the most twisted acts you can imagine. Lots of inappropriate images of kids and bestiality. Really sick stuff. One website advertised snuff films, but I didn't want to click it. I wasn't here to fulfill some sick urge, or satisfy some twisted curiosity. I just wanted to find a way to earn a little money. I was careful not to click anything that seemed sketchy, so mostly I just saw link titles. But then, something caught my eye. Something I couldn't just scroll past. It was a photograph. It was posted on this forum I'd found. This place was like an underground dark web version of Fiverr. You posted what you were willing to do, and at what price. All kinds of things. A lot of them were sexual in nature. Hitmen for hire, drivers and transporters for all kinds of illegal jobs, hackers, virus coders, and then, inexplicably, the photo. It was posted without any explanation, no comment, and no title. Just a single photograph with a link to a site whose URL has been scrambled. My mouse hovered over it for a second. The photo showed a young girl, maybe 7 or 8 years old, sitting on an old wooden swing. She's missing a front tooth, which you can clearly see because she's smiling broadly. The yellow dress she's wearing has mud on the hem, like she's been playing outside, and her hair is a mess of golden curls and tangles. The girl is me. I recognize the dress, the hair, even the swing. It's the yard at my grandparents' house. It's me as a little girl. So what the heck is this photo doing on the dark web? I clicked on it. Soon I was taken to a directory. Not really a website, just a list of files. Feeling an anxious knot in my stomach, I started to click it. A dayout.jpg. Me as a 10-year-old riding my bike. My childhood dog running along beside. Biggirls.jpg. Me at 5 years old, sitting on the curb holding a freshly skinned knee. My face is screwed up against tears. Like I'm trying not to cry. Outcold.jpg. Me at age 17, passed out asleep at a friend's house. I'm in a recliner and my head is tilted back, with my mouth hanging open. You can see the gap of flesh between my pajama pants and the hem of my t-shirt. That terrible knot in my stomach tightened. There were so many files, and every one seemed to be a picture of me. But I've never seen these pictures before. It's not like someone just pulled these from my mom's Facebook page or something. I've never seen any of these. And what's weirder, I don't remember doing any of these things. None of the moments captured in the photographs bring up any memories for me at all. DisneyMagic.jpg. A photo of me, age 8 or 9, hugging someone in a Pluto costume. Mickey is off to the side, with big smiles. I have never been to Disneyland. OpticalIllusion.avi. This one's a video. It shows me, maybe 12 years old, doing a dance routine in what is definitely my mother's living room. I'm wearing a pink leotard, but there's no sound. But I'm obviously following a choreographed routine, something I'd practiced. I was never in a dance team. I don't remember this at all. I thought maybe it's a coincidence. Maybe it's not me, just some other little girl who looks like me, who lived in places that looked like where I grew up. JustNow.jpg. A photo of me, and it's recent. I'm an adult wearing a t-shirt I still own, sitting on the edge of my bed, painting my toenails. It's me. It's definitely me. There's no question about it. But I don't remember doing that either. I don't paint my nails. I don't remember ever having painted them. While you were sleeping.avi. Another video. I'm in bed, sleeping on my side under my comforter. It's my current bedroom. I recognize the furniture, the location of the window. The angle seems to be filled from the foot of the bed, but from slightly above, looking down. There's a man in my bed with me. His body is wrapped around mine. One hand is plunged between my legs, and in the video, I can see it moving slowly, but rhythmically beneath the blankets. I've never seen that man before in my life. I shut down the browser in a panic. I turned off the computer and unplugged it. I ran to my room and started tearing it apart looking for a hidden camera. Nothing. No sign. I went out that night to the 24-hour Walmart and bought extra locks. I was up all night adding more locks and chains to my doors, reinforcing them. I didn't sleep. I couldn't, not after what I just saw. I covered all the windows in foil. I turned the house upside down, searching for the cameras. It's been 3 days, and I don't know what to do. In my panic, when I shut down my computer, I didn't save the link. I have no idea how to find that site again, or even how I got there in the first place. But I need to know. I need to know if there are any new photographs. I need to know if someone is still recording me. Somehow, doing things that I don't even remember. Don't get on the dark web. It's not worth it. You don't want to see what's on there. But if you do, if you find that site, please tell me. I need to see it just one more time. I'd first like to start off by saying I do not recommend going on the dark web unless you know what the hell you are doing. Or you might end up like me, 23, single, and looking over my shoulder every minute of the day. I was 20 at the time and spent my free time getting high on weed and playing video games. My drug dealer at the time had been busted with possession and drug distribution. So my friend, who also smoked, and did some other drugs, introduced me to this thing called the dark web. He had downloaded Tor onto my computer and got me a VPN. He had shown me this site called Point, where people mainly sold drugs. So of course, like any other pothead, I managed to get a good supplier and would place a purchase every couple of weeks. After a couple months, I began doing some research on Google and Reddit about the dark web. I read some horror stories on Reddit, and there was something that just piqued my interest about it. So of course, my curiosity got the best of me. So I began exploring again. A lot of links were broken, but I managed to find quite a few websites that were quite interesting. But there was one that had piqued my interest the most. For safety reasons, I am not going to say the name of the website, but they sold all sorts of things: drugs, counterfeit money, cheap gift cards, hitmen, and weapons. I've always been interested in weapons, so I began exploring the weapons catalog, and there were all sorts of stuff. Anything from 9mm to AK-47s to RPGs. So me, being the fool that I am, created a fake anonymous email account and registered as a new user on the website, and also bought some Bitcoin currency. Between me wanting to buy some weapons and wanting to see if the website was legit, I decided to make a few purchases. I bought a Walther P22 for $752, along with some ammo, an M16 for around $1,600, and a couple grenades for about $850. After about 4 days, I got my order, and I live out in the middle of nowhere, so I was able to shoot off the two guns without suspension, and they both worked great. But I went to go pull the pin on one of the grenades, and immediately after it pulled, it blew up just a few feet away from me and blew off my foot. I just threw it, and it bounced off a tree and rolled back by me and blew off my entire right foot. There were chunks of my foot all over the ground and blood splattered everywhere. I called an ambulance and got a ride to the nearest hospital. After being wrapped up and everything was all set, the police asked me what even happened. So me being the idiot I am, I told them that I had bought weapons off the dark web, and a grenade I bought blew my foot off. Once I was able to leave the hospital, I tried tracing my steps back to the website I bought them from to show the police. But my computer had a webcam, and those sneaky admins hacked into it and saw that I had police. And a message appeared in the bottom right corner of my computer. In a black chat box, the message said,
"You screwed with the wrong people. Prepare to pay."
Then the police took my computer and my guns. Then later that night, there was a black SUV that kept driving past my place. At about 10 p.m., my front door busted wide open, and a guy dressed in gray wearing a black hat had walked in with a gun and a duffel bag. I took one of my kitchen knives and snuck up behind him and slit his throat and watched him bleed out. To this day, I still feel guilty, but it was in my own self-defense. I opened up his duffel bag and looked through it. It contained mostly cleaning supplies and a couple of knives along with the battery-powered bar saw. I took his body and shoved it in the box of my truck, and took his gun and knives and put them in the truck with me. I drove out in the middle of the forest and dumped his body. I then went back to my house and sprayed out the blood in the box of my truck with the water hose. I packed up a few outfits, some food, and some pictures, and ditched town. Well, more like state. I used to live in the East Coast, but now I'm spending my time in New Mexico. The only person I still have contact with is my older brother. We spend big holidays together, but that's about it. I've made it nearly 3 years, so I'd say I'm doing well for myself. I'm going to start off by telling you all to get to know your computer skills before you go on the dark web. It's not a toy. It was September 2017 when I was exploring it, using Tor and a VPN service, which I still use to this day. But let me tell you, depending on what you're going to go on the dark web looking for, you might only need Tor and a VPN, is where, if you're looking for the deepest and sickest corners of the dark web, then you're going to want to learn some computer knowledge before doing so. It's for your own safety. Take it from me. Anyways, I was browsing it and managed to hack my way through a back door into a red room. When I entered, it was a chat box in the bottom right corner of my laptop with other users chatting about last week's event. They were saying things like, "God, last week had me so turned on," and "It was like one of my dreams," and stuff. Already at that point, I was like, what the hell is this? But I stayed, and one of the admins had privately messaged me and asked,
"Are you here for tonight's episode?"
And me being the idiot that I am, I said, yes, of course. The admin had replied back with,
"Oh, well, enjoy the show."
I then waited about 15 minutes. Then I heard a little boy whining and calling for his parents. He was whining and saying, "Mommy" and "Daddy," along with, "Where am I?" Then the little boy's face appeared on the screen with a tear dripping down his face. Someone in the chat said, "Screw his eyeball." And I was already afraid. And the next thing I knew, I heard a crush, and a massive scream let out. I then saw a screwdriver was in the poor boy's little eye. And someone said, "Ruin his arm." But by that point, I was already on the floor throwing up my guts. And next thing I knew, I had passed out and I woke up about 20 minutes later and found a text on my screen saying,
"You made the wrong move."
The next day, I had a white car following me everywhere. It went on for the next 2 weeks, passing my home several times a day. They were taking notes of my every move, and I thought I was going to be dead for sure. It's been a year and a half, and I haven't seen that car since. Thank God, but I'm still exploring the dark web because it's something I enjoy. I was a 25-year-old man, a hacker and a businessman / military dropout. It was in mid-December, but it wasn't very cold outside. Looking out the window, I could see the snow barely clung to the edges of the road. Outside his house, where the plows and trucks had it piled high from days earlier. Probably from the rain. There was always rain. I was in London after all. I had been recently trying to make a purchase of a 6-MAPB, also known as hydrochloride, which, if you don't know, is very frowned upon by our good queen, apparently. So, because of this, I had to use means that I wasn't quite as fond of. Means that required me to break out the anonymous router. I had sworn to be off of hacking. I only ever did it for good, of course. The usual things. Helping fix computers, doing the coding work for corporations. That kind of a hacker. In fact, as I thought about it, the most I'd ever did publicly was act as a slightly more expensive version of the Geek Squad. But the potential for evil, considering how reliant the world was on its technology, was horrible and vast. I could kill even thousands of people relying on computers at a hospital with the pressing of a button. I didn't feel comfortable enough with all that power in my hands, even if I would never do a thing to undermine common society. So I swore to never use my skills for anything more than a frozen screen again. I went through the process automatically from prior years of practice, going first on the deep web, and metaphorically swimming in the pools of predominantly forgotten data and blank coding, swimming around until I found what I wanted. It took a bit longer than I remembered, due to the constant growth of the vast ocean that is the internet. That really was the beauty of the thing, I suppose. Why it drew me to it. It's so limitless. After what seemed like thousands of millions of fathoms of metaphorical depth, I found what I was looking for. I did a quick double check in my mind to remember that I had indeed been using the proper router. I took a deep breath to calm my nerves and clicked. Immediately, the screen went dark. An image of a girl that looked to be from one of those Japanese horror films appeared on the screen. She appeared to have hanged herself. After only a matter of seconds, my computer was working hard, trying to fend off hundreds of attacks coming in at my computer and information. "Come on, you've got this," I whispered under my breath to my own programming. Then the cursors started appearing, others taking control of my computer. I had no way of knowing who they were and what they would do. My fingers moved like mad to try and stop the intruders and plug up the holes in my defenses. It seemed no matter how many holes I would plug, more just kept coming, forcing their way in. The screen changed entirely. I was watching a live stream of some sort. It hadn't started yet. There was no way to tell in my struggle if it had been me or one of the many others invading my computer, whose clicks caused me to join it. In the end, it didn't matter. I was here now. I didn't know what I was going to do. I couldn't leave. Someone coming and leaving without saying a word would draw attention to me from the eyes I did not want. I couldn't say anything either, for the same reason. So I just sat there at my screen and watched. I read the chat room in my head. "Start the show. I can't wait. I wonder what it's going to be about." "I know, me neither." "Hey, why aren't you talking?" "Yeah, say something." A flash of panic touched my soul. They saw me. And then the hacker side of me took over. I replied, "I'm just here waiting to watch the show." An image came up on the screen saying it was starting.
Yes, start it. Start the show. Start the show. Start the show.
The live stream started, and the chat room exploded. When the screen changed from black, I began to ignore the chat and everyone around me. On the screen in front of me, was an image of a boy. He seemed to be about the age of 11 or 12. He had just come home from school, seemingly, set down his backpack up against his bed, and sat down at the computer to work, or play games, or watch YouTube, probably. The film was being captured through his desktop webcam. It was obvious that he had no idea he was being filmed, or was aware that any of this was happening. There must have been no small light that indicated that the camera was on. No pop-up to show his own face. Just him, on this live stream and now, in the deafening silence of the minutes that followed on his end. The boy just sat there, in front of his computer, not the slightest bit concerned of knowing of this. The chat kept exploding, waiting for something in particular to happen, but I didn't know what. And then, it happened. During the silence, in fact adding to it, and heightening the sensation, I began to see the boy's closet door in the background begin to move. The handle began to shuffle, ever moving the door further open. I could see fingers wrap around the closet door side, and the shape of a man appeared. A figure came out of the closet, and he was holding a toolbox. He crept across the room towards the boy. The overhead fan was on in the boy's room, so he didn't make a sound. When he passed the bed, he put his toolbox on it. He was holding a piece of duct tape. He arrived right behind the boy, and he moved his hands around the boy's head, grabbed him and placed the duct tape over his mouth so he couldn't squeal. "Oh God, please, no," I said. The boy passed out in the male figure's arms. The person then dragged him around the room. He pulled out a length of rope from his toolbox and wrapped the noose around the boy's supple, still warm neck. The figure left him to hang there, dangling from his own fan, his own room. He calmly walked out of the room and into what would be the boy's house. The figure closed the door behind him. What did I just watch? A murder was just committed and I was just forced to watch. I got a text on my phone, slowly, painfully dragging my eyes down, away from the now cold body on my computer. I looked at the text. It was a picture. It was a live image of me. A view of me right now from my desktop. There was another text that said,
"We're coming for you."
I must share this burden with someone. I need sleep, but whenever I close my eyes, I see it. My life is now a waking nightmare because of that terrible video. I found it online, on the dark web. You know what I'm talking about. The place where drug dealers and peds rub elbows with armed merchants. The place where terrorists conspire and all sorts of ugly rumors roam. I thought it would be a good idea to visit this place. My purpose? Call it morbid curiosity. I was looking for the most extreme content I could find. Snuff movies, red rooms, sex and death commingled. I considered myself a student of the human condition and am fascinated by man's darker urges, his apparent hatred of himself. I wanted to plumb the depths of his sickness and see what I could find. Knowledge for its own sake, or something. I come from a wealthy family and have never known to want. I knew I would have to pay for my curiosity, so I purchased a few $1,000s worth of crypto in advance. I'm not going to bore you with the technical details of accessing the dark web. If you have the desire, it only takes a little bit of research. Seek and you shall find. In my search, I scoured message boards, covering many distasteful topics, such as cannibalism and incest necrophilia. I chatted with several strange individuals, most of whom were distrustful of my direct approach. A few offered to make a trade, but wanted me to show them something first. I, however, had nothing to offer. I was burned more than a few times, but I anticipated as much. After more than 2 weeks of searching and being continuously ripped off, I finally came across something interesting. The promise of a genuine red room. After a days-long conversation with a friendly stranger on a rather disturbing message board, I was provided with a link to a live stream. He assured me it was genuine and unlike anything I'd ever seen. It cost me a mere $500, and I have no doubt what I saw was real. If you saw it, you would know too. The scene began abruptly with the camera displaying a large, windowless room with high ceilings. Mulch covered the floor. What appeared to be a giant rock took up one corner, and opposite, this was a kid's swimming pool filled with water. Jesus Christ, how could I have known what was about to take place? A portion of the ceiling suddenly opened, and a small girl upside down was lowered into the room. Nude, she writhed. She was suspended by her feet from what looked like giant forceps. Her hands were bound behind her back, and tape covered her mouth. She was only a teenager. Needless to say, she was visibly terrified. Nothing happened for a few seconds. Then, from under the rock, a head appeared. It was a snake. An anaconda, I believe. Slowly, so slowly, he emerged from his hide, forked tongue tasting the air. The girl's eyes bulged from her head with the most intense fear I have ever seen. The snake continued his creeping advance. He was massive. He had to be at least 50 feet long. I had never heard of a snake so big. He was an absolute monster if there ever was one. I later learned the snake was genetically modified, and it was even hinted there were other such creatures. His face rose within inches of hers, tongue darting in and out. He loomed above her, all coiled aggression. Mercifully, the girl fainted. Whatever was holding the forceps began to shake the girl, like someone dangling a toy in front of a cat. The snake's head pulled back slightly, tongue still flickering. He remained still for a moment, and then, without warning, he struck. His jaws clamped down on her throat, and his body whipped around her with lightning speed. He took her to the floor and proceeded to squeeze the life out from her as the giant forceps were lifted from the room and the ceiling panel replaced. I watched, stunned, as a snake then uncoiled and released his teeth from her throat. He unhinged his jaw and began to swallow her whole, a hideous lump working its way down the length of the snake's body. The entire process could not have taken more than 20 minutes. Afterwards, I sat in silence for what seemed hours, trying to process what I had just watched. My conscience gnawed at me to do something. That poor girl was in the springtime of her life, and others could be in danger of the same ghastly fate. This had to be reported. But I did nothing. This was all brought and paid for by me, as I'm just as guilty as the other people who made the film. I will not go to prison. I refuse to spend the rest of my life behind bars. I need to look out for my family. The dark web ruined my life. I only went on because I knew my uncle used to. He's really good with computers, so I guess I got my skill with technology from him. I'm not gonna say how I got on there because I don't want to make it easier for others to make the same mistake I did. Anyways, after a little while of looking around, I found a link titled Hypnotizing Scenery. I don't know what compelled me to click on it. I hadn't planned to click on anything at all. I just wanted to look around a bit to soothe my curiosity, I suppose. When I clicked on it, well, it was weird. At first, it was a bunch of normal scenery. Pictures of mountains, old castles, and oceans. Normal stuff. Then, the pictures started changing faster and faster. I couldn't even really make out what the pictures were of anymore. I saw a lot of red, like maybe blood, on clothes, maybe a mattress? I'm not sure, but it also looked like there were words over the pictures. I couldn't read what they said in time, or even before it switched pictures again. Suddenly, it ended with a blank screen with white text that read, "Good luck." I feel I should mention that this was all about 30 seconds. After it ended, I shut everything down and got into bed. The next morning, when I woke up, I had this horrible migraine. It just wouldn't go away. When I went to school, everyone seemed so loud and annoying. This one kid, Anthony in particular, was driving me insane. He kept poking me with his pencil as he did every day. I'd tell him to stop and he would just laugh. As he did this, I kept thinking about how great it would feel to just rip his arm out of its socket. Maybe poke him with a pencil in the throat. See how he likes it. I had decided, the next time he poked me, I would kill him. 1, 2, 3, 4. Poke. I snapped my head around, got up, ripped the pencil from his hand so hard he fell out of his chair. I got on top of him and held the pencil to his throat, pressing harder and harder. He was grasping at my arms and trying to get me off of him, but I felt stronger than ever. He couldn't manage to push me off as a trickle of blood began to run down the side of his neck. That's when the principal, the vice principal, and 3 janitors managed to pull me off. Suddenly, I heard all the screaming and commotion. All 35 students crowded against the wall in the corner with the teacher gasping for air, crying and backing up against her desk. My parents came and got me 20 minutes later. The cops were never called, and I guess the kids' parents decided not to call them and press charges. I'm not sure why, though. I would've. I was expelled from school, however, and my parents were pretty angry. I don't know what came over me, but as I had the pencil against his throat, all I could think about was how great I felt. Invincible, free, powerful. Now, I just felt like the same 16-year-old, 5'3" 120 pounds small girl I was the day before, and my migraine was back. Great. I remembered that it had started to fade away as I tackled Anthony. I tried to get to sleep, but all I could think about was how he got away. I wanted him dead, bloody on the ground and grasping for breath. I wanted to kill him. I wanted to be the last thing he saw before he died. I couldn't believe I was thinking this way. I've never been a violent person, but now that I was thinking about it, I didn't care who it was. I just wanted to kill someone. Not just kill them, but torture them. I decided to get back to that page to see if I could find some answers. It was that link that did this to me. Turned me into some kind of monster. There it was, hypnotizing scenery. This time, when I clicked on it though, it was a list. A set of rules. Number 1, always finish the kill. If you don't, the migraine will worsen quickly and you'll be dead within 4 months. Number 2, take it slow. Don't finish it off too soon or the migraine will return faster. Number 3, don't be stupid, don't get caught. Number 4, leave the mark, something for them to remember me. A small J carved into their forehead. Number 5, you are my creation. I made you to continue my legacy. Don't fight it. It's not worth it. I'm now 26 years old, and I've killed a countless number of people. Anthony was my first official kill. Only 3 months after the incident, when I couldn't handle this migraine anymore, I didn't think that I'm me anymore. My creator will probably see this and might end me, but I wanted to write this as a warning before the monster takes over again. Don't go on the dark web. It's not worth it. This story goes way back to 2006, but I remember it like it was yesterday. When I was 16, I had a really good friend, a year younger, who was deep into coding. I met him years earlier in a computer club in middle school, and he had been integral in me becoming tech literate over time. This guy knew 3 coding languages by heart in his 7th grade. Anyways, he ended up telling me about Tor, and all that while we were chatting with some friends in IRC after school. Some of the older guys had some really interesting stories, and I, of course, dug really deep into them. It didn't take long for me to download Tor and start looking up .onion links. My first couple of weeks were spent clicking around, just trying to go deeper and find different things. I was saving all the good links I could find in a note card. I found various things like a dark web search engine, something similar to a hidden wiki, a few conspiracy sites, the usual drug stuff, porn I wanted to be nowhere near, and even a Hitman forum. The thing that made me uninstall Tor came about 2.5 weeks into using it, and almost religiously after school. I had stumbled on a forum, probably something along the lines of think.evil forums, or some crap. It was behind a wall of about 4 or 5 different forums, linking deeper and deeper. All of the banter was about really dark topics: torture, long-term abuse tactics, cannibalism, you name it. As with anything on the dark web, most of the posts were either weeks or months old. There were a few sub-forums that were more active than others. However, when looking at the main page and seeing which post had the most recent, there was something posted within the last hour. It was a link. Red Room going live soon. Onion jargon here. .onion. At this point, I was hit with a wave of emotion, like none I had ever felt before. I was washed over with a wave of ice, frozen in my seat. There was a looming terror of what it could mean. I had only heard a couple things about red rooms before coming upon this. Only the most potent of teenage curiosity fueled my fingers to copy and paste the link. What I saw is exactly what has been described by other accounts that have been posted. As such, bringing up the more gory, no sleep bit is a bit hard for me to think about, let alone write. Details will be omitted. It was a live webcam chat room. Inside, what looked like to be an abandoned house, was a person sitting on a chair sobbing with a pillowcase covering their body, and someone else moving around stuff. The person moving around was the admin of the chat session, and he came closer to the camera and uncovered the woman as she jumped in terror from the act alone. A woman with duct tape on her face, and a man with a black t-shirt over his head, or something similar. After welcoming people to the show, as the woman cried, he asked in type what the crowd wanted to see and how much they'd pay to see it. I just remember being sat there in sheer terror, half trying to figure out how to help this lady, and half completely frozen stiff. The details are a bit blurry, so even if I wanted to add them, it's difficult to do. However, someone offered $500 for something along the lines of beating the woman with a baseball bat. And to be completely honest, remembering it this much is about to bring me to tears again. The screams still haunt me. The man who paid $500 for that asked the admin to end her with a knife immediately. Someone had then asked me why I wasn't telling, and IIRC. I pulled the plug on my computer and called my friend. I had told him what happened, and all he said was, "You've probably just been reading too many stories and fell asleep at the computer and had a nightmare." Because all of the stories that float around about the dark web, no one ever believes this story. Yet, it happened. Every time it comes back in my mind, I pray that it was just a snuff film with a bad budget. But the screams and blood were too real for that. This happened a few years ago. I haven't touched any technology after what happened until now. So, I've been using technology since I was a kid. At 12, I learned how to write scripts and programs to hack into systems. And ever since, I was hooked. Fast forward. I'm in my second year university. I'm now quite good at hacking, albeit somewhat cocky. Throughout high school, I'd made a lot of money hacking. People would come to me normally to recover their hacked social media accounts, or to hack into their boyfriend's phone to read their text messages. I was known as the guy to go to if you wanted something hacked. Even my school occasionally came to me for help if some script kiddie shut down the school's website with low-orbit ion cannon. Like I said, I made a lot of money doing this through high school. Halfway through my second year of university, I started getting bored of this. The money was good, but there was no thrill. One of my friends told me about this cool thing called the dark web. I had heard of the dark web before, but it never seemed that interesting. My friend told me how it was full of drugstores, weapon dealers, hackers for hire, and a bunch of fucked up animal and CP. As a hacker and a stoner, the dark web seemed right up my alley. When I got home that day, I fired up my computer and did some quick Googling. With my vast knowledge of technology, it didn't take long to get set up with Tor and Tails installed on my computer. I sped through the hidden wiki, finding most of the websites boring or dead. I texted my friend asking if he had any interesting link directories. He replied, "Here are a few ones I use." He sent me about 5 links to directories. I decided to click on the second one and see what I could find. I scrolled through the directory for a few minutes. he was right about how interesting the dark web was. I couldn't figure out where to start, so I clicked on a chat room. The website looked old and primitive, but surprisingly, there was one person online. I started talking to him. He seemed kinda shady, but it was better than scrolling through a bunch of dead websites. He said he'd been on the dark web for a while. Finally, finding someone with a vast knowledge of what's on the dark web, I asked him if he had any interesting links. He sent me a link, then immediately left the website. I had no idea what was hidden behind the link. Looking back on it, oh God, I wish I hadn't have clicked it. At the time, my own curiosity overwhelmed me, and I clicked the link without giving it a second thought. After it finally loaded, due to Tor's notoriously slow loading time, I was presented with a pop-up box. It said in red text,
If you don't know what's next, you're probably in the wrong place.
There were 2 buttons, continue and leave. I instantly clicked continue. The biggest mistake of my life. It brought up a black screen page with a blood-red title at the top of the screen, The Freak Show. In the middle of the screen, there was a chat box. A message popped out from someone titled Admin. He said hello. I said, hello, interesting website you've got here. He replied,
Thank you. Are you here to view the show?
I thought to myself, what show? Out of curiosity, I replied with, yes. He said,
Since you're a first-time viewer, it'll cost you $500 via Bitcoin in order to view the show. Future viewings are free.
From all the money I made hacking, I had enough to fuel my curiosity, so I went ahead and paid the $500. After paying him, I was surprised. I was given a zip file instead of a link. I had developed a custom-made antivirus that appeared to work well, so I risked downloading it. When I unzipped the folder, there were 2 files inside, an installer and a file named readme.txt. I started by opening the text file. It just said, do not send the installer to anyone, or else. I went ahead and closed the text file and opened the installer. It took about 15 minutes to install, which is strange for my computer. After installing, it opened up automatically. Across the screen it said,
Hello, welcome to the Freak Show. We used a custom program for our streams instead of live streaming on Tor due to being so slow. We also need the extra security.
After about 10 seconds, the screen changed to a countdown with the chat room next to it. At this point, I was starting to feel whatever happened next would not be good. The timer displayed that there were 30 minutes until the stream started. I set my screen name to James Kent 157. Not my real name, but I needed an alias. I said, hi, in chat, but was ignored. I waited the 30 minutes, and after the timer hit 0, a video feed began. On the screen, there was a guy in a mask with 3 people side by side in front of him. He started speaking with a voice changer to mask his voice. He said,
Welcome to the 26th stream of the Freak Show. We are happy to see our old viewers and a few new ones. We will randomly choose who gets to choose who to kill first and how to kill them.
At that point, I realized I was fucked. I was in too much shock to close the window. I watched as the feed turned into a bunch of names scrolling by, until it landed on someone named Gore725. I watched as he made his commands.
First stab him in the kneecaps, then cut off his fingers. After that, gouge his eyeballs. When that's finished, drill into his stomach, and to finish him off, burn him with hot metal.
I watched as the sicko did all of this. I watched as the victim screamed in pain. After everything was done, he said,
"Now for the next one."
After he said that, I snapped out of it and went to close the page. When I clicked on the X, it said, "Sorry, no leaving midstream." I was trapped. The wheel popped up again, but this time, it landed on me. I couldn't respond. Instead, I typed in the chat, "You sick fucks, why are you doing this?" I was met with all the people in the chat calling me things like pussy, dumbass, and other things. I then said, "I'm calling the police." I shouldn't have said that. The owner of the site said,
"Call the police, and you'll be in next week's stream, Logan."
That made my heart freeze. He knew my real name. He then pasted my parents' names, my address, school, age, and IP in chat. I immediately went to the task manager to close Tor in the programs. As soon as the task manager opened, it said, "Not responding." The guy said,
"Don't try that in chat."
I pulled the plug on my computer without a doubt. My screen went black. I ran to my parents' room and told them what happened and said we had to move. They believed me and called the police. Police took care of everything and put us under police protection. Within a few months, they found the website owner. He was a 32-year-old man who lived off a combination of welfare and the money he made from his red room. It was many years later before I finally started using technology again. The dark web is an abyss of terrible things. If you're smart, you'll stay on the surface web, but I can't control what you do. Hi, my name is Jacob. My life hadn't gone the way I'd expected it, or rather, my future hadn't been what I'd hoped. When I was in college, my whole life revolved around my school and my work. If I wasn't on the computer writing some program, I was in class or tutoring. If I wasn't doing any of those things, I was helping out at the help desk of our school. Either way, I had no life outside of class and work. Mainly because I had told myself that I would focus on the fun parts of life when I had a degree and a decent paying job. Right now, I needed to earn all of that. When my school finally ended, I was in a panic to get a decent job because I knew not soon after Uncle Sam would come calling for me to pay back all my student loans I'd taken out. Suffice it to say that I wasn't very picky and really just applied for anything that paid a decent amount of money. I didn't even care if it was related to my computer science major, just that it would pay the bills. I finally found a job with a small web development company, which seemed to be a big dream I was hoping for. It paid great, my coworkers were excellent, and my hours were flexible, and the work was fun enough. There was an itch in the back of my mind that I couldn't quite scratch though. Was this it? Was this the life I had given up my early 20s for? I got up in the morning and worked out. I'd get dressed and go to work. Then, for 8 or more hours, I would work on different code banks and polish up different websites before sloughing off back to my new apartment to eat, sleep, and repeat. I tried going out with my friends, going to bars and parties, taking walks, all the things you're supposed to do with a normal life, but none of it brought any excitement to me. I started taking inordinate risks when I was driving, caring less about how people perceived me when I talked with them, and ignoring friends and family. You have to understand some things about me to really know what I was going through. For the better part of life, I had been regarded as a pretty strange kid. I was interested in the more occult and obscure parts of life. Didn't really care much for rules, stealing from others, breaking into houses in my youth, and lying like second nature. As I entered my teenage years, I realized quickly that I couldn't get away with these things anymore if I wanted to get ahead, and decided to change a lot about myself. In essence, I learned to wear a mask and got so good at it that I seemingly forgot I'd been wearing it for all these years. I had even fooled myself. With the boredom and mediocrity of life after college settling in, my mask was starting to wear loose, and the creature from my youth was peeking out from behind it. I started frantically looking for things to satiate my growing need for thrill and excitement, and my numbness to social norms grew even more deafening. Working in the computer field, I had heard of and used Tor on many occasions. The browser used to access the deep web, but never been interested in anything it provided. At most, it masked your identity and sacrificed speed. But at its worst, it was where the dredge of society lurked, and for all my social ineptitude, I knew I wasn't anything like those people. On my way home from work one day, I was driving down the freeway as normal, but suddenly, a guy cut me off and dodged in front of me, almost causing me to crash. I slammed on my brakes and turned my steering wheel as hard as I could, causing me to run off the side of the road into a ditch. My brakes and wheels, no doubt, took some heavy damage, but in general, my car was okay. The whole experience made my heart beat like it was young again, and instead of being mad, I remember that almost it was exciting. I enjoyed the thrill of it. That's when it occurred to me that I may have a use for the deep web after all. Like I had said, it was where you could find all the dregs of society, and while I wasn't one, perhaps I needed someone who was willing to stoop to that level. When I got home, I downloaded Tor and started researching different anonymous forums where I might be able to score a little action. To the more experienced users of the dark web, I likely came off as a newbie going around poking his head into places that he knows nothing about. But I didn't care. All I really needed was just one person to be interested in guiding me through the gates of this underworld. I posted a little thread here and there and any open forum I could find, looking for an adventure and something that will get my heart pumping like I'm alive again. I provided a recently set up email and waited to see if I would get any replies. Many of my threads were taken down by moderators, and those that weren't found unsolicited spam, obvious virus links, or disgusting images sent to the email I had provided. After a few days of no success, I learned of a few chat rooms and I believed might be more helpful than my search. These would be live conversations, so I wouldn't have to wait for any replies, as they would hopefully be more welcoming to someone who didn't know a lot about this kind of thing. After posting my normal looking for adventure, most of the rooms booted me, either as a newbie or believing I was a cop. But in my very last one, I received a pop-up to talk with one of the chat members privately, which I was more than happy to do. There I was, at my desk, nothing lighting the room but my computer monitor. Sitting in the darkness, I chatted back and forth with this guy about my life and how I wanted something more interesting, risky, and fun. He said he'd met many people who'd stumbled onto this chat looking for the same, and that he always liked helping them out. We talked for days about different adventures, he'd taken his past acquaintances on. But how each of them always wanted to return to their normal dull lives after a bit, which left him to continue his search for that one buddy who wouldn't leave. The whole time, this sounded incredibly sad and stalkerish, which, believe it or not, didn't frighten me away, but left me more interested. I'm not naive or stupid. I was talking with someone I'd met on a random dark web chat room. At the most harmless it was, some fat old guy sitting on the other end spinning me a web of lies. But at most, it really was someone dangerous, and I wanted to find out for myself. I wanted him to be dangerous, because therein lies the thrill, which was my vendetta from the beginning of this little adventure into the dark web. I got up the courage to ask him if he'd ever want to actually meet and go on one of his little trips, just to see what his reaction would be. And of course, he was more than happy to. I learned that he was only about 7 hours away from me, so I suggested we meet the next week, and that I didn't want to know any of the details. Just that I wanted to have a fun time for a few days. The days passed by quickly, and the night before I was planning on making the trip, I packed up all the things I thought I might need. Clothes and travel stuff, but also a few self-defense items, a flashlight, and several burner phones. Loading it all in my trunk, I started to get a rush then, and there of what I was able to do. I was meeting up with a complete stranger in the middle of the night, putting myself in danger. And I had no idea what the morning hours were going to be. As I drove down the dark highway road, my light beams in front of me, I felt as alive as ever. The dull drudgery of my job, the boring routine of my life, it all just slipped away. Night and the passing cars gave me a kind of quiet and peace to my racing mind. When I got to the town of my new friend's address, I really started to feel the excitement wash over me. I had given him the number of one of my burner phones, and he texted me, "Are you almost here?" I didn't reply as I knew I was, and pulling over would have just taken more time. I winded up a road near the edge of the town, but definitely removed from public and prying eyes until I seen a house a little ways in the distance. Pulling into the driveway, the reality of what I was doing started to hit me, and more than excited, I began to feel scared. My car lights shone strong against a large metallic garage door, and I seen a shadow move across the bay windows of what looked like to be a living room. I received another text. "Come on in. The door's unlocked," it said. I took a deep gulp and opened my car door, the beeping startling me as I'd forgotten to turn off the engine. Pulling the keys out, I put a few between my knuckles and stepped out the seat onto the dirt, shutting the door behind me. My heart was racing and my breath getting more labored. Every instinct I had was telling me to turn around, and I looked back at my car, but I just kept moving forward. I heard every footstep I took in the dark night air, and I slowly reached out to turn the handle on the old door. Cracked paint funneling down it, and a rusty handle. Inside the garage, a large white light hung from a cord in the center, over 2 pickup trucks, muddled and rusted from head to toe. The place was very cluttered, and I had to step around a narrow path until I reached a screen door just above a few steps. I kind of whispered to myself, "You can just turn around. Just go back." But my adventurous and apathetic nature took over, and I took a few steps up and through the screen door as it squealed shut. Inside the house looked fairly normal. and when I started to say, "Hello," into the room, "Is there anyone there?" I didn't hear anything. I said it a few more times and started to walk around into the living room I'd mentioned before. "I'm downstairs, just fixing the water heater," I heard come from behind me. "There's a wrench on the table, would you mind bringing it to me?" I sure as hell wasn't going to do that. I wanted adventure, but wasn't going to willingly walk into God knows what kind of trap in a completely locked off room downstairs. All of those instincts that I should have been listening to from the get-go came roaring back to my attention, and I immediately turned around and got the hell out of there. Running up to the door, I turned the handle, but it refused to open. I started panicking and turned it so hard that it broke off the door. Just then, I started to hear creaking like someone coming up the stairs, and my heart didn't race. It just stopped and calmed down. I turned around and remembered the wrench sitting on the kitchen table. I picked the heavy thing up and prepared to fight my way out if I needed to. Those giant bay windows were another way out of his house. Quick like lightning, I ran past the door to the stairs, where the voice and creaking came from, and slammed the door shut as I did. I hopped onto the couch and bashed the windows with the wrench, climbing through the broken shards of glass. Climbing into my car as if there wasn't a tomorrow, I shoved the keys in the ignition and screeched out of the driveway, lying my foot into the pedal as hard as I could. After hours of berating myself on the long trip home, the sun was starting to come up and felt some twinge of relief come over me. I was so tired from the whole night of events, and after slinking into my apartment and out of my clothes, I crawled into bed wanting to forget any of this craziness had ever happened. I closed my eyes and drifted off to sleep. A few hours later, I woke up to a beeping on my computer, meaning I had a new message. I went over the computer and seeing that it was from my now former, never-to-actually-meet acquaintance.
Why did you leave? We'd have had so much fun.
I didn't reply. I just looked at the message and considered what my next move should be at this point. Another message came to the screen, which left me shaken and cold.
Your apartment looks so boring compared to what I had in store.
My webcam wasn't on. So how on earth did he know what my apartment looked like? How the heck did he even know where I was? How did he... That was the last thing Jacob told me before meeting a rather unfortunate accident. My basement was much nicer than his apartment, and I was so sad he couldn't have stayed for long. All my friends always seem to leave me. I guess I'll just need to find another. Tell me, have you ever thought about going on the dark web? I know somewhere you might like. I'm not really sure how to start this off, but let me tell you, I'm not just being paranoid as I am writing this. I am genuinely scared for my life, and I have nowhere else to go. About a week ago, I came across a forum online that was talking about the dark web. Having already known about the dark web from a few friends I knew in high school, I thought I should check it out. After a lot of searching on how to access it, I finally had everything set up. I was excited. This was all new to me, and I love finding new things. A buddy of mine suggested that I check out the hidden wiki to find a bunch of stuff that would be interesting. He told me that there are things I should be worried about whilst browsing the dark web. But most of those things I shouldn't have to worry about because they are paid services. I brushed him off, but I knew he wasn't over-exaggerating. I opened Tor and made sure I turned off all the necessary scripts, not wanting to be tracked. I was seriously into finding some leaked documents about Area 51 and Gitmo. Basically, anything that exposed the government. As I was browsing, I came across this archive with over 3,000 links on it. I decided I would start somewhere near the bottom. I clicked on quite a few and waited for them to load, while looking for some more to open. Let it be noted that not all of them had descriptions or titles. It was just the links that were shown. And in retrospect, I shouldn't have clicked on those ones. Eventually, all of the tabs loaded and I started to go through them. One of them was this kind of forum where dark web surfers could interact with each other and find out where to find some other cool websites. I was interested in that, so I left that tab open and went on to the next one. This one was just a page that said it had been seized by the government. I immediately closed that tab. That was me being paranoid. Deep inside, I knew that my IP address was hidden, and I was protected by a bunch of firewalls and security software that I had bought from my previous job. The next tab was disturbing, to say the least. Now, I won't go into detail, because I don't want to put too vivid of an image into your brain. Let's just say it was snuff. Snuff that should never, under any circumstances, be seen by anyone. I immediately closed the tab, and I was left with the same forum that I had first come across. After my run-in with that last website, I should have left. I shouldn't have kept going. But my curiosity got the best of me, and I kept going in, deeper and deeper with every click. Eventually, I came across a website that I was hoping I'd find. Government exploits. I was so relieved I wouldn't be coming across any more snuff and stuff I should never see again. For those of you who browse the dark web, you should know exactly what I'm talking about. I was casually browsing through this amazing website when I saw another tab pop open. It startled me, as I hadn't clicked anything and was just reading. I slowly hovered over the tab and considered closing it, but before I could, my curious mind decided to open the tab. The worst mistake I ever made. At first, it looked innocent enough. It was just a blank page. Kind of like the page you get when there's a 404 error page. Except, there was nothing on it. I thought nothing of it and was about to close the page, when words started forming on the page without me typing.
Hello.
The first word read.
Nice to see you again.
Again? I questioned myself. Shit. I knew I should have reset my IP address after re-accessing some of the websites I did.
You don't look like I expected you to.
All of the color drained from my face. How did this person know what I looked like? I thought for sure this was some kind of bot that the webpage owner had made to fuck with some newcomers to the dark web and started laughing. I then continued to exit the page. Only, it wouldn't let me. That's when I started to panic. Not a huge panic. More like the kind of panic you get when you think you've forgotten or lost your wallet somewhere.
Trying to leave so soon, Lynn?
Now, I was full on panicking. There was no way in hell this guy could know my name. The next message he sent was bone-chilling. He sent my full name, my social security number, my address, phone number, previous employers, every little bit of personal information he could dig up on me. I was terrified.
Now that I have your attention, be a good girl and look at the camera for me.
I did, and I mentally slapped myself. How could I have forgotten to tape my webcam before going onto the dark web? I figured he had access to my microphone, so I asked him a question. "What do you want?" I asked. "Not so fast," he replied.
You look so beautiful. I'd love for you to make an appearance in one of my videos.
I shook my head and said no.
Oh, but I'm not giving you a choice,
he said. I started crying. I knew he wasn't giving me a choice, and I tried to remain emotionless to keep from getting this guy off, knowing that he was able to get something out of me. But obviously, I failed. He had all my information, and I was hopeless. I was dead either way. I was done reading what this guy had to say, and I threw my laptop outside into the rain, locked all the doors and windows, and went into my room. Buy a new laptop the next day, I told myself. Just as I started to drift off to sleep, I heard a tapping at my window. It wasn't loud enough to get me out of my half-sleeping trance. But then, there was a loud bang. I jumped up from my bed and slowly walked over to my bedroom window, and there was nothing there. I got back into my bed and started to fall asleep again. I slept through the night, waking up at 8 a.m. this morning. I've been getting phone calls all day from a blocked number. I know it's a long distance because my phone had a different ring to it, if it's a long-distance caller. This is how I avoid accidentally answering the phone to telemarketers. Seeing how it was a blocked number, I figured it could have been family calling from my hometown. So I answered, and all I could hear on the other line was heavy breathing. Every hour on the hour, I've been getting phone calls like this all day. It's now 9:30 p.m. as I am writing this, and I'm absolutely scared shitless. I don't know what to do since the guy knows all of my information. And being in the panic that I was in last night, I ruined all the evidence that I had of the conversation between him and myself. The police aren't doing anything because he hasn't made any direct threats. I am genuinely scared for my life. Please, help me make this stop. There used to be a small YouTube channel called Sam's Online Food Review. It was run by my best friend Sam Ryder. A channel full of videos that consisted of Sam eating and reviewing food and drink before a camera. His channel garnered around 10,000 subscribers, which, although it wasn't huge, it was big enough for Sam to be dedicated to it. I can recall numerous times of sitting in the passenger seat of his car staying out of his shot as moments prior he announced he wanted to video himself trying something he picked up in the store. Only moving after he signed off with his signature, thumbs up or down, and his catchphrase, "I like it" or "I loathe it." He was liked for his friendly attitude and happy all-round good guy persona. He was really well received by his audience. Rarely were there any hate comments, and when there was, Sam would shrug them off and keep smiling. Sam was always smiling. Sam's Online Food Review went dark 7 months ago. No warning, no notice, just deactivated. I didn't hear or see from Sam despite numerous phone calls and house visits, to no avail. 6 days after his channel was deleted, I called the police to do a welfare check on Sam. I was worried he had fallen ill or hurt himself. The police made entry into his property and found nothing, and Sam was declared a missing person. A week after Sam was declared missing, a dog walker discovered a horrifically mutilated corpse on a railway line. The body had severe lacerations all around the head, arms, chest, and legs, and was almost cut in two across the waist. The decomposing internal organs splayed out of the gruesome V-shaped cut. The autopsy report noted that although no direct cause of death was confirmed, it was likely the large slit in the throat that brought on death. The autopsy also turned up questionable findings, including the body missing its stomach and heart, long strips of flesh removed off the chest, arms, and lower back, and that the body was exsanguinated. The scene wasn't remarkably bloody yet, and the body was almost completely drained of blood. 2 weeks later, the police had identified the deceased. Despite the damage that had occurred to the corpse, the teeth were intact enough to get a viable reference for dental records. My worst fears for Sam were realized. It was him. The police investigated, but could not find forensic evidence of any other person being on scene. They eventually came to the conclusion that he was hit by a passing freight train. The lacerations and disembowelment attributed to being dragged under, and the missing organs explained away as being eaten by wildlife, a fox maybe. Sam's mother decided it was best to cremate what remained of her only son. I stood next to her as the beach coffin was pulled into the large furnace. As the door closed and gas jets ignited with a whoosh, she broke down in tears, and so did I. I stood there sobbing for the entire 90 minutes it took for one of the people I grew up and shared so many memories with was vaporized. I mourned my friend and done to my best to move on. It was going well. I got distracted, got a new job, started dating a girl I met through my work. A few months passed, and even though I missed Sam, things were going well. Right up to the point where I was browsing Reddit at 3 a.m. that I received a Facebook message from the account of my dead friend. I froze, seeing his profile picture in the message bubble. A picture taken during good times. Sam's wide smile plastered on his face. I felt a sudden chill. A profound sense of fear enveloped in me. You know, the fear that makes you cold and your limbs ache as a slow drip of adrenaline spreads throughout your body. With dread, I opened the message. It was a link to a file-sharing website. I stared at the seemingly random set of numbers and letters that made up the URL, my head racing through what the hell was on the other side of that link, and more importantly, why did my dead friend send it to me? My hand, seemingly on autopilot, brought the cursor above the link, with my gut instinct screaming no. I clicked on the link. Before my finger had lifted from the click, I immediately regretted what I just did. Chrome opened up a new tab to the website. The screen was gray, apart from a black rectangle in the middle of the page, which had a play button over it. I stared at it, unwilling to click. What I was scared of, I didn't know. Around 10 seconds had passed, then the screen refreshed. Instead of the play button, the rectangle had the words auto-playing in 5 seconds in bright white on it. I watched as the numbers counted down, trying to understand what was going on. An abrupt buzzing noise made me jump. The video began to play. The camera was pointed at what appeared to be a grimy, white-tiled surface. I could hear the sounds of muffled whimpering followed by footsteps of someone approaching the camera. There was some slight rusting noise as the camera was adjusted. The screen blurred out as the camera was turned. When the camera came back into focus, I let out a choked gasp. In the middle of the white-tiled room, Sam laid on his back on a stainless steel table, his eyes wide in pure, unfiltered terror. The light of a single bulb hanging over the table reflected off the sheen of sweat that coated his forehead, his naked chest rising and falling rapidly in panic. He looked into the camera and attempted to yell. The noise muffled by a tight cloth gag that was bound around his head. His hands were also bound together tightly with duct tape. I stared at the screen, feeling increasingly sick, my brain failing to grasp what was going on. Before I could even comprehend what was happening, the sound of Sam squirming and whimpering was interrupted by a high pitch.
Welcome to Sam's online food review. Today we have a special treat.
The mocking tone came from behind the camera. Sam's panic increased. He started jerking his body, trying to free his hands. The voice continued.
Today we will try what is considered a delicacy in many countries, although usually a forbidden one, that is.
The camera zoomed out slightly, and a man appeared in the frame, standing in front of Sam. He was dressed in a white coat with a red striped apron on. He wore a butcher's hat and a cloth face mask. In his rubber-gloved hands, he held a large red-handled butcher's scimitar, and in the other, he held a sharpening tool. The man started running the knife up and down the blade in a smooth fashion, the steel on steel making a smooth noise. Sam's panicked, muffled yells growing stronger. The man placed down the sharpening tool and walked around the table. Sam turned his head and started what sounded like a desperate pleading with the man. The man placed down the sharpening rod and walked around the table. Sam turned his head and started what sounded like a desperate pleading with the man.
Poor little lamb,
the man cooed.
It won't hurt as long as you'll be delicious.
Even from here, I could see the tears filled my friend's eyes. As he struggled, the man rolled Sam onto his front and pulled his head over the edge of the table. The man then walked out of the shot and returned with a metal bucket. He placed it on the floor below Sam's head. In a swift motion, he grabbed a tuft of Sam's hair and lifted his head and started slitting his throat. Crimson burst from his neck and splashed all over the bucket and onto the floor, my friend's bloody jerking uncontrollably as blood spewed out of his neck like a volcano eruption. As I watched this happen, I threw up. I fell out of my chair in horror. I pulled myself away, not being able to see anymore. I fell again by the door. The speakers on my computer, loud enough to hear what sounded like slicing and grunting. I lay curled up in the corner, sobbing amidst a panic attack, the minutes feeling like hours. When the sound stopped, I shakily got up and walked to my computer. Avoiding the pool of sick on the floor, I forced myself to look at the screen. The page had closed, and Chrome displayed the Reddit screen. The Facebook tab had one notification. I didn't want to click it, but I willed myself to. It was a message from Sam. I like it. Last year, I did something really bad. I got onto the dark web with a few friends, and I'm telling you, it is real. There's a certain site, and I'm not giving you the full name. Let's just call it the Black Room. Me and my friends waited until their parents went to bed, and all three of us pulled up chairs to the computer. It was a live streaming site that read Live Preview in Serbian. There was a black screen and people were typing into the chat box in another language. We just watched and waited for something to happen. A topless woman with long dark brown hair appeared in a chair. She was wearing blue jeans. Her hands were tied with what looked like thin blue ropes and duct tape double wrapped. I guess it was to make sure she didn't get out. Her feet were cuffed together with what looked like metal leg cuffs. She had a blank look on her face. The camera flashed off to dark again. It looked like someone was covering the camera with a towel. Then I heard the sick sound of a drill being turned on. towel was removed. I heard her shouting in another language, probably begging for her life, screaming and crying, but she couldn't move. It was a shirtless man in a BDSM mask. If you don't know what that is, I suggest you look it up. It was a black leather-looking mask with eye holes and a zipper where you could zip up the mouth. She began screaming and I wanted to turn away, but curiosity got the best of me. He put the fat metal tip of the drill straight into her damn eye. It made a sickening squishing sound and she was moaning and screaming as the drill went directly through her eyeball. Dark red blood began oozing out and it looked like the poor woman was going into shock. She was shaking so bad. The camera had zoomed in. Her eye was still attached and had major blunt force trauma. It looked like a big black bloody hole. Her eye was half there, somewhat. It was really hard to look at, and then the camera lens went black again. We heard 2 loud pops that sounded like a gun. After that, it went silent. No more sound, no more video. The viewing was obviously over. Oh my god, I told my friends. I just think we witnessed a murder. They shot her. They really fucking shot her. My friends and I agreed we would never watch anything like this again. I went home feeling disgusted with myself. I hoped and prayed it wasn't real. Sadly, it may have been. I promised myself no more. I would never watch anything like that again. That lasted until about next weekend. Next Saturday night, after playing the PS4 for a few hours, we began to get tired and smoked a few joints to wake us up. Then, my best friend, we will call him Rob, suggested we get on the dark web again. Rob is a computer genius and knows how to get into the deep web and dark web. He used a VPN. We decided to click on the black room again. Rob told me that only 4% of the internet is visible to the public, and 96% of the remaining is made up of the deep web. It made us feel a bit sick to my stomach. What a disturbing thought. It took us a few hours, and the site wanted us to pay with Bitcoin, and we did. I don't know how we easily got in there the first time without paying. I guess we just got lucky because they wanted us to pay next time. This time, the screen was not black, and there was a concrete-looking room in a bucket. A big heavy-set man with this white pillowcase around his head and eye holes cut out. You could not see his face. He picked up the bucket and began laughing, showing us the bucket and then showing us what was in the bucket. I almost threw up. It was a bucket full of body parts, human body parts, floating in this clotted red goop. I was assuming it was coagulated blood. I just remember seeing bloody teeth, a few fingers, and what looked like a couple of eyeballs or what was left of them. This couldn't be real, I thought. But, by the way, the man was laughing. It was no joke. It had to be animal parts, I thought. Please let it be animal parts. The camera zoomed in and on the bucket was a white piece of paper that read Victim Number 12. It was written in permanent marker. Was this the remains of some poor unfortunate soul who got brutalized, like the first victim? Was this the remains of the poor lady we saw last week? I really hope not. I wasn't prepared for what happened next. The screen went black again, and in a chair sat another woman. This time with blonde hair, and her eyes were covered with a black scarf. She was bound by her hands and feet with the same looking thin blue rope, and I felt very sorry for her. Her waist was strapped in with some sort of belt holding her down onto the chair. A white sheet was hung up behind her. I wanted to help her and felt like there was nothing I could do. The fat man began dipping his hands in the gooey mess and trying to shove it in the woman's mouth. She tried to hold her mouth shut, but the man got angrier and slapped her in the face. It sounded like he was telling her, "Eat it, eat it." She began to chew and cry, and then vomited the whole mess up on her pretty white silk blouse. The chat box was going wild. People were typing in different languages, and the chat box was going wild. Then, I heard it. The cranking of a chainsaw. There, standing beside the poor girl, appeared the same man from the first video. He was holding a chainsaw. Shirtless, black mask and all. I got a sickening feeling in my stomach. This is not gonna be good. I had seen what chainsaws do to people. Chainsaw accidents are horrible. I wanted to stop viewing right then and there, but my friends were eager to watch and I didn't want to seem like a wuss. She was screaming her guts out, flailing, trying to get out of the chair. Good thing we all had headphones on, because this was really loud. I watched in horror as he began to try and cut off her arms. The chainsaw went through a little and then kicked back in a jerky upward motion, coming close to knocking her attacker out. He must have hit her arm bone, I thought. I think this really angered him. I could hear him screaming in another language, so I assume he might have gotten nicked by the chainsaw. Suddenly, he shoved the blade directly into her stomach area. He pushed it in and began to cut vertically upwards, her faint screams muffled by the chainsaw. Droplets of blood began spraying into the air and onto the sheet. Little pieces of meat and tissue flew all over the room. She began convulsing. Her eyes rolled to the back of her head and she was gone, just like that. The man slowly pulled the chainsaw out, and as he did, I could see what looked like her intestines hanging out. The screen went black. I ran to the bathroom and threw up. I think I threw up for about 15 minutes. I almost passed out. My friends laughed at me, and I knew behind that laughter, it disturbed them too. All I know now is, there are some really sick people out in there in different parts of the world that will do anything on the web for money. These people have no heart or soul. They are inhuman and sick in the head, so stay off the dark web. There are just some things you can never forget that will disturb you and your mind forever. You will not be able to undo what you have seen. Remember that. I'm writing this in hopes that someone will hear my story before I'm unable to tell it anymore. As of right now, I'm hiding in O'Hare Airport, waiting for a flight that will take me far away from here. Hopefully to somewhere they can't find me. Who's they, you ask? In all honesty, I don't know. No one does, except them. However, I can tell you what they do for a living, and why they want me dead so badly. I've had a near infinite number of pursuers over the last week, but they are not little more than the cockroaches when compared to the 3 who are in charge. Firechain, Beta-02, and Symbol. God, I feel chills just saying their names. The 3 are drug lords, but not in the sense you might think. These 3 run a dark web marketplace named Euphoria, where they make hundreds of millions of dollars from funding people's addictions. They don't do any actual drug dealing themselves, they just provide a place for it to happen. And happen it does. Last time I checked, they had over 1 million listings for drugs. And drugs isn't the only thing they hawk. They sell guns, viruses, stolen bank accounts. I couldn't name all of it if I tried. One of the only things banned on there is murder for hire. Which is ironic, considering I'll probably be dead at the hand of one of their hitmen before the day is out. Forget their backgrounds. This story is about me, and how I wound up in this shitstorm. It all started 2 weeks ago, in the science fiction section of the Wicker Park branch of the local library, where I had gone for the day to upload a video, as their Wi-Fi was much faster than the one at my flat. I had been staring into space for an hour, when suddenly my vision cleared and my eyes came to rest on a handheld laptop bag. Checking it out, I realized that it was mint condition, genuine Louis Vuitton. Score. Now, I was no thief, but I had been late on my rent payments for a while, and couldn't get a raise at my shitty job. You get my drift. The bag would have been put to much better use, paying for my rent, than it would have had on some airhead web designer's arm. Or so I thought. Now that I reminisce, I would have rather been homeless and starving than have taken that bag. Regardless of my idiocy, I will continue on with my story. Keeping a lookout for any security cameras or nosy patrons, I picked up the bag and took it over to where my laptop had just finished uploading the video. Pretending the bag was mine, I tried to stuff my shitty old Dell in it, only to find out that there was already a sleek, shiny Lenovo in there that probably cost more than the bag itself. Giving up, I just shoved the bag under my Letterman's jacket and took a back way home. Once I had gotten back to my place, I called my friend Gerald, who specialized in the resale of borrowed items. Permanently borrowed items. I told him about the catch, and he quoted me $3,000 for the lot. I knew it was a ripoff, but hey, I had no other way to pay my rent. In the meantime, I opened up the laptop, and a very peculiar screen popped up. TrueCrypt bootloader 7.0A. Enter password. What the fuck? I had never really been good with the computers, much less tried using advanced encryption tools or Linux. Of course, I know about all of that now, as it's probably been the only things keeping me safe from those sick fucks. Regardless of my inexperience and ignorance, I could infer that this program was some sort of full disk encryption tool, and a heavy-duty one at that. There was no downloading a wannabe hacker's password cracker tool. I would have to guess what the password was, or be locked out forever. 12345. Fail. Password. Fail. I noticed a few bumper stickers stuck to the back of the laptop. One was a Bitcoin symbol, and the other one was an onion, with 3 letters on it. T, O, and R. It seemed like some sort of acronym. Desperate, I tried this as a password. Bitcoin Tor. Much to my surprise, the computer booted and took me to a second login screen with the username of B02. Already entered. Fuck, another password to guess. Fortunately, whoever owned the laptop before had been lazy and used the same passwords for the computer and the encryption tool. After all this work to unlock the thing, I was a bit scared as to what was on the other side of the login screen. And I was scared and fascinated. There were 5 applications installed: a terminal, Sublime Text, and something called Tor Browser, like on the sticker, a Bitcoin wallet application, and a chatting application named TorChat. All of a sudden, it hit me. I had heard of Tor Browser back in high school, I'm 20 now, as the one and only way to access the fabled Deep Web. Deep Web, as I know very intimately now, is the place where you go to buy drugs online. Of course, there are other uses as well, like political protest and cat meme sites. But drug dealing is its most infamous use. And what did people pay for drugs with? Bitcoin. Holy shit, putting 2 and 2 together. I correctly assumed that whoever owned this laptop was doing some seriously illegal shit on it. My excited fog was broken as soon as I heard a loud knock at the door. "Gerald, here to buy that bag and laptop off me." All of a sudden, it hit me. I had to let the laptop go. As I had just made such an insane discovery, I couldn't let that happen. Fortunately, as well as being a low-life stolen goods peddler, Gerald was also a raging alcoholic. In all honesty, he really didn't rage. He was just a malleable idiot when he was drunk. Judging by the amount he slurred, "Brendan, get your ass out here. I just want to get that bag." He was very, very inebriated. Perfect. I was able to quickly take the money and give him the bag, minus the laptop. As I was handing over the bag, something dropped out of it. A gold-plated flash drive. As he was tripping down the stairs on the way out, I thought to myself, damn, whoever owned this laptop was one rich motherfucker. To have a fucking flash drive decked out like this? I sure was right. Sitting back down at the laptop, I plugged in the drive out of curiosity. Nothing seemed to pop up though, so I figured it must have been empty. I moved on to check the installed applications, starting with Electrum, the Bitcoin wallet. It opened up a file manager and prompted me to load a wallet file, which there was one, on the flash drive. It was reading it. A chat window popped up. Symbol: Beta, where are you? Need to back up the DB for this week. Symbol: Beta. Symbol: Beta. What the fuck? Who was this person? What was a DB? And who was Beta? Shit. Back to the real world. I think I saw one of their guys. I gotta go. Flight leaves in 6 hours. I should be able to finish before then. If I survive, that is. I've never been to the deep web. I knew about it, of course, but it never really held my interest. As far as I was concerned, it was just another creepy internet joke. A creepypasta. Fantasy. I mean, maybe there was some hidden sites to buy drugs on, or that had all sorts of viruses, but the hiring hitman and human trafficking stuff was just fake. It had to be. If only I had been right. It was my sophomore year of college, and I was at a small party with a few friends. Let's call them James, Shane, Rose, Julie, and Kyle. James, Shane, Kyle, and Rose were all computer science majors, while me and Julie were both undecided and not very savvy with tech. I don't know when Kyle was able to find the dark web, but it all started at this party. I don't remember it all that well, but at some point, we got into the topic of the dark web. I laughed a lot of it off, but like usually, Kyle and James were going on and on about it. Rose would sometimes join in the conversation, but didn't enjoy talking about it as much as they did. Julie was really creeped out and would beg Kyle, who she was dating, to stop talking about it. Shane was always quiet. This was all pretty normal, but this time, James said he had found it. "No, you didn't," Kyle laughed, claiming that James wasn't skilled enough to hack into it. James was insistent, though, saying he had found a site like the Silk Road where you could buy drugs. Rose said something like, "That doesn't really count. If you're going on the dark web, you gotta go deep." We all laughed, but Shane spoke up suddenly. I should explain that Shane was kind of a creepy guy and definitely gave off a really creepy vibe, although he never bragged about it. We all kinda knew that he was the most likely out of all of us to have actually been on the dark web. I don't think any of us really knew why we hung out with him. He never caused any problems, and He was a good study partner, considering he was probably one of the smartest people in our class. "You should go deep," was all he said. We laughed again. "No, I'm serious. A place like that? You're already deep enough. You don't know what might be lurking deeper." Which is exactly why you should go deeper. Brave the frontier, explore the unknown, Kyle had joked. Shane just shook his head and looked back down at his phone. $10, you can't even find the dark web, James said. After that, it became a spiral of dares, until someone had said, $60 for whoever finds the creepiest website. And like that, it started. Of course, as morbidly intriguing as it was, I stood out of it. Shane had slipped away during the argument, but none of us had really noticed at the time. A few weeks had passed before it got brought up again. It was James. He had taken screenshots of some site that was apparently selling human body parts. All of us were pretty disgusted, but Kyle had argued that it could have been photoshopped or fake. James was mad, and there was a pretty bad fight about it. I think it ended when Rose said that we should put an actual time limit on the contest. I don't really remember how long it was, but all three of them found more and more disturbing things that, honestly, I've tried to block from my memory and I don't really want to share. This stupid contest ended up causing a falling out between all of us, and I stopped hanging out with them and fell out of touch with them, except for Rose. We had a mutual agreement to just not bring it up, and for a while, I didn't really hear anything about it. One day, I got a text from Rose that just said, "We need to talk. It's about you know what, but this is important. Please text back ASAP," so I responded, "Hey, what's up? Have you heard what happened?" "No, what do you mean?" "It's about the contest. Something has happened. Did those idiots finally find their bloody grail? This isn't funny. It isn't good. Someone is stalking Julie." "What? Julie wasn't part of the contest." "She almost puked when she saw the first screenshot." "I don't really know what happened, but she started getting really weird text messages like 2 weeks ago. They were from random numbers and she's really freaked out." "How is this related to the contest? Maybe it's just some creep on campus or a prank." "They had pictures of her from Kyle's computer. They had pictures of them together. Kyle won't talk about it. I think it's happening to him too." "Are you sure he isn't just messing with her? He can be a real prankster sometimes. This isn't like him. We tried talking to the security about it, and they either don't believe us or don't know what to do. We're scared. If they know about Kyle and Julie, what if they know about all of us?" "I don't know. Maybe you should get a new phone and computers. If Julie and Kyle are really worried about it, maybe they can transfer." After that, things were quiet for a few days, and even though I was a little worried for them, the whole situation started to fade to the back of my mind. Then, I got a text from Julie asking me if she could stay in my room for the night because her roommate's boyfriend was staying in her room. It was sudden, but my roommate didn't mind, so I agreed. I asked her about what Rose had told me, and Julie went silent. She said she didn't want to talk about it. Nothing unusual happened that night. We all had dinner, studied, hung out, and then went to bed. Then, at 3 in the morning, someone's phone started to go off. It wasn't my ringtone, so I ignored it. Then, it went off again. Then again, and again. Julie ended up grabbing her phone to see what's going on. Suddenly, she sat straight up on the inflated mattress she was sleeping in, dropped her phone. She looked up at me. "Call campus security." "What?" I said, "Call campus security right now." I was confused, but I did as she asked. Security guard picked up the phone and asked me what's wrong. I don't know, I have a friend staying in my room tonight and her phone was going off. She told me to call you. Julie snatched the phone from me and started speaking almost incoherently into the phone. She went quiet as I guess the guard calmed her down, then handed me back my phone. I don't really know what is going on, but we're sending people over to both of your rooms. Make sure the doors are locked, and if you hear anything, call back immediately. Then hung up. Julie was rocking back and forth, her hands clamped to her head. My roommate woke up and asked what was wrong, and I shrugged. I didn't want to scare my roommate too much, but I told her it sounded like Julie's stalker Rose had told me about I was making the next move. And I wouldn't worry too much. No, it's not a stalker. We dove too deep. Shane was right. There are monsters lurking in the depths, and now they're coming for me, Julie whispered. Her eyes were wide, and she had a crazed, almost insane look about her. You locked the door, right? I asked my roommate. She nodded. Good. Time moved by so slowly, and I was starting to get impatient when there was a sudden knocking on the door. It was quiet, but loud enough to hear. I got up, assuming it was an officer sent by the guard. Julie's phone went off again. Just as I reached for the lock, she suddenly jumped and grabbed me, shaking her head. It's the guard, I had started to say, and when she showed me her phone, the new text was displayed on the screen. It said,
Open the door, Julie.
I lowered my hand and motioned us all towards the bathroom that connected our room to our suite mate's room. Luckily, we only had one suite mate, and they were out of town for the weekend. We all huddled in the bathroom and locked both doors. Julie turned her phone to silent mode. Her phone buzzed. Another text.
I said, open the door, Julie.
We all stood there, shaking. Buzz.
Don't make this difficult. You're only prolonging the inevitable.
There was another knock on the main door. Muffled since we were in the bathroom, but much louder. Buzz.
I know you're in there. You're in your room of this building. Let me in, now.
The banging got louder, and it stopped abruptly. Buzz.
Fine. You've made your decision. Now all of you will pay.
My heart was pounding, harder and harder. I could feel the pure adrenaline running in my veins. It was so quiet. Julie looked like she was about to vomit. My roommate stood quietly with wide, terrified eyes, her knuckles white as she clenched her hands close to her face. Then, we all heard the door unlock and creak open. Silence again. There was a knock on the bathroom door. It was quiet, calm, but didn't stop. Julie started to rush to open the other door, but I shook my head. Something was wrong. Somehow, I knew that we were trapped. Going out that door would only make things worse. I was so preoccupied with Julie, I didn't realize the knocking stopped. I heard the sound of the door unlocking. Julie screamed and ripped out of my grip, yanked the other door open and bolted out. Even though every instinct told me to run out there with her, I couldn't move. This is how I die, I thought. The bathroom door creaked open, and I turned back to face the attacker. A dark, empty room stared back at me. I turned back to my roommate, who had jumped back, but was still in the bathroom with me. We stood there shaking until a guard finally arrived. He was out of breath and said that there was trouble getting to us sooner. I would later find out that the guard who had originally been sent had been stabbed several times, barely surviving. Julie disappeared. Police rule it as a kidnapping. The stalker took her. Kyle fell into a bad depression. Last I know, he was severely suicidal. Shane kinda just disappeared, but not like how Julie did. He was always around somewhere in the background, like a statue, quietly observing. But to be fair, he had always kind of been like that. Rose and I stopped talking after all of this. I don't know what happened to her. She ended up transferring shortly after. James went missing a year later, and some people thought that maybe him and his new girlfriend eloped. But something in my gut tells me otherwise. I know better. James and Julie both were taken by whatever twisted people we ran into that night. I'm just glad that I escaped practically unharmed, except for the psychological damage. I can never forget that night. And sometimes, on dark, quiet nights like that, as I drift off into sleep, I swear I can hear a soft knocking on my door. I don't know what I was thinking, really. I had been drinking with friends and got home drunk. I decided to open Tor, and one link led to another. I ended up on a marketplace website that was selling all sorts of shady shit. I could buy my own weight in cocaine if I saw fit, and had the money. Though something caught my interest. The posting said, "Mystery box made to order, $250. I read the description, which listed what it could contain. A brand new iPad, that was it. That was the thing that made me send $250 worth of Bitcoin to some random guy in some random place of the internet. I had vague memories of sloppily messaging the seller that I really wanted the iPad. Oh god, I remember sending them an extra $50 to sweeten the deal. What a dickhead. When I woke, my head hurt. I had a full-blown migraine. It wasn't until I had breakfast, showered, and opened up my laptop that I remembered. My heart sunk. I didn't have money to waste on shit like that. But I did. I clicked the button to message the seller to tell him I changed my mind, but nothing happened. I refreshed the page and, as you can guess, the listing wasn't found. Now, I didn't think myself to be an idiot. I wouldn't fall for 411 scams. I know no Nigerian prince wants to send me money, but drunk me, he's a bit of an asshole. I checked my Bitcoin account to see it tell me that I was out of untraceable money. I swear I had at least $750 worth in there, if you take the exchange rate of the day. But that way, it fluctuates. It may have only been worth $300. I was depressed for the rest of the day. I promised myself I wouldn't do anything like that again. But then, drunk me is a real you-know. Weeks passed and I completely forgot about it. To be honest, I didn't want to remember how stupid I was. Today, though, I did remember. I walked downstairs to see a large brown box on the kitchen table, addressed to me. My dad must have received it from the mailman when he was getting ready for work. I stared at it, shocked to see it had actually arrived. I picked it up. The weight was lopsided, but it was heavy. That was a good sign. At least it wasn't filled with packing chips. I pulled off the tape and opened it up to reveal a lot of packing chips. I chuckled to myself before plunging my hand in. I pulled out an anonymous red sweater. I held it to my face and it smelled like perfume. It was used. I was slightly disgusted, but what did I expect from the dark web? I placed it on the table next to me. The next item was a set of keys. I examined them and wondered why on earth was that part of this parcel. It was literally like the guy just shoved some random things into a box and sent it off. I was beginning to feel ripped off. I placed my hand in again and pulled out a small bag with a note attached. I knew what it was before I read it. I was excited. A little thing to make the time pass more calmly, written in Sharpie. It was a good amount of weed. I never bought drugs off the internet. I opened the bag to see it was the real deal, and that strong skunky smell rose up. I took a deep breath and sighed. I'd say it was $70 worth, give or take. I pushed it into my back pocket, worried that my mom could be up any minute and catch me with it. I was intrigued to see what was remaining. Maybe I'd make my money back yet. The next item was a small wooden box. I opened it up to see a few pieces of silver jewelry. I checked each one, having no idea of what it was worth. There were 2 necklaces and 2 rings. I wondered if these were stolen or bought from a pawn shop. I placed it next to the red top. The next was another baggie, with another note written in Sharpie. "You'll need these. Trust me." I was a little anxious when I read the note. and saw a small box of Xanax inside. What the fuck did I need anxiety medication for? I was not one to dabble in prescription drugs. Weed and a little mushrooms was all I needed. I knew some friends who'd pay good money for that. I had no idea how much they were worth, though. I'd look it up later. I assumed $50, so that was $130 so far. And to be fair, for something off the dark web, if I only lost around half my money, I should count myself lucky. I fished around in the box again and couldn't feel anything else. I picked it up to feel it was still heavy. I placed it down again and stood up. I reached all the way at the bottom and felt something large and slender. I pulled it out. It was a fucking iPad. Holy shit, jackpot. It was slightly scratched, but it wasn't a first generation. It was light and thin. It was at least an Air. I was stoked. It was then my mother popped her head around the corner. "Hey honey, did you get your package?" "Yeah," I said, suddenly aware I could smell the weed in my back pocket. "Hey, you found my sweater," she said, delighted. "Where was it?" Was all I mustered. She picked it up and, unconsciously, the keys too. She walked away. I sighed, worried she smelled the drugs. "What's that?" she said, turning. "Oh, I'm holding it for a friend," I said without thinking. "What?" she said, not paying attention. "What's my jewelry box doing down here?" I stared at my mom, slack-jawed. She picked it up and opened it, studying if anything was missing. "Well, answer me," she demanded. "It was in the package," I said honestly. "Don't bullshit me. Were you going to sell this?" "No, I promise. Just wait until your dad gets home. Jesus, Darren. I swear this is not your stuff. It was in my package I bought off the net. Do you expect me to believe you bought my exact top and my jewelry box off the internet? Why in God's blazes would you do that? It was a mystery box. It could have contained anything. You come up with some shit sometimes. I think it's best if you go to your room." "I'm 17, I said. "When you're under our roof, it's our rules." I picked up the iPad and went upstairs. I laid on my bed and turned the device on. I was surprised to see it still had power. A few non-standard apps appeared on the desktop as I swiped to unlock. Nothing of interest, though. I checked the email program to see that it was blank. I was worried it was stolen and knew I couldn't keep it if there were any personal data on there. I checked the Photos app. There were around a dozen photos. I tapped the first. It was a low-light shot of the street. Could have been any. I swiped, and the next one was the front of a house. The light was on in the front room. It's overexposed, but in the low light, it overexposed the shot and made it hard to see any detail. The next was of the side of a house. The horizontal white wood siding looked similar to ours. The next was what appeared to be a rear door. Then one of a kitchen. I did a double take. The place looked identical to ours. The one of the living room. The TV bright and hiding the faces of the people who sat on the couch and chair. Then one of the stairs. The brown waxed wood of the floor was uncanny, and my heart thumped in my chest. Then one of the landing. This was no coincidence. It was our house. The family portrait that hung on the far side wall, even in the low light, was obviously ours. I panicked and didn't want to swipe again, though I did. My parents' bedroom. My mother asleep on the bed, the bed covers pulled taut. The next view, the covers being pulled back gently. My mother pulled her legs up from the sudden cold air. The cupboard open, a black-gloved hand reaching out and searching, a hand holding a red sweater. A dark photo of light obscuring the view. Another dark photo, this time the exposure was better, and I see it's from inside the cupboard. My dad was in the room. The next, my dad getting into bed next to my mother. Then, one at the bed, my parents sleeping. I swiped again and saw the covers pulled back. Whoever it was doing this wanted to be caught, I was sure of it. After that, in the hallway again, the black-gloved hand holding the jewelry box outstretched. Only one photo remained, and it was above a bed, with someone sleeping below. It was me. My blood ran ice cold. I threw the iPad onto the floor, hearing it crack against the side of my desk. No, 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 I said to myself. I leaped up and saw the screen stare back at me with a rainbow mosaic of broken LCD and glass. What was I going to tell my parents? They'd never believe me. I pulled the bag of pills out of my back pocket and read the note again. You'll need these. Trust me. I turned it over to read the date, 7/21/18. It must have been when the package was sent. I read it again and realized that's tomorrow. Saturday. Fuck. What does it mean? I have to warn my parents. Please, if you don't hear from me, call the authorities. I fear the worst. I had always been aware of the deep web. You hear the craziest, most fucked up stories from people who have had the balls to explore it. Websites that involve human experimentation, hiring a hitman, and even people watching through their own security cameras. It's fucked up, but honestly, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't just slightly interested. Now, just to point out, there was no malicious intent behind my exploration of the deep web. I was just curious to see if it really was as bad as people said it was. The first thing I stumbled upon was a website extremely centered around death, which gave me a really uneasy feeling. So I didn't hang around that webpage very long. It takes quite a bit to freak me out, so it's safe to say I was a little surprised that I couldn't even stomach the first website I clicked on. But hey, it's not supposed to be all unicorns and rainbows, right? Next, I clicked on a website that was dedicated to watching people through security cameras. Most of the screens showed empty living rooms and patios. Some of them showed oddly filled rooms, like rooms that were packed with stuffed animals, and another that was eerily decorated with fucking Christmas lights and fake Santa Claus statues. Another screen showed a young woman doing yoga. That one had a lot of views. I didn't watch that one very long. Something inside me felt ill and just wrong, like what I was doing was sickening. I shook my head, blinking away any more curiosity before I hovered my mouse over the tiny X to close the window. Right before I pressed the mouse, I saw a blue link under a black screen that said, "Proceed with caution." I bit down on my back teeth, yelling internally to leave the page. Don't click the link. It's not worth it. It could be murder. Would that make me an accomplice? What if it was someone skinning an animal or some shit like that? But then again, what if it wasn't? I don't know what the hell propelled me to move my mouse away from the window, hovering it over the link instead, but that's where I ended up. My curiosity always got the best of me, and no matter how twisted my stomach felt, or how strong the feeling of dread was that lingered right over my head, I had to know. I really just had to know what the link led to, or I would go crazy until I finally figured it out. So, I pressed my mouse down and watched the link turn purple, felt my mouth go dry, and watched as a screen slowly loaded. The page was just comprised of a large screen, like the security camera page, only it was just one. The room was concrete, it was dark. There must have been a night vision camera or something, because everything had a weird blue-green tinge. But you could tell there was little to no light. There was a dark liquid on the floor in a medium-sized puddle. I told myself it was gasoline. Don't ask me why. Movement in the far right of the screen caught my attention, and I immediately perked in my desk chair, inching my face closer to the screen of my laptop. It looked like an arm, like someone's forearm. They were standing there, not really moving but subtly swaying, just enough to not look completely still. "Hey!" I said, before shaking my head and slapping my mouth shut. Stupid. Then the person walked. They walked over towards the left of the screen. I felt my stomach knot, felt my throat tingle and tighten, bile rising in the back of my throat. I knew my mouth was open, gaping, and my eyes were wide, face screwed up into an expression of pure disgust. It was a young woman. She looked like she couldn't be older than 25 or so. Long, dark and dirty hair was in tangles, like she'd been pulling at it. Her leg was dragging, her other skinny leg doing most of the work as she limped weakly. Her head was down, looking at the floor, and the sound of her dragging her foot across the concrete echoed in my silent room. I didn't think it could get any worse. I was so fucking wrong. Suddenly, the woman raised her head, and it looked like it weighed a ton on her tiny body. I hadn't noticed it before, only able to barely make out her side profile. But now, it was clear as day. She looked around, eyes watering with tears and black makeup streaming down her face. Small strands of bloody thread were intertwined in her lips, messily tied, locking them together. Dark blood stained her chin, probably from where she tried desperately to open her mouth to scream before realizing she couldn't. Her dainty fingers were stained as well, the same color as the puddle on the concrete. My whole body felt weak. My stomach was sick. I tried to tell myself it was fake, that it was all a big hoax. My eyes scanned to the bottom left of the screen. 5,623 people were watching. Unable to fight it any longer, I ran straight into the bathroom, puking my insides into the toilet bowl. Everything in me felt disgusting, wrong, and twisted. Once I was finally done, I laid on the floor of the bathroom, letting the cool towels trying to soothe my burning body. My head was spinning. I kept repeating to myself over and over in my head that I shouldn't have clicked the link. I should have left. I should have closed the fucking window and told my inner curiosity to go fuck itself. Instead, I was lying on the floor, the bathroom reeking of vomit, and my mind a complete mess over the hell I was supposed to do. Should I get the link and send it to the police? Should I call them now? My first instinct was to copy and paste the link, just in case, and then call the police and inform them of what was happening. Maybe they could trace the IP address or something. Maybe they would recognize the girl and know where to start looking. Maybe I could save her life. I'd feel really fucking dumb if this was all fake just to get viewers, but I wasn't about to gamble, not with what was at stake. I ignored the dizzy feeling flooding my head as I jumped up, grabbing the doorknob and twisting it a bit too harshly. When I flung the door open, my phone buzzed in my pocket, scaring the ever-living shit out of me. I stopped mid-panic and picked it up with shaky hands. I saw my girlfriend's name and immediately slid to answer. My voice was a complete wreck, my eyes finding the screen where the girl shrunk down to the ground, the sound of her cries bouncing around the room, making my body feel rigid. I had nothing left to throw up, but I still felt so sick. Madeline, you're not going to believe what I just fucking saw. What? Are you okay? Have you been crying? No, I'm not okay, I answered, averting my eyes from the screen. I know you said to stay away from the deep web, but are you kidding me? Her voice went from caring to mad in a split second. I told you to stay away from that place. You never listen to me. You never fucking do. There's a girl, I said weakly. She's trapped in some basement or something. Her mouth is like sewn shut. There's blood all over her face and hands. I don't know what to do, Madeline. The woman's cries get louder, more desperate, but muffled. I'm so sorry. Close it out, clear your history, and never go back there again. I'm not kidding. But should I call? No. Her voice was stern now. You don't know if it's bullshit. It's probably staged to gain disgusting viewers. Apparently, like yourself. People do it all the time. That's why I said it'd be best if you stayed away from there. You could get yourself into a lot of trouble. I didn't say anything, wordlessly walking over to the desk. My hand shook as I raised my mouse to the small X once more. My eyes watched the number of viewers slowly tick higher and higher. Before I closed the window, I felt even worse than before. Okay, we can file a report tomorrow just in case. But for now, go to sleep and stay the fuck away. I can't believe you even went there in the first place. I didn't have the energy to argue with her. Guilt plagued my whole body, drowning me. It was all I could feel. I told her goodnight, and that I was sorry and that I loved her before I hung up and made my way to the couch to sleep. Or try to sleep. I didn't feel right even being in my bedroom, or being anywhere near my computer. Not while the girl was still trapped, unable to scream for help, unable to talk at all. I know it could be fake, but was that really a risk I was willing to take? I looked up some Google searches over what was fake on the deep web and read multiple stories about staged webcam videos, which made me feel a little bit better about myself. It didn't make the sick, guilty feeling go away though. It's safe to say that I didn't get much sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, or even began to drift off, I would see the woman's face, the thread laced into her lips and blood staining her mouth, her fingers, the floor. I continued to grow more and more anxious and uneasy, deciding that maybe getting out of the house, heading over to the local CVS and picking up some melatonin might help. I threw my blanket off, slid on my shoes, and grabbed my keys and wallet from the nightstand. The cool air felt amazing, and did wonders to calm my whirlwind of thoughts in my head. I went to check the time, realizing I'd left my phone at home. Not a huge deal. The store was only a few minutes away from my house. I ended up buying melatonin and a stronger sleeping pill, just in case those didn't work. I also got a pack of bottled water to help rehydrate after I vomited up all the contents of my stomach earlier. By the time I got home, I felt much, much better, which lasted about 3 seconds before I noticed that my front door was wide open. Now, I may have been in a state of shock and panic, but I never, ever leave my front door open or even unlocked. My heart immediately began to race. I got out of my car, closing the door quietly and unlocking my trunk, grabbing the crowbar that I kept in there. "Who's there?" I yelled into the house, waiting for any noise. "Who's in there?" My own voice was shaking and weak. I was met with complete silence, keeping the crowbar up and ready to strike. I walked to the couch and felt for my phone. As soon as I found it, I hit the emergency button and waited until I got a hold of 911. Letting her know that I think my house was just broken into. She told me the police would be on their way. After checking around the house for anything odd, I decided to give my girlfriend a call, letting her know what had happened. The phone rang, and then rang some more. After getting her voicemail, I hung up, knowing she'd probably be asleep this late at night. I waited about 20 or so minutes for the police to show up. and walked around with him like a scared puppy as they checked every room. They ended up just having me fill out a report telling me they'll keep patrol cars in the area just in case anyone gets hit. As they were leaving, I checked to see if Madeline had called back yet. There wasn't any missed calls. I, however, did notice several outgoing calls to her cell phone. Outgoing call to Madeline, 3:12 a.m., 3:14 a.m., 3:17 a.m., 3:20 a.m., and then another one at 3:56, which was around the time I'd gotten home. My mind went into an automatic panic, knowing the fact that I did not make those calls. I quickly checked my texts, reading one I'd apparently sent out at 3:23 a.m. "Hey, can't sleep, gonna come over. Mind leaving the back door unlocked so I can get in?" I didn't send that message. My stomach dropped. My heart thudded loudly in my chest as I noticed her reply directly underneath. "Sorry, I was sleeping. Thanks for waking me up, by the way. Lose your key again? It's unlocked. Don't be late." Without a second thought, I jumped up, running to lock all the doors and windows of my house, keeping the crowbar tight in my hand as I ran to my car. I drove as fast as my little Civic would allow me all the way to her house, ignoring any stoplights. It took me about 3 minutes to get there, but I still knew it would be too late. I made my way to her back door, feeling every cell in my body burn when I saw it was wide open. My face was hot, my hands were shaking, but I stepped in, crowbar raised like a bat, ready to swing. I tried to keep my emotions at bay as I looked around her dark house. "Madeline?" I called out. "Are you okay, babe?" Nothing. Silence. "Madeline?" A small scream came from her bedroom just upstairs. My legs jerked to a run as I flew up the stairs, slamming her door open. I looked at her empty bed, her empty room, confused. I heard the scream again, only this time, I heard that it was coming through her computer monitor. I felt numb as I looked at the screen, noticing the same website I saw earlier, only instead of one woman, I saw two. The first was lying on the floor, not moving, in that puddle of dark liquid. I recognized the second girl, just as I had recognized her voice. My heart shattered as I saw her face, streaked in blood. The same threading was sewn into her eyelids, locking them shut. Her scream hit my bones, surrounding my body. It was all I could hear. Her face was twisted in pure terror. I cried pathetically as her voice began to go out, continuing to grow weaker and rasped. I locked my jaw, picking up my cell phone and dialing 911 for the second time. Only this time, it barely rang once before the deep, gravelly voice of another man answered, "You should not have called." Chills shot down my body, and I heard the phone thud as it hit the carpeted floor. My breath hitched in my throat as I bent to pick it up, hanging up the call and racing down the stairs. How did he do that? How did he redirect my call away from the police? I felt my heart race as I darted out of her back door, in a frenzy as I sprinted to the closest house. I pounded the door, screaming at the top of my lungs until the neighbor opened it, her face tired, confused, and scared. She let me in, and I explained through frantic tears what happened. I typed this on my phone to post as we both try to get a hold of the cops, but neither of our calls are going through, and neither is her landline. I think someone is messing with our cellular signal, and they may have cut her line, but we're gonna keep trying. I'm scared for me, I'm scared for my girlfriend, and I'm scared for my neighbor. I don't know what's gonna happen to me. If you don't hear from me again, please take this advice and this experience to heart. Stay away from the deep web. For fuck's sake, please, please stay away from the deep web. Just some insight about me. I'm a 19-year-old male with a decent body build from Florida. I live in a rural area where my house is surrounded by trees and it's a long way from here to a bus stop. I usually jog on my way there and take a bus to my university. which I didn't have enough to afford housing there. I was late to class by about 5 minutes. I took my seat and started to prepare my notes, and listen to the professor. I was opening a book when I hear a group of students by me talking about how there was some horrible shit on the internet and that he ordered some weed and LSD. I was interested in what they were saying, but not about the weed, about how there are other stuff that cannot be found with your typical search engine. Just about the class was about to end, I heard one of them saying that his buddy should download the search engine called Tor. His friend complied and said they'd meet later, and they'd have another class to attend. They parted ways, and I was entirely intrigued about this Tor browser. I finally finished my classes for the day, and started to head home. I'd take my usual route, jog to the bus stop, take the bus to the closest station to my house, and I'd jog the rest of the way back. I entered the house and ran to my room, curious on what they were talking about. I turned on my computer and directly searched Tor browser and installed it. Before I went on, I did some research about it, and that it's best if I install a VPN to keep my IP hidden. I also stumbled upon how that's where the deep web lies, and that it's a place no one should visit. My curiosity got the best of me, and I decided to proceed. I turned on the VPN and launched Tor and found some links. I went to each of them, and they were the typical drugstore, government secrets, and your average firearms dealer. But that's when I opened the next link, which led me to a blank site. There was nothing in the page until the words popped up. If you are not familiar with this site, leave. If you were led here, please proceed. And the buttons leave/proceed popped up on the screen. I thought to myself, what could go wrong? And curiosity once again got the best of me. I clicked on proceed, and a small chat box popped up. There was a single admin, and about 11 other viewers. I decided not to type, and wait and watch what all of this was about. And just as I looked away, a video popped up. It was a man whose arms and legs were nailed all the way through to keep him in place. There was blood pouring from the places he was nailed. I felt a bit sick and thought this was just some cleverly edited video. The man's face was completely blank. Suddenly, a door in the background opened slowly. What popped up was a man with a mask that left me speechless. It was the exact same face of a guy nailed to the chair, expressionless and blank. I felt sick and decided to leave, but the exit button was nowhere to be found. These freaks disabled my close button. Then, what I saw next in the chat made my stomach drop.
Wanting to leave so soon?
I thought to myself, how did he know I wanted to leave? He posted a picture of me in the chat. I immediately threatened to call the cops, and that was the worst decision of my life. He then threatened to come over to my house and kidnap me, or he would slit my throat if I tried to resist. He then proceeded to type my full name, address, where I'm studying, and where my other family members live. The chat then told the man in the mask to show me what he would do to me if he came to my house. He started to run his knife through the helpless man's neck and began to remove body parts, just like a butcher, cutting up some meat. I quickly removed the power cable of the computer and took it out and destroyed the computer so he couldn't reach me. I thought to myself, how on earth was he able to find my name and where I lived if I had a VPN on? I felt a buzz in my pocket. My phone was ringing. I pulled my phone out of my pocket and saw a blank caller ID. I immediately hung up, and what came next was a gut-wrenching feeling. He sent me a text saying, "You're next." And I thought this was just some bullshit. I kept a 9mm handgun concealed in my house just in case of a robbery. I couldn't sleep through the night thinking that someone was watching me, ready to make their move. Luckily, I fell asleep, and nothing much happened that night. I woke up, took my typical routine, and headed to university. I always lock all the doors and windows in my house, and I don't usually forget to do so. It was just a regular day. I took my courses for the day and heard those other boys from yesterday saying the shit they did in the deep web. I went home exhausted, since I barely got enough sleep because of what happened the same night. Walking to the doorstep, I felt something was off and decided to shrug it off. I tried unlocking the door, but it wouldn't budge. That's when I realized it. The door wouldn't unlock because it was already unlocked. I shrugged it off, thinking I just forgot to lock it since I didn't get any sleep. I walked in, then locked the door behind me. I felt like something was watching me. You know, you can sometimes feel someone stare. Yeah, that's exactly what I felt. I go around the house, looking in the closets, corners, you name it, but nothing was there. I thought to myself that it was just due to the lack of sleep. I go to take a quick shower and get to bed. Once I doze off, I was awoken 6 hours later to the sound of a crack and a bump. It came from the bathroom. Thinking that it could be the weirdo from the deep web, I thought to myself, no way. I locked all the doors and windows, and if someone opened the door or a window, I would have instantly woke up since they are loud, and I'm a light sleeper. I went to check on it, and it was written on the mirror, large capital letters with a deep red color, and had the texture of what looked like blood. It said, "Look outside." I immediately looked outside my window and saw a large dark figure standing out by a tree. That's when it hit me. 2 other shadowy figures popped off from the other tree. I grabbed my phone and dialed 911 as fast as I can whilst running down, making sure every door was locked. I look outside another time, and when I see another 4 dark figures pop up from the trees. There was a total of 7 men outside hiding within the trees. The 911 operator finally picked up and obviously asked what my emergency was. This is how it went.
911? What's your emergency?
Get the cops over. There are 7 men outside my house walking closer every second.
What is so suspicious of these men?
They're fucking holding butcher knives.
Okay, what's your address?
Insert random address here. I stumbled in the house, running like a maniac, remembering that I kept a 9mm concealed inside. I go to grab the gun, and I hear an extremely loud bang outside my door. I go look through the peephole, and it was just one of them. He shouted with his deep voice,
Open up.
I told him that I had already called the cops, and that I was armed. That's when I lost all hope of security and safety. I heard 6 windows being smashed in, and the men jumping through, making a loud thud after hopping in. I instantly thought that my best chance of survival was to run to the bathroom and lock myself in it. I heard the men slowly walking up the stairs, making a creaking sound after every step. That's when it all went down. I thought that if I were to go, I wouldn't go without a fight. I started screaming once more that I was armed, and if they came to the door, I would open fire. That's when relief struck me as hard as a rock. I saw the blue and red lights come from outside the bathroom window. With their sirens blasting as loud as it could, the men instantly ran downstairs and jumped out of the window. They broke in, running straight for the woods behind the house. The police saw the men running into the woods and sent a couple of officers with canines chasing the men. The rest came in the house looking for me and concerned for my safety. Luckily, I was still alive. Just a few scratches and bruises from clumsily running around the house looking for a stop to increase my chance of survival. After the cops offered me a place to stay in some crappy motel just so I wouldn't have to stay in my house, immediately after that day, I got rid of all my belongings and moved out of state. I now live in California. Basically, a new life, I would say. And I never had to go through what happened again. I never saw the men or anyone stalking me since I left Florida. I hope we never meet again. First of all, I'm a private investigator. I was given an odd case by a lady who I'll name Rose for the sake of this story. The case was very unusual. Normally I get cases about cheating husbands or a missing person, the occasional drug dealers and crooked officers. But when I was given this one, I thought nothing of it at first. Rose wanted me to track down an extremely old record, one from the early 1920s. To be honest, I'd never even heard of this record, but surely enough, I took the case. Mainly because the pay she was willing to give was great. So I went on my search to New York, finding absolutely any record store, both commercial and small business owners. To no avail, I took my findings to online. With zero luck, I was ready to cut my losses. But I decided to go to the deep web for my searches. I never should have done that. I posted in an anonymous forum, and within 3 days of waiting, no one responded, and no one had any idea about what I was talking about. Then I got a message at 3:45 in the morning from a user who called himself the Black Mark, and said he had the record but wasn't really wanting to pass it forward. I laughed it off as if he was joking and said it was from my grandmother. He responded with, "You'd give your grandmother this record? Man, you don't belong here." I don't know what he meant, but he told me he'd sent it to me for free. Seemed too good to be true, so I decided to create a P.O. box that he could send it to my address once the package arrived. I gave him the P.O. box and I waited, and waited. 2 weeks later, sure enough, the package arrived. Dusty, but hey, what do you expect from such an old record? I contacted my client Rose, and she asked me to play the record to make sure it worked. I admit, I was a bit annoyed at this point. I don't know why. I mean, doing this is pretty much my job, getting information and files for my clients. I told her it would cost her extra considering the depths I had to go. She was fine with it. So I went out and bought a vinyl player and turned it on. A few crackles and a very strange tune played. So eerie, all the hairs stood up on my arm. I rang Rose a few hours later and told her the record worked just fine. She told me to keep my money, and that she didn't want the record after all. Well, money and a free record that I absolutely can't fucking stand. Wonderful. It wasn't until the next day when I received a message from the Black Mark and he asked, "You didn't play the record, did you?" Confused, I responded that I had played the record, and that my client refused to take it after listening. "Congratulations, you have 46 days to live." It's been 5 days, and I think someone is watching me. In the night, I hear scratching on the walls, and creepy sounds that seem to be coming from the sinks. There is paranormal things happening in my house. I need help. Is there any way to get out of this? Please. I'm sure you've heard about the deep web before. Heard stories of gruesome things happening on there. People meeting up to do deranged things in person. You simply wonder if it's real or not. I was one of those people. When I first heard about the deep web back in 2014, I thought it was a joke. It sounded like Charlotte's Web. But it was no joke. I kept clicking on YouTube videos, reading blogs, hearing more and more about the deep web. I contemplated downloading Tor after reading the stories about the deep web, but backed out at the last second. I guess you can say I was too scared. Too scared of potentially being caught by the FBI for looking at the forbidden pages on the internet. Yeah, sounds stupid, right? But I thought about it, and that scared feeling turned into doubt. I'm known for being a skeptical person, but I just brushed off my scared feelings and convinced myself that I wasn't scared, but just skeptical. Very, very skeptical. Fast forward to last month. It's been almost 4 years since I've heard about the deep web. Curiosity killed the cat. I decided at that moment that I was going to surf the deep web. I told myself I wouldn't do it. The contradicting thoughts lasted for several minutes. In the end, I said screw it and downloaded Tor. I went into the deep web on January 8th, 2018. It was 9 p.m. when I downloaded it and installed Tor. When I opened up Tor for the first time, it reminded me of my DSL days. People weren't lying when they said Tor was slow. It was now 9:05 p.m. Tor has officially opened and loaded. And now I can access all of the deep web. Disturbing content that exists. I was brought to the hidden wiki, which is like the deep web for dummies. I clicked on one of the links, which brought me to a chat room. Harmless, to say the least. There were 30 people in the chat room, talking about very random things. I didn't stay and chat though. I exited out and continued browsing. Over the next half hour, I was clicking links as if they were candy. I found a multitude of things that were quite beneficial for me. There wasn't anything disturbing, or so I thought. As I exited one of the links and went back to the hidden wiki to click on another, a pop-up came up. Please click here for a treat. I closed it immediately. I knew better than that to open up pop-ups. I also thought I was hacked because I wondered why there was a pop-up. But my stupidity revealed I had the pop-up blocker off. So I turned it on and kept browsing. But then it popped up again. Please click here for a treat. It said the exact same thing. I was perplexed. Before I clicked on the link, I hovered over it to see what showed up on the bottom of the screen. You know, ever have one of those times it says it's Google, but it's actually links to tiny URL? I wanted to make sure it wasn't clickbait. YLB2OU1EDEWA4DLI.onion. That was the link. I felt safe, so I clicked it. It brought me to a blank screen. I made sure the page was finished loading, and sure enough it had. I thought something was going to pop up, so I stayed on the page. I remained on there for another 30 seconds before exiting the screen. Shrugged it off as a glitch in the Matrix. Not even 10 seconds after closing the window, it came up again. The same URL, the same text. It was as if someone was playing a trick on me. But I was curious, so I clicked on the link again. This time, there was text. It was on a blank white screen, written in deep blue lettering. 2-14. 2-14? After a few seconds, I realized it was a date. February 14th. Valentine's Day. Okay, so maybe I'm finally gonna find out who my soulmate is. Maybe I'm gonna get kissed, which leads me to finding out who my soulmate is? I was quite confused and perplexed to say the least. Then, the text disappears. Again, a blank screen is shown, until another set of deep blue letters pop up.
You will be dead.
Is this a joke? I'm going to die on Valentine's Day? I told myself that can't happen. It's impossible. Who's going to kill me? And then the text disappears. I felt spooked, so I closed the window, disconnected Tor, uninstalled Tor, and turned off the internet for that night. I forgot about it and just dismissed it as a sick joke. Or at least I forgot about it until this morning. There's 4 more days until Valentine's Day. This morning, I heard a knock on the door as I was getting my breakfast ready but didn't bother answering. I waited a few minutes before looking out the peephole to see that there was nobody out there. I opened the door and saw an envelope in front of my feet. I picked up the envelope, closed the door, and sat on my couch. As I opened it up to see what was inside, "You will be dead on Valentine's Day." No, this is a joke, I said as I kept shaking my head in rejection. Then the phone rang. I was shaky at this point and a bit on edge, but I answered the phone anyway. "Hello?" I said with a bit of shivering in my voice.
You will be dead. 2-14.
The voice said as it got progressively creepier and deeper. As quickly as they said those words, the phone disconnected. I put the phone down and began to pace across my living room. I decided to take a deep breath and go back on the internet. As I opened up Gmail, I saw that I had an unread message. It had no name and no subject line. All it had was a link. It wasn't just an ordinary link either. It was a link that you can only access on Tor. YLB2OU1ED ewa4dli.onion. Wait, I said to myself. I've recognized that link somewhere. It took a bit of time to figure out what it was, and then it dawned on me. That was the link I clicked on last month while on the deep web. I just couldn't figure out if this was a generic link or if it had any meaning. I spent the next 2 hours searching the link up. I tried to figure out if this had any meaning, if there was any ulterior motive. I couldn't find anything. Then I got the inspiration to look up an anagram solver. I decided to place the link minus the .onion and see what came up. It took a minute or so to load. What came up gave me a heart attack and made me crap my pants. You will be dead, 214. I basically sat there in silence for what seemed like hours. I'm a major skeptic, so there's some reason for me to doubt that all of this is real. I'm still under all this suspicion that this is one big hoax, but at this point, I don't even know anymore. I'm not sure how much time I have, and I am aware that writing this down is not going to make a difference. It all started last week when I received an email from my friend. An MP3 file accompanied the email named ULL495.mp3. I am going to call him Adrian. Adrian lived far off, 1,000 kilometers away in Bangalore, where he had shifted 3 years back, when he had landed a job with a handsome salary. Adrian and I had been friends for the last 12 years. We had been in the same school and our houses were close by. We grew up in the same neighborhood, playing in these streets, helping each other out during need, and competing and comparing each other through all these years. He was better than me at everything. He looked better than me, he was smarter, he was better at sports, and also did better at college. And that was the reason he got placed so early. It was difficult to say goodbye to an old friend with whom I had spent my last 12 years, but we promised to stay in touch no matter what. After he left for about a month or so, we would call each other and chat for hours. Adrian loved talking. He'd tell me about his job, his new friends, and also about his girlfriend, whom he had met at work. All this calling, chatting, and mailing went on for a month or so, and then gradually dwindled. Chatting stopped altogether, except for wishing birthdays, and we would call each other, or maybe like once in 2 months. We hadn't talked to each other since the last 2 years now, and one night, suddenly I got a call from him. He first asked me how I was doing, and about my parents. It was strange of him to call at such an odd hour, and he didn't sound like himself at all. His voice was deep, low-pitched, and groggy. He sounded like he had not slept for days. I could hear wheezing sounds from the phone, which he had held close to his mouth. I felt like I was talking to someone else. I quickly sensed something was not right, so I asked, "Hey, is everything okay?" He fell silent for a few seconds. I knew he was thinking, and I waited patiently. I heard Adrian take a deep breath and finally told me he was in extreme distress since the last few days. About a week back, he said he had downloaded a file named ULL495.mp3 from the deep web. The hidden world of the dark web had intrigued him since our college years, and he had talked to me several times about it, but I had always tried to stay away from it. He didn't give me much details about the website, but he said that the next day, it was gone, both the clip and the website. The clip sounded like a voice of a 10-year-old girl who was mumbling into some cheap and antique microphone. When he first heard the MP3, he said he thought it was just a moaning sound looped over and over again. Oh, to me phone, it said, and went on and on for 24 minutes. But on listening closely, he said he realized that she was counting numbers. It started with 1, 2, 3, and then looped at 4, over and over again. The audio quality was very poor, but you could actually hear the static and background noises which seemed to overpower her own voice. 4, 4, 4, 4, 4, 4, 4. It continued endlessly. It was spine-chilling, and he thought it must have been one of those creepy shits you find on the deep web. But it got more disturbing the more I listened to it, he recalled. In the background, he said, if you listened very closely, you could hear someone else too. These voices were deep and muffled to make out what it was saying. Over the top, the poor audio quality. These were so low and distorted that you couldn't even make it out if it was a man or a woman. The 4 that the girl said sounded more like a disarranged towards the end, and it would stop for 1 or 2 seconds, when you could hear the sharp reverberated static. And at this time, the other voice was a bit more prominent, but still not clear enough to make it out what it was saying. It sounded like some kind of incantation in some foreign language. The pattern repeated 6 or 7 times throughout the recording. Out of curiosity, he said he heard the whole audio 2 or 3 times, to see if he could hear anything else, and to see if he could make out what the other voices was saying in the background, but his efforts were unsuccessful. He was taking quick deep breaths now, and I could feel the tension build inside him. He said, that night, when he was on his bed, he started hearing a faint murmur coming from the side. On inspection, he realized it was coming from the window. He was ashen-faced when he heard the words repeating 4, 4, 4 in the same kid's voice throughout the window. He thought the words were just ringing in his head, same way songs get stuck in your head long after you have listened to it several times. But as he closed his eyes and went back to bed, the voices became louder. He was not able to sleep that whole night, and the next day when he woke up, the voices were gone. He said he thought it was just for one night when the voices began again, and the next night, and the next after that. Sometimes from the cupboard, sometimes from under the bed, and sometimes through the wall in front from the other side. They went on, and incessantly. He also called 2 of his friends and his neighbor next door over to his room, but none of them could hear anything. The voices were in his head, and he thought he was going crazy. He said sometimes he would sit in his bed with his head in his hands and cry out loud, but the voices won't go. His voice was almost breaking when he completed his story, and I felt a lump in my throat. I didn't know what to do. My best friend had called me after 2 years late at night, and he needed my help. I thought for a moment and suggested to him to visit some psychiatrist. I didn't want him to feel that, and I thought he was going insane. And so I explained to him calmly that if it was bothering him so much, a few sessions with a doctor might help. I advised him to listen to the music at night while going to bed. The music, I thought, would subdue the voices in his head and help him sleep. We talked for a few more minutes, and he told me about his job, his girlfriend, and how everything else was going fine, and then hung up. 2 days later, I got a call from Adrian. He was crying. Neither the medicines prescribed by the psychiatric nor listening to music had helped. Between his sobs, he said that the voices still continued, not just at night, but now he could hear them at daytime too. Last night, he said, he heard a different voice, the same voices that were talking in the background in the recording, only this time, he said he was able to hear it more clearly. The voices were calling out his name, talking about killing him, pulling his guts out, ripping his arm apart, dismembering and mutilating his dead corpse. They all spoke at the same time in a gargled, devilish voice. It went on, he said. The voices became more and more disturbing day by day, hour by hour, and all this was driving him insane. I cannot stand this anymore, he wept. And I stood there holding the phone, listening helplessly to everything he was saying. I knew he was deeply disturbed and needed someone who could help him at this time. Adrian was my best friend, and I couldn't see him like this. I told him to send me the audio clip that night so I could see for myself what it exactly was. I said I'll come to see him in Bangalore after 2 days and assured him that he'll be alright. Adrian was first reluctant to send me the file, but I pestered him and finally he gave in and mailed me the clip. I regret my decision now. I listened to the audio clip that night in complete silence. It was exactly as described by Adrian. A little girl counting numbers, and then the loop from the number 4 onwards, all in poor audio quality, staticky and buzzing throughout. That night, and the night after that, when I went to bed, I tried to listen carefully. I could hear it. That night, and the night after that, I went to bed, and I tried to listen carefully if I could hear any voices. I sat upright in my bed in complete silence. I was able to hear dull barking of a dog coming from a distance and sporadic rise and fall of roaring cars that passed the road in front of my house. But then, there were no voices. I let out a sigh of relief and decided to leave for Bangalore tomorrow to check on Adrian. Next morning, I called Adrian to tell him I was coming that day, to see how he was doing and to help him out. Someone else picked up the phone at this time. "Can I speak to Adrian?" I said. The man politely said Adrian had committed suicide the night before by hanging himself over the ceiling fan. My legs became numb, and tears started rolling down my eyes. It took me what seemed like an eternity to come back to reality. The man said he was a police inspector, and he inquired about me, my relation to Adrian, and about our conversations. I told him everything, slowly trying to recover from the shock, and the inspector listened patiently. I told him about the audio recording, the voices he had been hearing, and how they were driving him crazy. The inspector told me to forward the clip, and I did. The inspector realized my uneasiness, and he told me to take some rest, and that he would call me again later. The whole day after that, I sat in my chair, head on the table with my eyes closed, brimming with tears, hoping all this was just a dream. I wanted to go to Bangalore, but had no courage to face the dead body of my old friend. In the evening, the inspector called again to inquire more about Adrian, and I told him whatever I knew. "Thank you for the information, and I'm sorry for your friend's death." Adrian's boss said he had been doing extremely poor since the past month, after his girlfriend had left him, and so he had taken a leave from the office for a month. He had been under a chronic depression, and some of his friends told him that he started drinking excessively. Some even said that he had started doing drugs. Although nothing could be said for sure until the post-mortem, it was clear that Adrian was quite disturbed by the events since the past month, and it must have taken a toll on his body and mind. Good that he had a friend like you who was always willing to help him till the end. I heard him, but I knew I had failed as a friend, and Adrian had lied to me about his job and his girlfriend the other night. I could have saved him, only if I was there, with him, when he needed me. I asked him about the recording, and he said they have dismissed it as a prank audio by some high school kids. He then said that I had made some mistakes about the numbers in the recording, but it was not a big deal, and before I could ask anything, he hung up. Puzzled, I pick up the phone, put on my headphones, and listened to the audio once again. The audio began with heavy static sound, and the girl started chanting, 1, 2, me, 3, 4, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5. Since the past few days, I have been hearing these words in my head at night. 5, 5, 5. I don't know what to do or whom to call. If anybody knows anything, please help. Thanks for watching, Wolfpack. If you want to catch me by the fire next time, I upload every weekend including Friday. Don't forget to like the video as it helps me out more than you know. If you want to submit your story, head down to the description. Now, here's Roken to howl you off to sleep. Have beautiful nightmares.